fruition. You know, everything that we do starts as a dream and as a vision inside of our minds, and then we get to pull it together and make it actually work. And we began preparing for this 3 months ago. I want to say it was 3 months ago. At the beginning of the year, we set up all of our live online events for the year. I hadn't done a women's only summit in probably, honestly, 4 years. It had been quite a while. And as we were starting off the year, you know, we're picking all of these like real business heavy topics. Like we did visibility and marketing. And then the one that we do this summer is going to be all around client acquisition. And so there were like real meaty businessy topics. And I was like, you know what? I feel like we should do a women in business summit and, you know, make it really inspiring and just make it all focused around women building their dreams and make it a really beautiful connecting experience. And as we were, you know, talking this through, I had no idea that we were going to be where we're at in the world today when we got to this point. So I want to give you a little background story and an introduction into me for those of you who were just meeting for the first time, which is a lot of you because there's over 800 people registered for this. Oh, the mic is echoey when I get too close. Is that better? How's the mic right there? Is that good? Let me know. Give me some thumbs up if the mic is good where it is right now or if it sounds okay, good. So for those of you who were just meeting for the first time, I'm Amy Walker. I am a client acquisition specialist, and so I help small business owners be able to find the fastest, most efficient way to consistently acquire their ideal client. So that means we do sales, we do marketing, and then we help you to scale up your business so you're ready to double or triple the number of clients that you have coming through each month. And when I got started, my first real foray into doing entrepreneurship on my own, because I had been an independent consultant with other companies, I'd done some direct sales. My first foray actually started with some shower inspiration. Do you guys, any of you find that you get like your absolute best ideas in the shower? I remember being years ago, this was 10 years ago. I was in the shower and I was like mid shampoo and I just got this really strong impression. Okay, so the mic was good, but now it's too quiet. Okay, how is this? We'll get it. This is why we get the beginning times here. Okay, tell me how the mic is if it's right here. Is this the magic spot? Have we found the magic spot? Yes? No? Perfect? Okay, we'll work with it right here then. Okay. So back to my mid-shower story. So I was in the shower, I was like shampooing my hair, and I remember getting this really strong impression, you need to help women. And I was like right now? And like, can I rinse first? You know, like, what does that look like? I had no idea what that would turn into. And over the course of the next few years, I ran events called A Celebration of Real Beauty, where we put together community education events to promote healthy body image in women and girls. I ran an event called Women of Faith and Strength, where I helped women connect with their belief in their higher power, their beliefs in themselves, and reconnect with the divinity of womanhood. And then when I started coaching and consulting, I was working with women entrepreneurs who wanted to balance their business and family. And over the course of the years, you know, things evolve and we evolve, and my calling felt more solid around just helping entrepreneurs be able to build solid businesses. But I feel like we've come full circle because I really felt strongly that we needed to put together this conference for women. I had no idea that when we set that date in January and started working on it 3 months ago, that we'd be in this spot. And I feel like in the midst of quarantine and in the midst of all the stuff we have going on, you guys, I have 5 kids at home. They are aged 7 and 8 and 12 and 14 and 17. They're all doing schoolwork at home. We are all together all the time. We're experiencing as well the uncertainty of everything that's going on. I've got a senior in high school, and we don't know if they're going to be able to have graduation. And there's just a lot on our plates right now. So my intention for this day that we're going to spend together is that you really leave feeling like your load has been lightened, that, you know, any burdens that you're feeling, that you can just bring the burdens to the table and sit them down for a while. And that we will be able to share with you through our stories and through our experiences. And you guys, we have an amazing lineup of speakers. Like, I'm so grateful that they all said yes. I'm so grateful that we get to spend time together, that we get to pour into you. And we really are here for you. And I hope that you feel that today is a day for you to set down all the burdens and the responsibilities, fill your cup, get some inspiration, get hope. You guys, I feel very hopeful, even though there's a lot of uncertainty going on in the world. And there's, even in my business, there's things that I'm like, well, I'm pivoting, I'm working. I can see a lot of good things going on, but you know, I also had clients, like some of my biggest clients, say, sorry, Amy, we have to stop our contract. So we really are all in this together. The difference between the speakers and the difference between the ones of you that are joining as participants is really just whether we see you on screen or not. Like, we're all in this together. And I really believe that when you impact a woman, you impact her entire community. So what I love about this particular conference is the ripples that will happen. So if we can today succeed in helping you to feel more hopeful, have new ideas for how you can pivot in your business, in your life, and be more committed to really getting out there, letting your light shine and contributing, then you're going to spread that over to your family. Oh, also, I hope that you get a day off and are less grumpy with your family, because I will tell you, I have had some grumpy nights this week where I was like, oh my gosh, crazy people. So I hope that you get to spread that into your home and into your family and into your business and into your friends and into your clients, and just really, let's create an amazing ripple of light and peace and good stuff today. Like, let's dig into some good stuff. All right. Couple of housekeeping items, and just, you know, how this event is going to flow. A lot of times when I start off an event and when it's live, you know, it's like, here's the bathrooms. I'm sure you all know how to find yours. I have to direct you in that way. But these interviews today are going to be back to back. So we will go one, and then we'll go the next, and then we'll go the next. There will be a couple of times where I'll pop on a biz tip video, and so that will, I've got 6 different little mini training videos in between speakers to kind of help us with transitions. Technology is our friend, and it's a little out of our control. So we're going to put out great vibes that technology works perfectly today. And if it doesn't, we are going to be flexible and we're going to roll with it, and we're not going to stress. All of our teachers that are speaking today are really well prepped, and we've been communicating behind the scenes. So we've got a great day planned for you. I am recording this, and so I will be sharing the playback with everybody who registers. I'm not going to share that until next Monday, because what always happens on every single time we do a summit is you're sitting here like, oh my gosh, my sister or my friend or my client really needed this. And so we're leaving registration open throughout the weekend, and we encourage and we invite you to share that with people that are in your sphere. And then on Monday, we'll send out the playback. It is one long playback. So it is 1 8-hour training. My recommendation for you is that you can watch that in little bits and just kind of come back to it. We will also be editing the videos and releasing them individually on my YouTube channel, but we release them once a week. And so it's going to take some time before you get to all of them. So you can either be really patient and just watch a new one each week for the next few months, or you can watch the whole long thing, or you can just join us live today, whatever works best for you. Okay. I have, I think that was all of my housekeeping assignments. I do encourage you to create connections outside of this event. And so if you have a speaker that really speaks to you, like maybe you are listening to Dakisha, or you're listening to Ada, or you're listening to Monica, or any one of our speakers, you're like, oh, this girl speaks my language. Go find her online. We're going to give you links at the end of each speaker, a link for how they want you to go connect with them. So take action, connect with them, build those relationships. I also want to invite you, and I am going to do a contest contest today. So I want to invite you to connect with me on the platform where I share the most relevant content, which for me is totally YouTube. I release content on YouTube 3 times a week. We have a lot of great business tips and trainings there. So I am actually going to give away 6 different courses to people that go and follow me today on YouTube and comment on one of my videos and say, hey, loving the Women's Success Summit. So 6 different courses, and you're going to actually get to choose what you pick. You can choose between launching your business, you can choose between personal sales skills, or you can choose my marketing course. So you can pick whichever one you want. They're all full courses, and all you have to do is go find me on YouTube. I am Amy Walker Consulting. Go find me, go subscribe to the channel, leave me a comment. You can do that anytime today. I will remind you throughout the day. And we're going to give away 6 courses. And again, you get to choose which one it is. So I look forward to being a part of your life. I look forward to you being a part of my life. And today is going to be a really, really amazing day. Okay, we have just a couple more things before we bring on Keisha. I believe in the power of intention. Every time I take a pause from my life in order to dig into my business and do something like this, whether it's, an online conference or an in-person conference, or even just like a spiritual retreat, I really always go in with a clear and specific set of objectives. So I want you each to take just a minute to pause and think through, what do you want to gain out of your experience today? Is there a question you're hoping will be answered? Is there a challenge or an obstacle that has been stopping you that you're hoping will be removed? Is there a specific piece of knowledge you need? Is there a door that you want opened in your business? And so I want you to get really clear right now, and everybody write it down on your piece of paper. Write down what that objective is for you. What are you hoping to gain from our time together today? And then if you would like to, you're welcome to share. If it's super personal, cool, you don't have to share. But if you would like to share it in the chat, I would love to support you in facilitating that and trying to ask the right questions as I'm doing the interviews to make sure that we get that information for you. Oh, that one's really cool. Really need help with the art of allowing. Monica Ogondo and Monica's one of our speakers, and she actually is going to do a couple of the interviews this afternoon so I can eat lunch. But we were having a conversation with this recently about the art of surrender and not being in control all the time, right? Like that's a little bit tricky. So I love that. That's beautiful. Anybody else have an intention that you want to share with the group? New business strategies to gain clients. Von Griggs, or actually it's probably Von Griggs Laws. Your first name is probably not Von Griggs, but I love that. And actually all of my biz tips are around client acquisition. So we'll definitely cover that in my biz tip videos. Clarity and purpose. Yes. Sometimes the future can just seem a little bit foggy, Cynthia. So I love that. It's like we have the seed of purpose, but you can't see the whole path there all the time. And so opportunities like this, I would encourage you, Cynthia, to write notes, but not necessarily, this is a great instruction I received. Don't write notes on what the speaker is saying. Write notes on the ideas that come to you because of what the speaker says. So instead of sitting there and trying to write down every word that we say, y'all, this is going to be recorded and we're sending you the playbacks. Instead, put your mind in a space of accepting new inspiration and new ideas and write those down. So I love that. Okay, need to develop confidence to promote yourself. I will tell you, every single successful woman in business that I have ever interviewed, Cheryl, is they lack confidence when they start, and confidence is like a muscle. You work it, you grow it, you develop it. And I have always found that through hearing other successful women's stories shared in vulnerability, that it helps me to understand that we're really not that much different. You know, like the difference between you and somebody that you idolize in business is probably a couple of years. Like they're probably just a couple years ahead of you in terms of when they got started and when you got started. So that's a great one. I love it. These are all super beautiful. Okay, Dakisha, are you on today? Would you mind raising your hand so that I can see you and bring you on as a participant? Okay, Dakisha, attendees, raising your hand. Look at you, Miss Well Behaved. Awesome. Okay, Dakisha, I'm going to promote you to a panelist and you're going to disappear and then come back here for just a second. There we go. Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
I am wonderful. I'm excited. You got me all amped up over here. I'm listening in. I was like,
I love it. I love it. Well, I am so excited to get to have you on. Dakisha and I met years ago in another lifetime, and just I was such a fan immediately of what you do, and then we have just followed each other over the years. I feel like I have cheered for your daughter in all of her competition. And she doesn't even know me. She probably would think I'm a creepy stalker. So
that's all right. We all appreciate the support.
Awesome. Dakisha's daughter is a amazing gymnast. You guys should follow her just so you can see all of that. But you should also follow her because of who she is for business. So today we are going to be sharing with you how to promote your webinar and give you tips so that you can have more successful, high converting webinars. Dakisha Williams is the CEO of Visions Enterprise, and Visions Enterprise helps clients with business expansion and infrastructure development. So she has over 20 years of experience in retail management and entrepreneurial development and business strategies, and is really an expert in the art of the high converting webinar. So she's got an MBA degree in finance, and I love this. She has her BA in fashion merchandising. That's super cool. I did not know that about you. That's like a Dakisha fun fact. After 5 years, it comes out.
There you go.
Awesome. Well, we are so excited to have you on today. So let's jump right into webinars. Talk to me about how you got started with helping businesses use the platform of webinars.
You know, it was kind of a life-changing moment, Amy, to be honest with you. And webinars was the vehicle that I was able to use. So I'll kind of give my backstory is the reason why I got into the webinars. And so when I started in business about 8.5 years ago, my kids were a lot younger. Like they were like 5 and 11. And so my daughter says to me, "Do you know that you missed the first week of school 3 years in a row?" And I was like, "No, I didn't." Yeah, I was like, "No, I didn't." She's like, "No, mommy, you missed the first week of school." And you've got kids, so you know that there's only 2 times in the school year that they really like school. That's the first week of school and the last week of school. So you mean to tell me that I'm missing out on one of those? So that was when I realized that something had to change. But it was difficult to make that change because even when I left corporate America, I wasn't in a position where I could be a keynote speaker and I could travel and I could do 5, 7 speaking gigs a month. That was the reason why I left corporate America. I was a district manager. I had 13 locations over 5 states. So I needed another tool. And I was actually I was doing training for another team. And I came across this technology of webinars. And this was the shift from like the teleconference and the conference calls to webinars. Okay. So I'm telling y'all how long I've been in this space. And so I started.
Next, you're going to be talking about 8-track tapes.
I know, right? So I was teaching individuals how to make 6 figures using webinars in their business, like every month. And for the life of me, I could not figure out why these guys were not making any money. And so we challenged our team and we were like, "Look, this is what we're going to do. We're going to do 8 webinars in like 30 days, the same webinar." They were like, "What?" I'm like, "Yes, the same webinar." Amy, when I tell you, we generated $15,000 in 21 days. But wait, it was commission.
Nice.
Commission. Now imagine if we were like promoting and selling our own program. Like I get chills up
Right.
my body when I think about that.
That's amazing. You know what I love so much about your story is it echoes mine, and I feel like it's so relevant for what's going on right now. Because when I started my business, I was 6 weeks away from having baby boy number 5. So I had a newborn, I had an 18-month-old kindergartner, second grader, fifth grader. My
Oh my
husband was
God.
working night, and then he was in school during the day. So like it was me, and I had a nursing baby and another one that was crazy if I was gone. So like there was all these things I couldn't do. And I was looking at it going, I can't travel. I can't do this. I can't do that. Well, what can I do? You know what I can do is webinars.
There you
So
go.
I built my business off of webinars as well. But I will tell you, in talking with you, my system, I wish I had known you then, because my system was so undeveloped with webinars. Like I could get people to get on, but I
Right.
couldn't get them to buy anything. Like that all had to happen after the fact. So when you are working with people on their webinar strategy, what are a couple of things that you wish everybody knew to be more successful?
Oh, wow. That's a good question, because one of the things, if you guys don't take anything else away from the day, one of the things that I need you to understand, it's not just about turning on the camera and sharing your message.
Right.
There is an entire strategy that goes behind producing a profitable webinar. I think I need
Hmm.
to say that again.
You do.
There
Write it
is,
down, folks.
yeah, you guys need to jot this down in your notes. It goes way beyond just getting on any type of platform, regardless of what webinar platform you use. A lot of people think that, oh, I'm just going to do webinars and then I'm going to make sales. There's an entire strategy around the way that you market that webinar to
Yeah.
make sure that you get the right people on that webinar. There's a strategy behind the message that you use in and during the webinar. There's a strategy in how you position your offer in that webinar. So there's a lot of things that actually happen, like you said, behind the scenes in
Mhm.
developing an actual profitable presentation for your webinar. It goes beyond the fancy lights, the fancy camera, and the fancy mic, and
Yeah,
just
you
showing up.
actually could have not a fancy camera, not a fancy mic, not fancy lights, and a really well-written script and outsell.
And I've seen because you know me, I'm logging in and I'm opted into everyone's webinars. So
Uh-huh.
I that in words and the strategy behind the message, and they're converting. They're converting.
I love that. Am I frozen? Can you guys tell me if I'm frozen here? Okay, sorry. I think I froze there for just a second. Am I back?
It seems like it's a little bit.
Yeah, we got a little bit of a lag. I think what I'm going to do is see if I end Facebook and stop streaming, if that will help us. Sometimes Facebook, the stream, makes it go slow.
Ah, okay.
Except now it's not wanting to let me. It's like Facebook's like, no, 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 we are
There it is.
streaming.
It's
Okay, it
gone.
stopped. Are we back? We there? Okay.
Yep.
Well, it would have been cool, but sorry, people at Facebook, you're going to actually have to come and join us here. So, um, one of the things that, and I know that you're right on this, because I had a client who has a massive YouTube channel, and awesome YouTube channel that we're going to actually get to feature this afternoon. And when they launched their first webinar, they had a ton of people registering and nobody converting. And when I watched the webinar, I was like, well, you're not selling. She's like, no, we are right here. I'm like, nah, it's not selling. Like,
Right. What?
like it's, there's a structure that runs through it. So I would say I'm going to tell them what's my number one don't do on a webinar. And I'd love to hear your number one don't do. Okay. My
Okay.
number one thing that I don't want you to do on your webinars is I do not want you to over teach. Like sometimes you put everything on the table, and then you created this amazing DIY student who feels like in their mind they can do it all on their own. But the reality is they can't, because they don't have the support. If they could have done it all on their own, they already would have done it all on their own. But you just fill them with so much volume of info that they think they're good to go. Okay, what's your
Okay.
number one don't do?
No, and I love this one. So y'all pay attention. It's early, so I know I have your attention. Don't be afraid to offer your services.
Yes.
Listen, there is someone out there waiting to work with you, but so an extension you. I think that is so important. A lot of people fear shows up when it's time to turn on that camera.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
And some people say, well, I want to be still listen. And I all the time. If Amy and I were together when social distancing is, and she sees that I have a headache and she doesn't offer me any medicine for my headache, she is doing me a disservice. She is keeping her gifts and her talents to herself. And that's what you do when you do not offer your solution to the problem that they have.
Amen. I completely agree with that. I feel like if you have something that you really truly believe can benefit someone, you have a moral obligation to at least put it out there. Now, it does not mean that everybody buys. It doesn't mean that everybody decides they're going to work with you. You're not going to force anyone to work with you. I think sometimes when we hesitate, it's because we feel like we're shoving the message down someone's throat.
Right.
You're
Yeah,
not.
absolutely.
You're just letting them know it's out there. I mean, honestly, you think everybody knows what you have to offer. They really don't.
They don't.
Unless you educate them on it, they don't actually know what you do.
They do not. And that's why you have to stand confidently and boldly in the solutions and the products and services that you offer. And that's one of the things that I know that we all are going to get out of this summit today is especially right now in this moment and where we are. Like you have to stand strong and be bold in the product and who you are,
Mhm.
and the products and services that you offer.
Yes. And I just want to do a little segue here for the fact that webinars have never been more relevant than they are right now.
Oh,
And so
absolutely.
if you own a restaurant, if you own a salon, if you own a clothing boutique, and you've never ever thought of doing a webinar before, guess what? You could reach all of your customers through a webinar. You could do a girls' night in, and you could be like, if you own a restaurant, you could be actually teaching them how to cook a meal, and then you could be taking delivery option, like pickup orders for Friday night or for the next night, like, because most of them are going to watch because they're
Right.
bored, but they're not actually going to want to cook it. They would rather you cook it, and you can have them call in their orders. If you're a salon, you could get on and you could do a styling video or a tips on trimming your hair from home video. I wish someone would do that for me. I need it. Like, I need it. Or coloring the roots. I mean, everybody right now has got the roots showing. And so, like, you could do that, and you could be demoing products, and you could still be selling products right now. If you have a clothing store, hold a webinar and be like showing styling tips and what's new and how to accessorize and how to dress up your boring whatever you got going on, because people are home and they miss you.
They're
Your
looking for
customers love
information.
you. They miss you. So a webinar right now is a lifeline for businesses that are currently deemed non-essential.
Absolutely. And the thing about it too is that I think they misunderstand is that right now there's so much noise online. When you
Yeah.
host a webinar, you actually are taking them into a private room where you can maintain their attention. And you are
Mm-hmm.
able to share information, relevant information about what it is that you do and educate them. Because one of the things that people don't understand, 67% of the people that you get in front of, number one, they probably never even take into consideration your products and services. And some of you probably never considered a webinar in your business. Some of you
Right.
have heard of it and you thought, well, that may not work in my industry. But now that you're here, you actually will rethink implementing webinars in your business. And so you have to do the same thing in your business. You have to use that webinar in order to educate your audience. That is so.
Absolutely.
Here's what here's what I tell my tribe all the time. And I want you to write this down. I use live streams for awareness and I use webinars for conversion.
Ooh, that's good.
Like,
That's
let me
really
say that
good.
one more time. I use live stream for awareness and I use webinars for conversion. And I know everyone on here today wants to convert
Right.
at the end of the day.
Yeah, because, you know, why are we doing this? It's not just because we want lots of random people liking our stuff. It's because we want clients, you guys. We
Absolutely.
want business. We want sales. We want to be able to know that our family is secure and that we are taken care of. And so that peace of mind comes when you have conversion, when you have sales. So I absolutely agree with you. You're not going to sell a lot over live streams. It's a great way to get people to see what you have to do, get them aware of what you're doing. But if you want actually a designated distraction-free platform to sell, the webinar is a much better way to go. I love it. Well, Dakisha, we are out of time, and I know there's so much more we could share. These interviews go by so quick, but where can our listeners get in touch with you?
Absolutely. Please do me a favor. It's not too many Dakisha C. Williams out there. So hit that facebook.com/Dakisha. Hit the add friend button. I love to connect with every single last one of you. And make sure that you let me know that you joined us here today on the Women's Success Summit. All right.
Awesome. Okay, so Dakisha, we are going to say goodbye to you here.
Thanks again.
Yeah, thank you so much for being here. And we're going to bring on Leslie. So, Leslie, let me go back to, it's funny, I've done this a million times and I always have to remember how to make the changes. So I am going to make you not a presenter. So I'm changing you back to an attendee, Dakisha. And then Leslie, you already have your hand raised. You guys are so on it. I love it. Promoting you to panelist. So you'll appear back here in just a second. Okay, here we are.
Hi.
Welcome.
Welcome. There we are. Now we're all together.
So good to see you this morning, Leslie. How has your day been so far?
Well, it's just beginning, but not bad. I had my coffee, went for a walk, and now I'm here with you guys.
Awesome. Well, we're so excited that you're here. So we'll go ahead and give you your introduction, and then we'll jump right into it. If you are wondering how to expand, can't say it. Start again. Today we're talking about how to expand your business through new market development with Leslie Hassler. So Leslie is a dynamic author, speaker, and business strategist. She guides women-owned service-based businesses into more profits, more cash flow, and more success. And business owners come to Leslie because they're seeking a way to strategically scale their business, stop the money leaks, and get back in control with confidence. So Leslie, we're so excited that you're here with us today. Thanks so much for being on.
Thank you for having me. I'm excited. You've got such a great lineup of people to get today.
I know, they're super cool. The best part about doing these summits is that you get to interview people that you just want to pick their brain.
I know. I that's why I like this. You get to have some fabulous conversations.
Yes.
And meet some really talented people.
Yeah. Okay. So I want to jump right into it because I know these interviews go pretty quickly. Business is crazy right now. I really feel like we went to bed one night and we woke up and the whole world was different. And a lot of business owners are trying to figure out how to stabilize and what to do. So what are you recognizing that business owners need to do right now to kind of stabilize their business?
So we are talking, I almost liken it to football. I've got boys in sports, so I spend a lot of time on sport fields. But, there's defensive maneuvers and there are offensive maneuvers. And really defensively, you've needed to look at your finances, make some cuts, have some challenging conversations. You also need to, what I call, control the story. We're human, we relate to stories, and if we don't hear a story, we make one up in our mind. And so, for everyone, you need to be talking to your team, to your clients, to your vendors, and tell them the story you want to hear. And right now, what's really important for them to hear is, I'm here, let me know how I can help, let's get through this together. And you might have some more candid conversations with your team, but you need to have those conversations. So that's kind of a defensive defensive, offensive, depending how you want to look at it. But you really need to be having those conversations right now.
You know what I like about controlling the story too is that you also need to be careful what stories you let go inside of your head, because I'll tell you, I'm feeling very hopeful about business. Yes, I'm tweaking. Yes, I'm adjusting, but I'm seeing some great things moving and I'm seeing some opportunities out there. And then I get on the news and I see that they're out of money for small business loans. And it's like, everything is terrible. And I have to go pause.
Yeah.
Remember 5 minutes ago when you felt really hopeful and focused and knew where you're going? Let's stick with that story. So I think you have to be proactive about, creating the story and protecting yourself from everybody else's.
Yeah. And I want to frame that because I've been obviously working with my clients and getting those loans. But what I do is also work with bankers and SBA and things like that. That amount that was released, that's the equivalent of 7 years worth of lending. So from a positive standpoint, the fact that 7 years worth of money just came into our economy is tremendous. It is hopeful. And it doesn't necessarily mean that it's the end. It just means that the line is full right now.
Right.
Right. So I think that's really important to understand. And it's almost like sales, right? A no today is not a no forever. Right. And that's truly where we're at. A no today, or it's not going to work today, it does not mean it's a no forever. Like we need to get over this fatalistic
yes, everything's
viewpoint.
So dramatic. If you are listening to the stories online, everything is so dramatic. And if you'll just, I think, have the right conversations with the right people, it's a lot more balanced and it's a lot more hopeful than what we're sometimes seeing online.
Yeah, definitely. And like you said earlier, this surrender, we're not in control of the timeline. We're so not in control of the timeline.
Yeah. It's one of those moments where you look at the things that you can control and you focus on those things. You can control how you show up for your business. So tell us a couple more things that you think they should be looking at to kind of stabilize. And we were talking through the defensive.
Yeah.
Are there more defensive or do you want to shift to offensive?
Well, let's get into offense. We only have a few minutes. So really and truly, you need to be looking at the pivots in your business. I have one client, for instance, who's in recruiting. Half of her pipeline, 3/4 of the pipeline went away and half of the active positions got put on hold. That's a tremendous type of thing because people aren't hiring. The thing is that those clients in those industries aren't hiring, but there are other industries that are. So when you look at really getting down to what is the core of what you do, what is the core problem that you solve, why, what is your why, what's your mission, vision, all those nice fun things, what other audience can you tailor it to? In the speaking world, we say, don't change the talk. We just heard this on the webinar, right? Don't change the talk, change the audience. That's really what we need to be. One of those pivots that you can do in your business is look at things that are typically recession proof. It's the basics, the distractions, the improvements. There are a long list of recession proof businesses that you can look at. How can you serve those industries now? So it really is about opening up to a broader spectrum of the people that you could potentially serve.
I completely agree with that. And the other thing I want to add in there too is you might need to serve the people you're currently serving differently. Their problems have changed, their needs have changed. You might need to adjust your packages, your services, your offerings. And I feel like Ross on Friends lately. I'm like, pivot. We all need to be pivoting right now because there's no end of opportunities as long as you got problems there. If there is a problem out there, there's an opportunity to solve it. And I don't know about you all, but I don't feel like we live in a problem-free world these days. So we've just got to figure out how to adjust and how to find the best opportunities for our business. I think that's really, really wise.
And then you're right there. And I want to make sure people understand this isn't about giving away everything for free or discount, doing like my one-to-one service. It's an investment, but we get huge returns. That's not appropriate for everyone. So I've already looked at, okay, here's this level for this person that wants this, here's this level, and here's how I can serve somebody at any level that they're at. That I think is more what you're talking about. But I see so many people that are going, I can't charge, I shouldn't charge. And that's not necessarily, it's not a great long-term business decision.
Right. Well, and the other thing that I'm very concerned about is the number of sales that I'm seeing popping up, because here's the deal with a sale. A sale is going to cut into your profit margin. So it brings in cash, but
Yeah.
not profitable cash. And you can't do sales and sustain that for the next 6 months, So you've got to figure out, how can I, maybe this is my full service, but maybe I can offer phase one of my full service. And
Exactly.
that would make it a more palatable price point that someone can say, yeah, I can do that right now. And that would be helpful for me. So we just have to be willing to look at our business very objectively. So when you look at developing new products and new
Mhm.
services, because some of our clients are going to need to be doing that right now,
Yeah.
where do you begin? Where do you get started?
So again, we go back to the basics. In the case where I gave you with the recruiter, we said, well, who is hiring? Well, the government's hiring. So within 2 weeks, we put in a plan to be able to take care of governmental contracts. We looked at another thing. Who else is hiring? Healthcare is hiring, right? So when you break down, and you gave some great examples earlier, I've got a good friend that runs 3 restaurants here in town, and she has kids, and her Facebook Lives are all about teaching you how to cook the kids. And that those kinds of extensions really are out of the box thinking. I think if you've ever thought, well, that's not the way we do it, that's not how my industry does it, all of those limitations that you've put on yourself in the past, man, bust through them. Be the one that's going and doing something different. Look at another way to do it. If you want to get really businessy, there's a business model canvas. Redo it for where you've been, and then look at where your new customers, where's your new supply, your vendors, and your partners, and find new ways to do it. I think now, though, is a perfect time to be coming together in community and collaborating, right? That's what makes things like this so successful. And I feel like our past has been all about do it by myself, and our future really is all about doing it with each other.
I completely agree. I love collaboration. The other thing that I really want all business owners to understand is you can't wait this out. I see business owners who are just trying to wait it out. Like, well, if we can just get to April 30th, if we can just get to, May 15th, or whatever that new date is. But what's going to happen is we have this first phase of quarantine, which we're in right now.
Yep.
And then we're going to have the second phase, which is we'll still be asked to limit our exposure. Will still be cautious. People are still, I've got friends who are talking about still homeschooling their kids next fall. And I'm like, oh, please let them go back to school.
I'm with you on that.
They're cautious. And then we're going to have a new norm because consumer behavior will change. So everything that you do right now to make your business relevant will help you be so much farther ahead when we go into that new norm. Because I don't know about all of you, but I feel like there's some things during this quarantine that I'm really digging. There's some things that are nice about it. I like the less distractions. I like having more family time.
Yeah.
I like ordering takeout. There's a lot of things that are nice. And I think that we will find our clients change through this experience. And so you need to get ahead of that. And you can't really just wait out this storm. I don't think you can wait long enough. I think you have to pivot.
And I think to the same extent, you can't work hard enough. Like I see a lot of people that are getting busy and doing all of this energy, almost like the hamster on the wheel that's just gone to turbo mode, right? This isn't about hard work, and it's not about waiting and seeing, but you do need to take the steps to actually plan out how you're going to pivot quick. Some of those things you're going to be able to implement right away, implement them, learn from them. Nobody's expecting you to be perfect now. This is such a fabulous time. You can change everything. You can be imperfect, and you can change your mind as the economy changes, and nobody's going to be faulting you for it. So take advantage of it and take action. I agree. Wait and see is never a great business strategy.
No. Well, and the other thing I love about you saying take quick action is that I think in the last couple of years, we felt like in order to launch anything new, it needed to be a real perfected, beautiful looking launch.
Yeah.
Like, I love that your friend who owns a restaurant is just teaching cooking classes with kids. That's wonderful. And I'm sure they're not professional. And I'm sure that she doesn't have a studio coming in and editing. And, it's not the Red Table Talk with Jada Smith. It's just like getting on there and doing something. And what I want you to all hear is that your clients will love it. like they'll just be excited to see you. They'll be excited to
Yeah.
hear from you. They'll be excited to know that you're still smiling and you're okay. Your clients care about you, and they will, like you're talking about this community, it's a time for us to come together, and people will be forgiving of you putting out good information that doesn't look perfect. I love that.
For sure. Use the partners that you have, and really look for the small opportunities. I think we've been trained to look for the big opportunities so much. Don't discount the 1%, because that 1% compounded over time really is where good, solid change comes from.
I love it. I appreciate your hopeful tone and
Thank
just
you.
giving good, solid business advice. I'd love to ask you one more question, which is,
Sure.
what is your best advice that you have for these entrepreneurs with us today?
I'll go back to the take action with a faith and flexibility kind of attitude. Lead with love in everything that you're doing, even the hardest conversations and the conflicts that kind of pop up. And we'll come out of this. I'm with you.
Yes.
We're coming out of this. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when.
Yeah. And it's temporary, and anytime
is.
you feel like it's getting to be a little bit too much, just remind yourself this is temporary. And I have gotten through many challenges. I will get through this one.
For sure.
So thank you so much, Leslie, for being on with us. Where can our listeners go to connect with you?
Sure. The best place is to go to the smallbizcollaborative.com. So it's smallbizcollaborative.com. In fact, I've got a reboot guide there for anybody that wants a little more step-by-step of how to actually plan pivots and find new products and, take a little action in your business.
Awesome. And I invite you all to go take advantage of that, because there's never been a better time to pivot. And if some of you are like, well, I know I need to pivot, but I need some ideas, she's just offering you a guide to help you figure out what that next pivot looks like.
It's a good
awesome.
one. Thank you.
Awesome. Well, we so appreciate you being on. So we're going to go ahead and move you back to being a attendee, and then we will bring on our next speaker here. So thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you.
Okay. Change role to attendee, and then let's get our next speaker up here. Sorry, my computer is not behaving. Okay, so our next speaker is going to be the amazing Megan Norp. So Megan, if you can raise your hand, I'll go ahead and bring you up. Megan, here's your hand. Love it. Okay, Megan, promoted to panelist. You are official. We'll get you up here. Okay. All of you who are listening in so far, I'd love for you to just type in the chat. Let us know what your takeaways are, even in just our first two talks. I feel like there's so much good, juicy stuff. Megan, so awesome to see you this morning. Thanks for being on with us.
Yes, that was really, really great. I really loved hearing what you and Leslie were talking about and what you had to say. I'm excited.
Awesome. I'm excited too. So, Megan, we are so happy to have you on with us. Megan is one of my longtime clients and friends, and I'm always excited when I get to interview her. So today we are talking about how to live life intentionally with the amazing Megan Norp. Megan is a YouTube daily vlogger who posts videos with her and her family on the channel Norp and South. You should all go subscribe to it because it's just such a fun, inspiring channel. And you and your whole family will become shortly addicted, but it's a good addiction. So they have over 250,000 subscribers. They've got a family of 11. They've traveled the country in an RV. They've traveled the world, and they just really share their experience of living life on their own terms. They began their YouTube channel in January of 2016. Of her 9 children, 5 are adopted. She's got some special needs kids in there. She owns and operates a thriving doTERRA essential oils business, and they really just live such a positive, full, rich life. And so I think this is the perfect topic to be covering with you today, Megan, is just living intentionally. We're excited that you're here.
Thanks. I'm really excited to be here. Excited to
Awesome.
be here during these times too, because I think it is a really great time to be talking about this thing.
You know, it's so interesting because the responses, like the longer the quarantine goes on, I feel like our responses to it are getting more and more divided. You've got the people who are like, it's a complete conspiracy, and the people who are like, it's the end of the world, and the people who are like, this is the best break I've ever had. And, you know, it's like all these really different, strong reactions that are coming. I'm kind of like, well, it's probably everything. So
Yeah, same.
we're
It
just
could be
here.
all of the above.
We're here, we're living, we're figuring it out. So, but I will tell you, I think it has caused a lot of people to really assess their lives, myself included, and go, was I living my life intentionally? Was I really living the way that I wanted to be? So I'd love to just start off with your definition. What does it mean to live life intentionally?
Yeah, and before I go there, I was on the phone last night with a friend saying, while there's lots of things that have been difficult about this, the best part has been that I get to decide every single day what I'm going to do. I don't
Mm-hmm.
have to take anyone anywhere. There really aren't any meetings, those sorts of things, at least for me and for, the friend I was talking to, and how much more I feel that I get to be in control of my life. And then we thought, well, why don't we feel that way all the time? And what can we pull from that into once this thing is over? But yeah, I think living life intentionally is really just being on purpose all the time. That the reason that you do things isn't because that's the way it's always been done, or not because that's what you're supposed to do, or because that's what your parents did, or because that's what is expected of you. You're doing these things because that's what you are choosing to do. You are intentionally moving forward with everything in your life, because it follows the purpose or the goals that you have set for yourself.
You know, it is so interesting because I have a tendency, and I've always admired this about you. You've always been really good at saying, well, that's what you tell me I have to do. Well, I'm going to do what I want to do. Like, what do I want to do? And I tend to have this like internal operating system that is a lot of have tos. I have to do this. I have to do this. I have to do this. I have to do that. And the funny thing about it is, I make them all up. You know what I mean? Like,
Mm,
it's just me. Like, I put all this pressure on. It's not coming from anywhere else. It's really coming from me. And I think that's true for all of us, that when we buy into the have tos, at some point you got to be honest and say, why am I allowing that to be a have to? Says who? How did you make that switch, or have you always just been wired that way?
I think we all struggle for our own reasons with choosing to do the things that we want to do, or living with intention. And it might be that you just feel like there's some have tos. It might be because you don't trust yourself. You don't know that you are worthy of being able to make those decisions. For me, I think it was a little bit easier because I never really succeeded at the mainstream system. I didn't do well in school. I was often in trouble. I wasn't, I didn't have a bunch of boyfriends and, Mrs. Popularity. And so when you already know you're not going to win, it's like, well, what else could you do? What do you actually want to do? And so I think that was probably part of it. But I know that even for me, I have to constantly have people that I talk with that help me work through some of those have tos. And you were one of them. I remember when we started working with you, there were several things that I said, I don't want to do these things, but I have to. And you questioned a lot of those for me. I think everybody needs someone in their life that they can work through those things with, because we have layers and layers and layers of them.
Yep. It is so true. And it's so much easier sometimes to help someone else with theirs than it is with your own. Because I remember some of
Absolutely.
those conversations. You're like, everybody's asking me to do this. How much should I charge for it? And I was like, $1 million, because you would hate it. So don't do it.
It's
Let's
so
just for
true.
$1 million.
Yeah,
So,
and I think
yeah. Okay. I do have to say, I'm super curious on what you got in trouble for in school, though. Talking in
oh,
class.
I was always in trouble for talking too much, for not, my desk was always a disaster, just a disaster. I never had a pencil or a piece of paper. I had a seventh grade teacher that announced to the class, everybody, I want you to look at Megan, because when she grows up, she's just going to be digging ditches. She's not going
Oh,
anywhere.
that is so terrible.
Yeah.
I wish you could find that teacher and be like, so here's what I've done. Amazing business, amazing family.
Yeah, I
Crazy.
think, I don't know. I think about that and how all of us have people though that say those things to us or give us that feeling like that we're not going anywhere. And for me, I think it made me angry. I think it probably also made me afraid, but it made me angry enough to create a fire in my belly along, other people have said those sorts of things, and to say, well, I'm enough of a rebel that I'm going to prove you wrong, that sort of thing. So I might actually thank her if I saw her again for putting that fire in my belly.
That's amazing. One of the questions as we were starting off was talking about, how do you find the confidence before we got kickstarted? And I was asking people, what are their intentions? There's a tension around how do you find the confidence? So, you've made this bold decision. I remember when you were leaving to go live on the road in an RV with 11 kids and travel and film it for the year. I remember thinking that is such a bold decision. How did you find the courage to do that?
I think that's a really great question, because I wasn't courageous. I was terrified. I was a wreck. I had just enough courage to do it. And, but I think it was a complete disaster. I thought, what if I'm destroying my life? What if everything's going to fall apart? What if we just make an embarrassment of ourselves because we get out there and 2 weeks in, we hate it, and we just got rid of everything, and now we have this RV. And so I think that one of my favorite things to tell people is that when you are living life with intention and going for things and making big changes, you're on the right track if you're terrified and you're like when people say, like, I don't know, I tried to do it, and I just was so stressed, and it just, it's like, well, welcome to the club. And so Mike and I had rules like, we're not going to talk about this decision after 9 o'clock at night, because after 9 o'clock at night, you're like, what are we doing? I have no idea why we decided to do it this way. But what happened when we did leave, because we had a big house, we had 9 kids, and this living in a great town, and we moved into this 250 square foot thing and left. What happened was that all of these have-tos were suddenly gone. We didn't have a mailbox. So we weren't getting anything in the mail. We weren't connected to any group. We weren't taking any lessons. And so we completely detached ourselves from mainstream living. And it gave us this great perspective to look back and say, like, we'll go back eventually. And when we do, what do we actually want to plug back into? And so that was amazing for us. And it was like, we got outside of the box and said, okay, I don't want to get back in that box again. I want to do things differently from here on out. And so obviously living in the RV was differently, but I wasn't going to do that forever. And here we are in that same circumstance right now. We are outside of our box. We don't have to feel guilty anymore about all the things we're not doing, because we're not legally allowed to do them.
Right.
But we will eventually be able to do them again. And so we have a choice. Do I go back and just go back to everything as it was, which would be pretty easy? Or do I go back and say, you know what, let's put this on hold. Let's spend the next little bit of time here asking ourselves what we actually really want. I know that we were doing these lessons and maybe this sport, or maybe we were, spending our time doing this, but what do we really want out of life? What do we want life to look like every day? And I think that like Leslie was saying, and you were saying before, that's an amazing gift for all of us to say, hold on, is this actually what I want? Because everything's going to be different on the other side if I want it to be. It can be, and it can be so much better than it was before.
You know what? I have to say, I needed to hear this, because as much as I'm, praying that everyone will get healthy and businesses will be able to open again, there is a part of me that's afraid of when we go back, because I don't want to pick it all back up again. I really don't. Like, there are parts of our life that we're so insanely busy with kids running everywhere. And, we have 5, we don't have 9, but they were all over the place all the time. And there's like a part of my soul that's like, no, I want to sit down with them for dinner each night. Like, I want that. But I'm a little nervous about when we go back and all of the pressure comes back. So I love that. That was probably helped other people, but it was for me. So thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, so we are just about out of time, even though I feel like we could have this conversation forever. What, it's sometimes I feel like I've had seasons of my life where I'm living really intentionally, and then all of a sudden I'll realize that I'm not, that I've fallen into like it requires such a high level of consciousness. How do you keep your finger on that to know if you're in that zone? And do you ever fall in and out?
I think there's no way that you because if you're truly going to live life intentionally, that means that you're going to be changing because you change, because your circumstances change. And so there's no way for you just to say, okay, this is the life I'm going to lead, and then just put it on autopilot. So there are going to be times when you say, you know what, this served me before, but I'm not happy. And I think the best way to keep your finger on that is how much joy you're experiencing. And I think sometimes you feel like that's a selfish way of approaching life or an unrealistic way of approaching life. But if you just feel constantly like, you know what, I just don't ever feel like I'm really finding joy in my life anymore. I think that's a really great way to say, so we need to change some things up. And the hardest part is that we have this culture that says change is bad. We value so much the stick-to-itiveness of people, and we definitely kind of trash talk people who change. Like, oh, he's gone, he's had so many jobs over the last few years. We don't talk about how maybe even though he had 5 different jobs over the last 5 years, he always provided for himself and his family. And we don't value exploration. And so I think you're going to have to get comfortable with judgment. And as you are on your journey and searching for joy and searching for fulfillment, but I think you are going to have judgment anyways. You're going to have stress anyways. You cannot get out of life without stress and unhappiness. That's just not possible. And without hard work, it's just, do you want to choose that you're working hard and feeling stressed in pursuit of the life that would bring you joy? Or is it because you really are joyless and you're just going through the motions of a life that somebody else is telling you should live? So I think
I love that.
if you're going to choose either one, you might as well choose the one in pursuit of happiness.
You know what? I love that because it is true. There's no path free of work and free of challenge. And so you might as well just work towards what you really want. If you're going to have challenge, let it bring you a good result at the end. I love it. That's beautiful. Well, Megan, where can people go and connect with you?
We are always on YouTube. You can come and find us there, and you can watch us constantly changing and doing new things as a family over there at YouTube with North and South.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. We appreciate your time. I know how busy you are.
Love you, Amy. Thank you so much for helping us have the courage to do that and being there all along the way.
Oh gosh, you're so welcome. I loved being a part of it. There's some businesses that you just get to put your hands on and forever, like that was fun. And yours is totally one of them. So thank you. All right, we're going to move you back to being an attendee, and then we're going to go ahead and bring up our next guest here. So everyone, just give me 1 second to make this adjustment. Okay, so our next guest is Angela. So Angela, let's get you to raise your hand here, and then I will pull you up. Okay. I have to switch back and forth between screens. It gets a little confusing. Okay, Andrea, can you go ahead and raise your hand so I can find you easily and quickly? I am not seeing you. Okay. All right. While we're looking for I am so on 2 different screens. Okay, so while we are looking for Angela Bonafonte, we are going to I feel like we've already had so many great things. Okay, Angela, now I see you. I feel like we have had so many great things already. And I want to tell you, I'm excited about everything that's coming for today. So if you could do me a favor and just give some love to our speakers in the chat. Tell them what you're learning, what you're appreciating, because already I feel like I've gotten some answers to things I'm looking for. And Angela, welcome. We're so excited to have you with us today.
Thank you. I'm so excited to be here.
And I love your background.
Oh, thank you.
So we actually, we're at a friend's office space today because we did not want the internet like,
Right.
with
Yeah.
all of the kids at home doing school and all of the noise. And so
Yes.
I have
I locked everyone upstairs, and they're all instructed not to come down here, but I will say there's no guarantee.
yes, but here's the thing. We're all learning that there is no guarantee that it's
There
not
is
going
not.
to get interrupted. So
There is not.
we're so excited to have you on with us today. Thank you for your time and for being willing to come and be here. We are going to be, we're excited. We're going to be talking about resilience as an entrepreneur. What does it mean to be resilient, and how do you bounce back after hard times? So
Yes.
Angela Bonafonte, we're so excited you're here. She's an experienced interior design professional who believes that every space should be a true reflection of the family or the person who lives there. So Angela is the design biz coach, and she's passionate about the success of others and really learning and sharing the business behind design. So Angela, we're so excited that you're here today, and we want to hear your business information, and then we also want to hear where you get all of your cool stuff that's behind you. Because I'm looking at your back, I'm like, I want
one of those. I love the leaves and like the wood.
We can do that. We can do that.
I love texture. Like natural texture to me just makes me happy. Like good textury wood, I'm like, that's my jam.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're asking about my business and when it started and that kind of thing.
Yeah,
So,
let's hear about how you got started.
Okay. About 10 years ago now, I had spent 21 years in pharmaceutical sales. And while I was doing that, I was remodeling houses and just fell in love with design. And so I decided to quit my pharmaceutical job and start an interior design business just as the recession we were still in the recession, starting to come out of it.
Mm-hmm.
And everyone said I was nuts. No one believed I would be successful, including every single person in the marketplace in my city who told me I would not be successful.
And here you are.
Well, and so I just think that when you have a passion and you want to do something, you're going to find the right mentors, you're going to find the right people, you're going to find the right information. And I believe that you just fail until you succeed. You just fail
Mm-hmm.
and fail and fail until you succeed. And that's what my whole philosophy is in business.
I love it.
Yeah.
And if you had that philosophy, obviously resilience is what bounces you back after failure. So you've probably gotten a lot of practice with it, which I love.
Yes.
So how do you define resiliency and kind of like, let's kind of take that topic and say this is what it is to start with.
Sure. So resiliency is the ability to bounce back and stretching, so to speak. So if we think of ourselves like a rubber band, and you have this little rubber band and you stretch it to maximum capacity, you're going to stretch and stretch and stretch and stretch, right? But then you're going to come back to normal. And this ability to stretch and to sort of reach beyond our limits. And then when we come back, we might even be a little bit bigger than we were before because we have more space in there because we've grown, we've developed. And so if we picture ourselves, for instance, with this COVID-19, right?
Mm-hmm.
We're going through this incredibly stressful period where a lot of people's businesses are not bringing in the income they used to have. We have our children at home being homeschooled. We have moms trying to homeschool and work and clean and cook and the whole thing. But what resiliency allows us to do is to go through these times and then come out of them stronger and better in the end.
Yes.
Right?
Yep.
Because life is going to give us tons of obstacles, tons of challenges, tons of failure. We're going to have it. We're all going to suffer. That's our one common thing. It doesn't matter who you are, where you live, what your socioeconomic category is. We're all going to have this. And so resiliency is more about being able to say, okay, I can do this. I can overcome. I just don't know how to do that yet, but I'm going to get there.
You know, I love so much about this resiliency conversation because let's be honest, you guys, challenge in business is not new. All of us have experienced it. Challenge with health is not new. All of us have experienced it. But I think the thing that's really interesting and defining right now is that we're all going through this massive challenge at the same time, which then kind of magnifies it. Like when I look at just the challenges that I have on my plate, it feels doable and hopeful. But then when we plug into like the magnitude of everyone around the world, that's where it kind of starts to feel overwhelming. And yet really all we need to manage is our own world. I can't solve everybody's problems for them. We can love them, we can care for them. And so when we're looking at this kind of really unique time of challenge, how do you recommend that people develop the skill to become resilient so that they can manage their own life and their own business and figure out what comes next?
Well, and that's what's really interesting. So I think that there are probably 3 different skill sets that people can develop on. I know they can develop them. It's not even a question you can develop them. It's just a matter of knowing how to develop them, right?
Right.
And the number one thing I talk about a lot is the opportunity mindset. And so what the opportunity mindset is it doesn't matter what obstacle is sitting right in front of you, behind that, on the side of that, around that, somewhere there is opportunity.
Yes.
And that opportunity mindset will give you the hope and the possibility that you need during times of great distress. And so what we find with optimism, and it doesn't mean, I think a lot of people are sitting out there going, I'm not an optimist, I'm a pessimist, right? And I'm not necessarily saying you have to be this optimistic mindset like all the time. I'm saying you're seeking opportunity in whatever negative situation presents itself. So let me give you an example of this. A good friend of mine owns a large number of restaurants, a $266 million business, right? I watched his interview on CNBC. And it's Cameron Mitchell Restaurants. And something that he said stuck with me. He said, I went from 266 million and 4,500 employees one day to 7 employees and 0 income the next day. And instead of focusing on that, he said, I built this business from the ground up 26 years ago, and I'll do it again if I have to.
I love that.
So he's already thinking about what he's going to need to do to rebuild. He's not stuck in the tragedy that he could be stuck in of what has happened, right?
Right.
And he's the type of person who always thought about his people who work for him more than himself. So this has got to be heart-wrenching for him.
Yes,
so it's
absolutely.
basically a plasticity. So the brain itself is it just expands. We can retrain our brain at any point in our lives. And it's creating this new way of thinking. It's stopping ourselves when we get stuck in sadness. And it's okay to have those emotions, recognize them. You're sad, you're angry, you're hurt, you're whatever emotion you're having. Those are normal. But it's then saying, what is this emotion witnessing to me in this moment? Like, what's under that emotion? What am I afraid of? What do I need? And it's starting to ask, what do my clients need? What does my family need? And then where that overlap is the opportunity. So there always is opportunity in the future. And
I love that. I feel like that opportunity and challenge are the same, like different sides of the same coin. That anytime, and one of the things that I've been suggesting to clients is just ask yourself some questions like, okay, what does your client need right now that they can't get?
Correct.
What would make their experience more joyful during quarantine? What are their urgent needs that they have? And, those did not go away and they did not lessen. And so there's absolutely great opportunity for you to be able to fill those needs as long as we can pivot and we can adjust. So I love that you're looking for the opportunities as well.
Yeah. So it's that mindset and mastering that mindset and going to that mindset quickly when you're faced with your obstacle, which obstacles teach us, right? They teach us about life. And I would say 100% of the time when you have faced a great obstacle, and I say this from experience, I've gone through divorce. I've had breast cancer as an entrepreneur. I have had family issues that have gone on in the background for many years that, kids that struggle, things that happen. And I say this not because I know it's attainable. I say it out of experience that when you're faced with these obstacles, you will be stronger on the other side of it. So
absolutely,
do not feel defeated. Do not allow that lie to set in and be part of who you are. So then the second thing that I think people need to have is an actionable vision. And so vision is really about dreaming, right? So instead of staying in the fear, in the unknown, what is life going to hold? Am I going to be here? Is my business going to be here? Are we going to survive this? Let's dream for a little bit about the possibility of the future and what that would look like for you. What do you need? What does your family need? All right, so let's put that in there. What do you think you can do today to move in the direction of that business. So you create your vision or you create your life. And I know Megan was talking about this last thing about, you know, and in what she said that I really thought was awesome is what served me in the past is not making me happy today. Right.
Yes.
And I think
Give
we
yourself
all
permission to evolve and to change and
correct.
not pinpoint yourself and say, I have to stick with this forever because I wanted it at one point.
Correct. And so that is the beauty of the opportunity that we've been given inside of COVID-19, I think. And then what you said about not wanting to go back to the way it was. I don't want to go back either. And I've said that over and over again. There's a part of me that, yes, wants to go back and be working more. And then there's a part of me that says, I don't want to be in the rat race any longer. I want to have a better balance in my life. And I think these are the gifts that we've been given in COVID-19 is this ability to really take a step back and take a look at what we want our lives to be. And that vision is about creating that for our lives. But then
well, you know what's so interesting about it is that every single one of our businesses started with a vision. That's how we even got where we are, right? And so now the picture around us changed. And it's just a great time to really reassess our vision and clarify. And, you know, maybe you were running off of that old vision that was 2 or 3 years old anyway, and it needed an update anyway. So now's a beautiful time to take a look at it and just say, and I have done the same thing and I've loved it. I love being able to really look at it and say, okay, what do I really love? And what are the things that, you know, because I've had clients canceled just like everybody has. And a couple of them I was like, that's probably good. You know?
Yeah, so that worked out for the best, probably.
It worked out. And that's going to give me space to free up what I want to do next and things I've been wanting to pursue, but holding back. So I think vision is the beginning of any wave of growth. And so this idea that we have to, you know, refigure out what it's going to look like is not a negative. It's such a blessing. It's such a gift to us that we get to create that way. I mean, I know this is a little soapboxy, but in no other time in history would we as women have been able to have the resources and the options to just be able to say, wonder what I want my life to look like, and then go out there and do it. Like, that is amazing. All of the women throughout history, we're the only ones who get that. That's amazing.
It is amazing. And this vision is the basis of creation, right? So as an artist, and artists are often, you know, pulled to go outside of their ways of thinking. Well, all of us are being called to do that now, right? To think of something new. And within our own client bases, within our own families, people are telling us what they need. We just have to pay attention.
Yes, absolutely.
And serve them in what they need. And that can be part of our new vision.
I love it. So we got your 2 tips. Did we get the third one in there? I feel like there was 5 million tips within those 2.
Probably.
So much good stuff.
Sorry. Is it too much?
Good. I love it. I love it. I get in these conversations and I'm like, I want to talk about this forever. And then I look at the clock. I'm like, oh, tip number 3.
So the pivot, and the pivot is all about what you said. It's being able to recognize that something is not working any longer and you need to change direction. And the faster that you can assess that, determine your next steps, and move on, the more successful you will be in any situation. It's letting go of what's no longer working. And I say that because failure is our teacher. And these types, no one could have predicted what we're experiencing right now, right? We can't have a contingency plan for this. So we have to create our contingency plan today. And the ability to be able to pivot with speed and agility will be the businesses that succeed today.
Yes.
In the face
Those who pivot best are the ones who are going to come out of this the strongest. There's no question about that.
Right. And like some of the things that, you know, we need to think about are just doing things a little differently. We're still serving maybe the same audience, but doing things in a different way even.
Absolutely. Well, I love it. This has been a wonderful conversation. So, how can, Angela, our listeners go and get in touch with you? What's the best way to get connected?
Sure. Well, I have a website, designbizcoach.com. And I've also got Angela Vaughn, AB Kitchen Design. So either of those websites will have my phone number and contact information, of course, Facebook. But my name is difficult, I know.
Awesome.
So,
and we just put that in there. And I can also see that you've got a resiliency clarity session. And so I just encourage, if any of you, if this is making your heart sing like it's making mine sing, go ahead and get in contact with Angela Bonafonte. And thank you so much for being on with us today. We really appreciate your time.
Having me, Amy. Bye-bye.
Awesome. Okay, so now we're going to do our little dance where we move our panelist back to attendee. See you later, Angela. And then Sean, if you can raise your hand so I can go ahead and get you on here. Our next speaker is coming up. We're looking for her right now. There you are. Okay, Sean LaShawn. Okay. Promote to panelist. And we'll get you up here. Hey. Oh, it looks like your mute is on.
Cool.
There we go. Welcome. How are you today?
I'm doing wonderful. And you?
I'm so good. I'm so excited to have you here with us today.
Me too.
So this is LaShondia Sean Pounds,
Mhm.
and we are going to be covering some great stuff. So I'm excited. I'll go ahead and introduce you, and then we'll jump right in. Sound good?
Yep.
Awesome. Today we are talking about entrepreneur mindset, how to be a great leader with Sean Pounds. Sean is the all-star CEO of the Savvy Business Chick, and it's a C-level executive consultant with over 25 years of unparalleled success, expanding across marketing, healthcare, and finance industries. Leveraging her information, her education, and extensive professional experience, she has been able to be a CEO of a multi-million-dollar pediatric nursing agency. She's no stranger to leading in business and being an architect and creating great businesses, brands, and culture. So we're so excited to have you on with us today. Thanks for being here.
Thank you for having me, and I really appreciate you doing this for everyone who will watch it now or watch it in the future. Just to think, a virtual conference, like the last panelist was saying, this is a great opportunity to let new ideas just bloom.
Yes, that's one of the things that I love. And I got to tell you, one of my favorite things is bringing together brilliant businesswomen and just having conversations, because good stuff always comes out of it. I feel like if we could put a room of really brilliant businesswomen together long enough, we would solve every problem in the world. Like, not even joking.
Exactly.
We just get stuff done and the ideas start flowing. So we're so excited to have you on today. I'd love to hear a little bit about how you got started in your business.
That's great. And it's actually tied into my message about having an entrepreneur mindset. So at the age of 26, I was out of work. I left.
That is the best start of so many businesses, right? There was no job, so figure it out.
I was out of work, and actually I was in merchant banking. So after I graduated from college, I went into work with stockbrokers, and then I went into, I guess, that next level of finances. And I got this dream job working with an amazing team, and then some things fell apart.
Mm-hmm.
And I was really devastated because I wanted to return back to corporate America. I had taken like a mini break, and I was looking for my next step. And to be honest with you, I went to church. And I was sitting in probably like the third row, and kind of like passively listening because I was just thinking about what just happened to me a couple of days ago. Right. And then I received like an amazing word from God that I was supposed to start a business. So I was like, okay, cool. But the thing is, I thought it was going to be one thing, and it ended up being another. So I had all these skill sets in sales and marketing, and I even was a pretty good creative writer. So I thought it was going to be in writing or creating novelty books. And then, like, suddenly a mentor appeared. And so I'm such an advocate of mentors. So a mentor appeared, and I ended up helping her. So by helping someone else with their business, I got mentored into starting my own business.
I had that same story. It's such a powerful thing that, and I think sometimes people look at working inside of another entrepreneur's system as like, oh, I'm not doing it on my own. I'm like, no, that's the best training ground, because you get to see the inner workings of what it looks like to really be a successful entrepreneur. I learned so much from those years of working inside someone else's system, and I got paid to do it. It's awesome.
Exactly. Got paid to do it, and it was the grit that I needed to stay
Mhm.
motivated, because one thing that you have to constantly work on in being an entrepreneur is not being an employee.
Yes.
Not being an employee,
It's
you're
so different, right? Like it's
yes.
such a different mindset. So I want to shift into that because I feel like that employee mindset was trained and ingrained in us from the time we were children. And then you start as an entrepreneur, but it still is with you. What are some of the differences that you see between thinking like an employee and thinking like an entrepreneur and a leader in your organization?
Well, when the mistakes I've made in thinking like an employee is that I focused on the work versus, okay, what lies ahead in the future.
Mm-hmm.
So I had to constantly be reminded, and I would say by the fifth or seventh year being in business, I started to get you need to work on your business and not in your business. So you
Right.
need to start looking at the future, like, okay, what do I want this to look like? Okay, this product or this service is looking really well. And when you're in an employee mindset, you love the results. You're like, oh wow, we just gained a new client. And so you focus on work, you focus on the operational part, but you don't focus on the vision part. And you don't begin to ask, what is the next step? What does the next level look like? And so many businesses have gone out of business because they weren't looking into the future. I was I
Yes.
was looking at, several things on Instagram, and one of the stories was how Blockbuster had an opportunity to buy Netflix.
I
And
know. And they were like, no, everybody likes coming to the store. They see their friends and their neighbors when they're here. No one
ex-
wants to just get things at home. And now we're like, what? I have to put on pants to go get a video? That's crazy.
exactly. And so that would be a great example of having an entrepreneur mindset, of looking into the future. What do I want the future of my business or brand to look like? And like I said, when we are in our employee mindset, we're satisfied with the results. We're like, okay, this quarter looks good. Okay, we finally got this system down pat. And although those things are very important, you don't you're surprised when change happens. Hence COVID-19. You're surprised when change happens. I mean, well, COVID-19 actually is a little bit different. I mean, no one would kind of
Yeah,
expect.
we couldn't foresee this one. But I know what you're talking about because as an employee, you like stability and you like predictability and you like to know what's coming. But as an entrepreneur, your job is innovation. Your job is to be able to look ahead and say, what am I doing today? What are the actions I'm taking today that are building my tomorrow? And I have found that it's really easy to get lost in the squeaky wheel tasks of your business, to get into your email first thing in the morning and go, I need to do this for this person and this for this person and this for this person. And pretty soon your day is eaten up by other people's priorities. Whereas your, entrepreneur priorities of, I have a vision and I have an idea of something that I can create that will be great tomorrow. Nobody cares if that gets done today. So there's nobody holding like a timeline or, holding your feet to the fire. And it takes a lot of discipline to make those the higher priority task. So, Sean, how have you done that? Like, how have you made that sacred space of, I am working on my future and nobody's going to distract me from it? Do you have any tips there?
I do. Well, I started off by saying mentor. So I myself have a mentor. That mentor that got me started in business, um, she she passed, and I really felt the gap after she
Mm-hmm.
left, because when things would come up, I wasn't able to ask, what's the blueprint?
Right.
Mentors are kind of like cheat codes. Like, okay, all right. And even though the situation may be a little bit different, they can give you like a blueprint of, okay, this is how you can handle it. Also, I found that being around other business owners helped me to remember that I am a business owner too.
Right. Yes. We're
And
not just working for ourselves. We've got to, can I just say too, that if we honestly just make our business a job, the worst job ever because it's just the worst job ever. It's so much easier if you're going to treat your business like a job to work for somebody else than it is to do for yourself. So we have to transition. If we're going to be happy as entrepreneurs, we really have to transition into thinking of ourselves as that CEO and that's that company owner.
Right. And just to circle back with my startup story, I was 26 when I got started. So interestingly, a lot of my clients, when I would meet them at first, the first thing they would ask me is, how old are you? And so I kind of needed like other business owners to navigate through, okay, that space of being a young entrepreneur. And they also helped me, like I said, to stay focused on the goal. The goal is building your business, building your brand, building valuable connections with my clients. And then as a leader, I left that in the hands of my team. So as a leader, I was constantly training my team. And I trained them to the point of which a lot of entrepreneurs may be scared to do. What will happen if I wasn't here? And so, you know, I had to invest in them, you know, because if I'm not there, or if I want that freedom to go to Hawaii or go, you know, when I went on my honeymoon, I had to be confident that my team, my staff knows what they're doing.
Yep.
So mentorship is really important. I have a phenomenal mentor right now. It's actually a duo. It's basically a husband and wife, and they are in the UK, and they have a perfect balance for me that is not only business, but it's also relationship. So, you know, people are constantly looking for that work-life balance. I'm able to see what that looks like with managing multiple businesses and running a family, and, you know, being spirit centered.
Yeah.
And so it's like God is like just helping me out. Like, okay, first I gave you someone to help you get started. Now I'm giving you someone that's going to sustain you. So you need to look for mentors, and sometimes people can mentor you in their books. Like, you know, maybe it's an author that you always read, and they give you very helpful tips. So they can mentor you through your books. You may not never meet them, but they can mentor you through your books. Next, like I said, being around other entrepreneurs helped me when there were like obstacles, and maybe they went through something similar, and then we would discuss it, and I would say, okay, so this is something common that, you know, maybe certain businesses go through. But when you're thinking like an employee, you get really stuck. You don't know what to do, and you can only focus on the problems versus that there is a solution. This is all a part of doing business.
Absolutely. And, you know, I love that you're talking about mentorship and having the right network of people to plug in with, because you should not go into entrepreneurship alone. It's like think of it like a bad neighborhood that you got to go in there with your crew that's going to keep you safe and keep you protected, because there's a lot of risks when we step in. So this has been a wonderful conversation. I so appreciate you being on. For our listeners that want to get connected and plug in with you, what's the best place for them to go?
The best place for them to go right now is to connect with me on LinkedIn, and also on LinkedIn, you can find me at LaShondia Sean Pounds, or you can also connect with me on Instagram at Savvy Business Check, and that's SAVVY Business Check.
Awesome. Well, we will put both of those into the comments. We appreciate you being on. Thank you so much for your time. And I am going to go ahead and wave goodbye. If you guys can, while we're saying goodbye to Sean, if you can let her know in the comments what has been your big takeaways, and then I'll make this change here. Thank you so much for coming on.
Yeah, no problem. Bye.
Okay, and then we are going to pull up our next speaker, which is Leslie. No, not Leslie. We already did Leslie. Okay, here we go. Okay, Christina, welcome. Christina, if you want to go ahead and raise your hand, I will find you real quick here. And then there you are. make you a panelist. Welcome. Hey, Christina, how are you?
Hi. I couldn't get my
Yay! Got sound. It's been a long time since I've seen you. It's so good to see you again.
Good to see you too. This is great. Good for you for doing this right now.
Yeah, I just think it's a great time. I would still have preferred not to have COVID, but hey, if it makes our event feel more important and powerful, we'll roll with it, right?
Good for you. Yeah.
Awesome. Okay, well, I'm going to go ahead and introduce you and our topic today, and then we will jump right into it. Today, we're going to be teaching you how to pitch a story to the media with Christina Davies. Christina is a DIY PR strategist. She's the best-selling author of PR for Anyone, and it's 100 plus affordable ways to easily create buzz for your business, and the #1 best-selling book, The DIY Guide to Free Publicity. She knows how to have no resources for hiring and advertising her PR firm and then be able to get herself out there. She's appeared in over 1,000 local and national news and media outlets, including The Steve Harvey Show, Dr. Oz, The Today Show, local affiliates of NBC, ABC, CBS, Fox. She's been in magazines like Forbes and Success, Entrepreneur Magazine, SiriusXM Radio, The Washington Post, and so many other places. And she's also a regular contributor on Good Morning Washington. So, Christina, we're so excited for you to come on today and just share with us your formula. And I'm really excited because we did a training like this together a few years ago, and I still send that recording to people.
Oh.
Been a few years. So, we both have different hair now. It's time to update the conversation so that I can have a new one to send. Because I just love your strategies and how you teach people to utilize PR. So thanks for being on with us.
Yeah, no, this is great. I get super excited about this because it works. And when we first met, I was probably early on in all of this. So it was kind of like, I know it worked for me, but wasn't 100% sure. And now I knock on wood every time I say this, but it's been 7 years and nobody has ever called me and said, Christina, I did everything you said and it didn't work.
Nice.
So it works.
It works. We're excited about it. So, the media is incredibly powerful for our business. And I think the inexperienced company, it's really expensive if you don't know how to go after it. Like hiring a PR person, that can be really pricey. Or if you call and pitch to the show and you pitch to the wrong department, they patch you in with the sales department. And then they're like, oh, we'd love to have you on. It's $5,000. And you're going, oh. So how can you kind of just start and share the formula for how to consistently get on media?
Yeah. And let me see if this shows up, if I can do it, because on the back of my book. So see that little triangle? That's what you want to follow. It's 3 steps. You want to be newsworthy, you want to create great hooks, and you want to find the right journalist. So you come up with a great story idea, and we can brainstorm those, and we can even take questions with people. I did this the other night for an hour, and it was like, oh, I got good at this quickly.
Yeah.
And then hooks are your subject line. And then, of course, the right journalist. You don't want to send a business story to the food editor, kind of like they would patch you through to advertising. These people are busy. They're not going to forward your story for you. And being smart about it and having all the steps in place puts you light years ahead of your competition.
Absolutely. Okay, so let's break down each 3 of those. And I'm going to invite anybody who is in the chat right now that wants to be used as an example. Tell us what your business is and an idea that maybe you have, and then we'll let Christina play with it. So, okay, we have a massage person. So how could we create a story around massage, and what would those 3 different steps look like?
Right. So the first thing, when you said massage, I think COVID. I can't get a massage.
Right.
So you've got to be smart about this with the television stations. When you pitch, you've got to know that they're not having guests in studio. So you could say, there are a lot of people who rely on monthly massages for their necks and their back. And I welcome the opportunity to come on and show them tips that they can do at home with
for pain management.
Rolling pin and I'm totally making things up, and a basketball and a tennis ball, all things that they should have at home. And your hook would be something along the lines of, I think just, home professional massages at home without the masseuse, something like that. And then the journal. So I envision that as a television segment because it's very visual. And I'm assuming you could do this, the massage person could do this with things at home. I just was making up. I had a friend.
I kind of am tempted to go try to give someone a massage with a rolling pin. So,
well, when I was young, my girlfriend's grandmother used to have us use the rolling pin on her calves.
Really?
That's what made me think of that. I don't know if it's doable, but that's what I would do. And right now, it's so crazy the way things are. But I would just call a local newsroom, and you want to find one that has a morning type show for something like that. Don't pitch if they don't have one. And you're probably going to get an answering machine, which is unheard of in a newsroom. But what I'm finding is the answering machines are giving you an email address of where to email your story.
That's good.
And let me back up one step, why this is so important. So there's a term called newsjacking. And I was so honored to be able to interview David Meerman Scott a couple weeks ago about newsjacking. He's the guy who came up with this. He's like a guru in my space. But what newsjacking is you have a story, which is breaking news, which is COVID. And now we're kind of going down here. Now they want all the peripheral stories, but they still have to tie it in. That's still the biggest news going on for a while. But by tying it into people being home, and I don't know, I mean, there are a few states that are opening today, but I think it's still pretty blanketed that we're all on lockdown. So that's what I would do for the massage person.
Okay. Okay. So another one in here is a self-publishing strategist for small business owners.
I don't understand. They do
helping people, self-publish their books. So small business owners, helping them get their books out.
Again, so I heard the statistic that with everyone being home, you basically now have an 8th day because you're not traveling, you're not commuting. So using that 8th day to write your book.
Oh, that's good. And where would you put that? Because I just recently had someone reach out to me to write for American Express because they're looking for content for all the small business owners. So I would think that one, I could see that going well towards print media like Success Magazine, Fast Company. I think that would be good for Fast Company.
But you have to make sure you're pitching the .coms because magazines are 4 months out. So right now, and so for all of you who don't have a COVID related story, those magazines are not going to be cover to cover COVID in 4 months. They're just not.
Right.
So I can't remember what day it is, let alone what month. April, May, June, July, August. So we're talking end of summer into fall. So if you have a business that you can't tie in, look at editorial calendars of magazines and see what topics they're covering because they're printing those magazines now.
Okay. Good stuff. So, do you have any tips on how to come up with a good hook? I've been living in Georgia too long. Do you have any tips on how to write a good now I'm saying again, good hook?
Yes. So for your hooks, the easiest way to do this is when you're in the grocery store line, look at the magazine covers. Those are hooks. They put those there for us to make an impulse purchase. My last magazine was $7. I did not know magazines were expensive anymore. I spent $7 based on the hooks on the front. We don't have time to read the story. So those are hooks. And I think AARP is really, really good. I choke now that I get the magazine, but they really are good. You can Google AARP magazine covers. And they will all come up and you can really see some good hooks.
Awesome. Okay. So what else do they need to know if they want to go out and start getting more PR for their business?
Just do it. Don't be afraid. But let's back up one step. This is really important. You need to have a good brand. And you don't have to be Coca-Cola. You don't have to be McDonald's, but you have to have good positioning. You've got to look good online. If you haven't updated your website since 1999, update your website. Be consistent. Make sure that what's on your website is on your LinkedIn and I'm a huge proponent of LinkedIn. Whether you actively use it or not, you've got to beef up that profile. Make sure it's good, because with Google, when somebody puts your name into Google, which they are gonna do, a lot of times LinkedIn has more Google juice than even your own website does. So people will click on the first thing they see. So you want to do your great LinkedIn profile. Make sure, make sure your pictures are good. Don't, on LinkedIn, don't have a picture at happy hour or with your kids. It's not the place for that. And whatever platform you're on, and it could be one, which is fine. I'm also a big proponent of that. Do one platform really, really well. But you want to make sure that when that journalist puts your name into Google, which they are going to do, especially for television, that you check out, that you have a brand in place, that if you pitch a story about massage, if I put your name in, you better be an expert in massage. There should be content out there on a website. And so that's really important. And then the cool thing is, once you get some media, make sure that's out there too, and it's on your site, because it's almost like this new media outlet is using that media outlet to vet you. So if you are ready,
media attracts media, because then they can see what you produce. They can see the article, they can see the video, they can see that you know how to speak in front of a camera, and it helps them feel more comfortable. I completely agree with that.
Exactly. So they vetted you, and now you look good, and they feel comfortable putting you on, so that when their audience Googles you, it's all good.
I love it.
That's it. Have that brand in place. And we're all home. Spend a little bit of time right now. If you need to invest a little bit to get it done. Like I dove into LinkedIn. I know that's a really good platform for me. And I hired somebody and said, here's all my content. Tell me what to do with it. How do I stand out? Yeah.
Okay. So, you give such great content always, and I want to get you. So last time we talked, you didn't have the second book; you only had the first. So, where do we go to get connected, get the books? What comes next?
So here's the new book. It just came out. I'm so proud of it. Actually, #1 bestseller. So that was pretty cool.
Awesome.
I always joke when I do these, if you can't find me, I'm in big trouble. But ChristinaDaves.com is the best place, and you can connect with me everywhere on there. LinkedIn, Instagram, Facebook. I've got a PR challenge on there that'll pop up your first time when you come on the website. And you can see a lot of the stuff that I've done. You can see my television stuff on there. And it's the best place to find me.
Awesome. Well, Christina, we're so thankful that you were able to come on and share with us today. So thank you for being on. And we're going to go ahead and make you move you back to participant. Oops, push the wrong button. Hang on. It's so the hardest part of doing this is navigating the screens. Okay, thank you so much. We will see you soon. All right, and then I'm going to pull up a screen share, and we are going to share with you here. Give me just 1 second. I'm going to give you a biz tip. So this is a biz tip on knowing who your ideal audience is. And here we go. Finding your ideal client. This is an important one.
ask for something really, really specific. So what I want you to understand is that there's a lot of vanilla messaging out there, and there's a lot of people who are just trying to attract the masses. And when you're competing against that, it's very hard to stand out. So go out there and figure out exactly who your audience is, and then pick a very specific flavor, brand, message. Be bold, be clear in what you stand for, and you'll start attracting in more of your ideal client, which you need. You don't want to fill your pipeline with a bunch of people who are just looky-loos. You want to get really clear and really specific on who do you serve, where are you most likely to find them, and what message will it take to get them to say, oh my gosh, that's exactly me. They are talking to exactly me, because that's what we really need in order to be truly successful in our sales and in our marketing. So there you have it. Here's our first 2-minute tip. Hey everyone, it is time for a business.
Sorry. Get rid of this. Stop the screen share. Okay, sorry about the sound, learning curve. All right, Jen, you are up next. Let's go ahead and bring you on. Promote to panelist. Hey, Jen, welcome.
How are you?
I am so good. How are you doing today?
Good. It's great to be here.
Yeah, I'm a super big Van Gogh fan as well, so I love your painting.
Thank you.
When I was in college, I went to Russia for a semester. We got to see some Van Goghs and Picassos like in real life, and it was amazing. Loved it. Cool. Okay, so for those of you who have been here with us all day, we're so glad that you're here. And make sure we're going to put a link in to connect with Christina. I forgot to mention that we have the link to connect with Christina, but we do want you to, get connected with all of our speakers, and we'll put Jen's link in at the end of her conversation as well. But Jen, I'm going to go ahead and introduce you and your topic, and then we'll jump right in and get started. Does that sound good?
Perfect. Yeah.
Okay. Today we're going to be talking about how to get your business noticed and increase your visibility with Jen Dalton. Jen has over 15 years of experience in branding and marketing strategy. In 2020, she launched Brand Mirror, dedicated to helping executives and business owners build a personal brand that breaks through the noise, which is so important. It is a noisy world out there today, and if you want to stand out, you got to have a good strategy in place. So in 2016, Jen published The Intentional Entrepreneur, which is a best-selling book that shares her processes for building your brand as an entrepreneur. So we are so excited to have you on today. I know you've been featured in a lot of different places. You've been featured with IBM and Microsoft and GE, and now you get to say you've been featured with us too, which seems really special. So thank you for coming on.
Absolutely. This is very special. I think a lot of people need a lot of inspiration and actionable insights. So I love those two things together.
For sure. So let's talk about personal brand. I feel like every business owner that is not online right now is really wishing they were. And so why does it matter right now that they have a personal brand and that's and not just the business brand?
So I think people follow leaders, not logos. And when you think about what people are hungering for right now, it's trust, transparency. And so being the face of a business, whether it's to your employees or your partners or your prospects or your clients, it's really important to have a person out speaking, letting the world know you're still working or what you are doing or how they can engage. Because we really work with people. So it's, don't underestimate. And I know a lot of business owners don't actually want to be online because they are not sure how to do that. But it's important to be online in some way to make sure you're still visible and at least top of mind in some fashion.
Well, and what's really interesting now too is the millennial generation which by the way, pet peeve of mine, we got to stop talking about millennials like they're teenagers. They're in their 30s, right? Like they're buying homes, they're running businesses. And so and I am just barely not a millennial, so I relate to them, millennials as well. But millennials really care about the story behind the brand. And so when they find a brand, they are simultaneously looking for what's the vision and mission and purpose of that brand? Do I align with that brand's values? Who runs the brand? And they want the story of that. And they're a huge part of our, I mean, there's just a huge part of our purchasing power right now. So I just feel like it's no longer optional to be the invisible business owner. And yet a lot of business owners would like to remain less visible because they're not comfortable in front of the camera. They're not comfortable writing or speaking. So what advice do you have for them for, maybe the reluctant one that knows they need a brand, but is a little reluctant to step into that?
I think it's very important to be present and visible. I tell my clients telepathy is not a strategy. And so if you're trying to attract millennials because you want to hire them, or Gen Z because you want to hire them, or you want them to do business with you, now is the time at least to dip your toe into the water, if not just go all in. There are different ways you can do that, right? You can do it as an executive team if your business has a few people in leadership positions, where maybe you interview each other and it's a bit more conversational and it's not you by yourself. Some people talk about writing a blog. I love writing blogs. I think right now video, though, is very important. We're all stuck at home. We all need to see people and actually interact. And so even if you jump online and just give an update on, hey, here's what I'm doing with my team this week, or here's something we did with a nonprofit, here's where you can get resources. Keep it simple. When people think about personal brand, sometimes they already have this huge story in mind. It doesn't have to be huge. Just get online for 30 seconds and try it out. People are very forgiving right now with not having a huge studio, not being perfect. And so now's actually a great time to jump online and do something, whether it's Facebook, recording live to Facebook on Zoom, recording a video and uploading it to LinkedIn. Those are all great channels to get something out there and be visible.
I think that's so relevant right now because we're seeing, all of the celebrities doing their videos at home and with their families and in their pajamas and, the Tonight Show and all of these shows, like it's all very casual right now. Like you see Jimmy Fallon's wife holding the camera and then like not laughing at his joke and he's like, or laughing, and he's like, oh, she didn't think that was funny. Like it's just so much more personal right now. And I'm seeing, so I've got a client who is an orthodontist that, he's closed. He's in the state of California. They're mandated to be closed down. So he has started teaching science classes online and streaming them through his Facebook page. And he's getting like hundreds of views from his local community from school age kids because their parents, they're all at home and their parents are tired of being the only ones teaching them. And so he's getting great traction on this, even though it's not necessarily what he does. He's just on there and getting to show he's a nice guy. He interacts well with kids. He can teach them things. And I know that's going to affect his business when they open doors back up again. So I'd love to hear just anything that you're seeing clients do right now that is really working when it comes to personal branding. So we can give them some good ideas.
Absolutely. I think a lot of business owners are struggling with how to sell their business at the moment, right? And so I would say the messaging is different now. If you're out doing a hard sell, I'd probably say don't. But what you can do is you can highlight employees. You can highlight how you've been helping customers. Maybe you've purchased masks and you're donating them to the hospital. Share that. Maybe you do get to know the team or spotlight our latest new hire. There are still people hiring. It is okay to spotlight them and let people have good news, right? I love John Krasinski and the SGN network, some good news.
Oh yeah, that's super fun.
That's awesome, right? It's okay to do something like that. And again, just keep it fun. But what people want to do right now is they want to get to know you, they want to get to like you, and they want to get to trust you. And so start small, help them know about your business. What are you doing right now? And then share bits and bits. I think the important thing is set a small goal and be consistent. If it's one video a week, do it every week, stick to it. I had somebody say the other day, I did a video and nothing happened. I'm like, well, you probably need to do them consistently for things to happen. So don't stress if you don't have 1,000 likes on your first video. People just need consistency and routine right now. So if you can provide that as a business owner, that's a really powerful way to be visible and just be top of mind. So when the markets do open back up, people are already aware of you and thinking about you.
You know, I agree with that completely. That one of the things that I've been saying is if you'll create one great content piece a week, that's really good content. And they don't expect professional delivery of it, but like your ideas are good, your information is good. If you'll do one a week and pick a platform, and stick to that platform, that's maybe not going to be enough for you to become an Instagram sensation or, you know, hit 100,000 YouTube subscribers in the next 6 months. But it is enough for people to start finding you that are interested in what you have to offer. And so I love that, just consistency. My tendency is to be like, I'm going to do it all, and I jump in and I go crazy, and then I'm like, oh, this is not sustainable. And so pick a pace realistically that you can stick with and you can make sustainable over time. Okay, for the business owners that are struggling to figure out how to make their personal brand and their business brand, like how much do they interact? How much do they need to be separate? I know I get that question a lot, like, well, should I be showing pictures of my vacation and my family on the business page, or should I be showing business stuff on the personal page? Like, how do you define that separation?
Normally, I would have them be a little bit more disparate. It depends on what your strategy as a business, if you want to be purchased at some point or not, how those play. But right now, people are in your home if you're doing Zoom conference calls because you're in your house. So those boundaries aren't really there. But it is important to pick a channel and be clear on, here are the types of messages we're going to talk about. We want to build know, like, and trust. And I think it's okay as a business owner if you're delivering food to the food bank. That's very personal, but it also speaks to your business brand. Because as a business owner, those makes a lot. I also think it's good to talk about what is your business doing, how is it operating differently. Give your audience permission on how to engage. Give them information. As I said, telepathy is not a strategy. So if you're marketing, you're giving people a trigger to take an action. So don't stop marketing right now. You want people to engage. It just may be differently than they would have in the past, but don't stop marketing. That's the biggest thing. I have a lot of businesses owners who've said they're pulling back. Don't do that, right? Put more of yourself out there as the face of the business. Highlight your employees who are doing amazing work. Highlight your partners who are doing great community work, but don't be radio silent, because that will make people think that you might have closed, which is definitely not the impression you want to make.
Yeah, well, and I will just say, we need to assume that we can create good things right now, because my marketing's been off the chain right now. We are having amazing marketing results going on. And so I think sometimes we talked about earlier how we sometimes our brain needs a story, so it creates one. If you're going to be creating a story, create a story that people want to hear from you right now. They're excited to hear from you. They're engaging with the stuff that you put out. And there's never been a better time to share your story, because if that's how you're framing it, I think you can absolutely be relevant and empathetic and relatable, and it can maybe break down some of the barriers that you'd had in the past between you and your clients, so that you can just go back in with even more engagement and excitement around what you do. So I think it's a beautiful time for that. And I so appreciate your message, Jen, and you coming on and being here with us.
Thanks for doing this. Drink lots of water. I hope you're doing okay. You've got a lot of interviewing going on.
Oh, I know. It is a lot of interviewing. And I had my plan to like shift when I needed a break was my videos, and my video didn't work. So we'll figure it out.
That's okay. No big deal.
Yeah,
we'll just keep going.
Can you share with all of our audience, what's the best way to get in touch with you?
Sure. I love LinkedIn, so definitely send me a connection request there. My email is jenndalton@brandmirror.com. Shoot me an email. Visit my website. I do complimentary consults, so if you've heard some of the ideas and know what to do next, just reach out, set up some time. I'm happy to help. And I have lots of free resources and videos on my website, which is brandmirror.com. So just reach out. I'll help.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Okay, so we are going to say goodbye for now and bring up our next presenter. So thank you so much. Okay, and let's see. Now we're going to get back to the other one. You guys, if you could go ahead and give Jen some love and tell her what you appreciated about her conversation. And we are going to go ahead and bring Renee on. So Renee, if you can raise your hand. And here we go. Okay, Renee, promoting you to panelist. While Renee's coming on, I just want to give a reminder that we are doing a giveaway. So if you will go and subscribe to my YouTube channel, as well as comment on one of our videos that you were a part of the Success Summit, the Women's Success Summit, you're going to get entered to win. We're giving away 6 free business courses. So go ahead and go get subscribed, give us a comment. Renee, I'm in love with your glasses already.
Oh,
Thank you so much for being on.
Thanks for having me. What an endeavor you took on. I'm impressed.
You know, we love doing these summits, and we've been doing summits for like 7 years, and all of a sudden, like, everybody's doing online summits. I'm like, welcome to the party. They're so much fun. I'm glad other people are like, let's do this now, because, I mean, how else are we going to connect? This is pretty much it. So awesome. So Renee, I'm going to go ahead and introduce you, and then we will just jump right into it.
Sounds good.
I love a good sales conversation, and we are going to be talking about what's the most important part of the sales process. Renee, the Boss Gambino, is the notorious influencer. She is dedicated to the relentless use of truth and transparency in sales, service, and in her life. Her MO is outthinking the competition, eliminating commoditization, and gaining unexpected market attention. And I am always excited about a sales conversation. So Renee, thank you so much for being on with us today. And I can't wait to dive in.
Awesome. Yes, I know that. I realize that you are definitely a sales superstar. So I was excited to get with you because I love especially women that love the sales conversation.
It's so fun to geek out over sales. And yes, can I just say that every time I do a sales video on YouTube and it ranks on the homepage, it is man, Amy, man. I'm like, come on, guys, like, we've got to own this sales conversation and stop shying away from it and stop pretending that we're only here to serve, not sell. I mean, we just have to change our internal script. So I would love to just hear a little bit about how you got started in sales and made your transition into becoming an expert in the space.
Well, in my other life, I spent 16 years in the holistic health field. I was a master body worker, and I had an incredibly fantastic and amazingly successful career in that world until I was just done. I had spent over 15,000 hours in the treatment room. I had worked on every car accident, slip and fall, break this, disease, soft tissue, whatever. And I loved it. And I served long and hard. And then I just realized I was done. And so I can tell you the mistake I made was being done and wanting to just be done. So I was like, I'm out. So, getting away from something. So I did the little spiral thing for about a year, because when you're trying to get away from something instead of moving towards something, right? That's an issue. So from there, I thought I was like severing this old life, severing this, the past, and I'm moving on and moving forward and reinventing myself, redefining, blah, blah, blah. I was like in my early 40s. I'm going to be 50 this year. So
we look amazing.
Oh, well, thank you. And so with that said, with the mistakes that I was making, what I wasn't doing was asking myself, because I was doing business coaching because I loved business. I mean, I'd hired, I'd fired, I had practitioners, teams, doctors working for me. So, but I was finding myself not talking. I was talking about sales, but that was after we talked, right? Like the secret, right? Nobody wants to talk about sales. And so I had to look back and say, what made me so successful? And because I had a waiting list a year in advance. I mean, it was just for years. And what I recognized is what I actually was an expert in was cause and effect. It's what made me a good practitioner. It's what made me a good business owner. It's what made me a good connector. And so then I decided, hey, why don't you use your 16 years of experience and actually build upon that to teach people instead of saying goodbye to everything. So what I realized, what I love about sales is the fact that it's all a matter of cause and effect. It's all a matter of connection, communication, and conversion. And I had been doing it for many, many years. And once I gave myself permission to be like, oh my gosh, I love sales. I've always loved sales. So why don't I teach people what I'm actually a master at? So that's really what transpired, was trying not to talk about it until I needed to talk about it.
There's so many things I love about this, because there are so many people in the health and wellness space who struggle with sales. And then you find these like lone people who pop up and they do really well in their business, and everyone else looks at it like, well, what are they doing? What's their magic? It's like, they know how to sell. They can like convert on a package, and that's why their business is so strong. It's not magical. It's just a process. And I always like to say that sales is opening up the door to your service. And if you aren't willing to do it, it's like setting up a shop and keeping your door locked all the time and wondering why we don't have enough clients. Exactly. So when you are working with somebody on their sales skills, like, where do you recommend that they get started? What's the most important thing they can do to make improvements?
Well, the first thing is I get very foundational, because people that have been in business their whole lives or doing sales, when I start working with them and we get really down to what sales actually is, they actually are like, oh my gosh, I've never really heard it be said like that before. And so I actually get very foundational. I don't care how long you've been doing it and how long you've been in business. So the first thing we talk about is the definition of sales. And the best definition of sales that I've ever gotten that was handed down to me was helping people make the best decision for themselves.
Yes, I love that.
That from there, see if I can change my light for you a little bit. That from there changes the game. It changes everything. And from my old life, what I found out, my skills were amazing, but they weren't always amazing, right? I was really good. After 16 years, I hope I was amazing. After 15,000 hours, I hope I was amazing, and I was. But when I really broke it apart, Amy, what I recognized was my secret sauce was my intake, that initial conversation.
Yeah.
Before anybody got naked and got rubbed for money. Do you know what I'm saying? That really, it changed the course of everything. I'd have people asking me when they should come back, and I didn't even touch them yet. So that's because the intake was powerful. And that's what I help people understand, is that conversation.
You know, I think the power of a great sales script is so invaluable in your business. It's the best investment you can have, is getting a really great sales process for those conversations. And yet people resist it because they don't want to sound scripty, or they don't want to sound ingenuine or insincere. But I just recently had someone ask me the question, like, how do I make people feel more safe in a sales conversation? I'm like, have a good structure so that they know where that conversation is going and they can feel that there's a purpose and a path. I think all of us know when we're being sold to, and when someone is trying to pretend like they're not selling to us, that's when it gets uncomfortable. And that's when I think it feels insincere. So just being really straightforward and honest about, listen, this is where I see us being able to go together. This is what I can help you with, and letting them know what's coming. I just think it's the listener at so much more ease.
Yes. And when we understand actually how sales work, right, how we take information in and act on it, right? So this is not about manipulating people or psychologically messing with them. This is just literally knowing how you can help them hear what they need to hear, right? There's a very specific formula for how people take information in and act on it so that they can actually digest it. And that's what's really important. I developed a 5-step system. It includes a script, and it works for everyone. The reason it works for everyone because it's not built on selling. It's built on helping people make the best decision for themselves.
And I think we have to understand that people right now, their minds are so full that, you know, they come in and they're thinking about their life and they're thinking about their challenges and what's going on at work, and their minds are so full. And if you just start giving them information, it's not landing inside of their brain. It's like it's hitting and it's just falling right off. And so you really do have to present your information in a way that it sinks in and it makes sense and creates space for people to think about it. And that's what that process really is just opening up so they have some space for it to actually land in. There's too many busy brains these days.
Yes, nobody wants information. We want value. We
don't need information. We can get anything we need to know online. And so that's one of the problems is I still see people selling through, let me tell you what I do and let me tell you about my products, let me tell you about my service. They could have already looked up everything they needed to know online. They're looking for connection. They're looking for results.
Absolutely. And they're looking for someone that can help them communicate. Right? It's a lead, listen, lead process. Like you said, a lot of people come at it with, well, hold on, let me prove to you I'm good enough and valuable enough and I know enough and I have enough skills. When none of that even matters until the person is ready to step into whatever it is they want to purchase. It doesn't matter if it's a product or a service. The one thing if people can take this away, this would be huge, because everybody's afraid to sell. I need to be sensitive right now. I need to be compassionate right now. I need to understand people. Some people have money, some people don't. I can't figure this out, right? Right now is, look, as we say, unprecedented, right? It's weird, it's crazy, but sales doesn't work any different now than it ever did. It's still about how we take information in and make that decision to take action. It needs to be relevant to me. It still needs to be valuable to me. But the deal is that people are not afraid to make a decision. They're not afraid to spend money. What people are afraid to make a mistake.
Oh, that's good. You guys write that down. They're not afraid to spend money. They're not afraid to make a decision. They're afraid to make a mistake. That's really
and that's in every sales conversation on the planet. And when we can recognize that, number one, it removes us off the table, right? As the salesperson, get off the table, right? If you're not listening, if you're not coming in consciously connected, which you'll never get away with anyways, you can do it with a smile on your face, but energy is energy, right? You have to realize that that's why sales becomes helping people make the best decision for themselves, because that person is always going to be wondering, am I making a mistake? And it has nothing to do with you, ever.
Yeah.
Ever,
it's their experiences and their stories. And
Sure.
Absolutely. Well, I wish we could geek out on sales conversations for another hour, but we are about out of time here. What's the best way for our audience to get connected with you?
They can find me on my website. I highly recommend grab a discovery consult experience with me. Clarity, strategy, it's up to an hour. There is no charge. We don't know if we're a fit. You can hear my entire sales conversation. Do it. I mean, why not? So that's ReneeGambino.com, and just book a discovery consult. I'd love to meet and help anybody that I can. But if you're wondering how I do it, I literally teach people how I'm talking at the moment. I will teach you as much as I even through it. You should walk away with at least a gold nugget. So do that for yourself. Yeah.
Awesome. And we just dropped the link into the chat. So thank you so much for being on with us today. We're going to go ahead and move you back to being our participant and thank you for your time. And okay, we'll see you.
Bye-bye.
All right. So next up, we are going to bring on our next interview here. Give me 1 second. Okay. So Rebecca, you are next. Rebecca, if you want to go ahead and just raise your hand and I will come find you in here. Rebecca, are you in here? I'm not seeing your hand raised. If you want to go ahead and raise your hand. Okay, let's take some takeaways. What are you guys learning so far? What I love the sales conversation and reframing our sales mindset. So is there anything that we said that helped you to shift your thinking while we're waiting for Rebecca to come on? Anything that shifted in your mindset around sales? Any questions you have around sales? What can we answer for you? All right, no questions, you guys? Man, I love the sales conversation. I would love to answer some of your questions. Okay. Sales are a service. We don't have to compete. They are complementary if we're providing what people need. Yeah, I love that. So I do want to say a couple of things about sales right now. There's a lot of talk about, I was doing an interview a couple weeks ago for Wishpond, and they're a great CRM company. And we were interviewing about what tweaks we need to make during COVID-19. And they at the end were like, is there anything that you want to say to the business owners? I was like, yes. Get selling. Have a sales goal every single week. Your business cannot afford to stop selling because we're in quarantine. And she was like, really? Even now we should still be selling? I was like, yes, because the number of sales calls that you have in your business each week is directly proportionate to the amount of money that's coming through your business. And a lot of businesses right now are concerned about the amount of money that is or is not coming through the group, through their business. And so if we want to be able to make sure that our businesses are thriving and that's just they're staying open, have to be selling, which means more sales conversations. I don't think we need to stop selling right now. In fact, I have friends and colleagues who are like telling me behind the scenes, Amy, I just had a $50,000 month. Amy, I just had a $180,000 month. Like they're having great sales. But here's what's different that I want you guys to understand and pick up on. It's not that they're selling the same way that they always did. What they've done is they've really listened to their audience. They've really figured out what is the problem that their client is having. And they've really gone to the drawing board and said, how can we fix this? How can we create this? So, one of them works with small business owners, and they said, you know what? My clients are not young business owners. They are not social media savvy business owners. They are business owners that have brick and mortar shops, and they are, for the most part, closed down, and they do, live events, they're caterers, they're party planners, they're all these different types of things. How do we figure this out? Hey, Rebecca, I just saw you pop in here, so I'm going to go ahead and add you on. And so what she did is she was like, I'm going to teach them how to do business online. Easy breezy. That's what they need. They're asking for it. They're hungry for it. Let me create a new program that I haven't done before and sell to them online. So I don't think we need to stop selling at all. I think we need to sell responsibly, and we need to listen to what our customers actually need. And then they'll thank us for solving their problems. That's what I'm thinking. Okay, Rebecca, welcome.
Thank you. Excited to be here.
Hey, I'm not seeing your video yet, but I'm glad I can hear you. That's awesome. There we go.
Yay. There we go. Glad to be here.
Yeah, we're so excited to have you, Rebecca. Thank you for your time and for being on with us today. So I'm just going to go ahead and introduce you, and then we'll jump right into it.
Perfect.
Okay. We are talking today about how to increase your business visibility and get more eyeballs around what you've got going on. So Rebecca Hall Grudier, did I say that right?
It's Greiter, but it's great.
Greater?
Greiter.
Greiter. Okay, I'm going to say that again, and we're going to edit it out. Well, yes, Greater, but Gruder. Okay, I'm going to say that again. We'll edit that out. We are talking today about how to increase your visibility in your business, how to get more eyeballs on what you're doing, and find more of your ideal clients. So Rebecca Hall
Gruder is a global influencer. She's a #1 international best-selling and award-winning author and compiler for in-demand publishing. She is a radio show host. She reaches over 1 million listeners on 9 different networks, and she's an empowerment leader that wants to help you reach more people. So she's built across multiple platforms. She's got radio, TV, books, magazines, speakers, talent searches, live events. And so she's going to come and help us figure out how do we blow this all up and get more people seeing what we have to do. So Rebecca, we're so glad that you're here with us today.
Thank you. I'm just thrilled and honored. Thank you for putting this together. It's so important that we come together and we support one another and really encourage all of our businesses out there. All of us have an opportunity to shine and make a positive difference.
Yes, absolutely. And right now is such a great time to be sharing positive messages. Like, we want to hear them. We're excited about them.
Absolutely. We've been launching books almost every other week, and they continue to be really successful. People are looking for powerful information. They're looking to be encouraged, and we have an opportunity, and I believe a responsibility, to share our messages, to keep bringing forward those things that we're gifted and skilled in. The world especially needs us right now.
Well, and I was talking with because I'm like knee deep in a book right now as well. And I was talking with my editor, and she said that whenever there are times of recession, that book sales, online book sales, tend to do really well because, you know, maybe we're not going to go on vacation, but we can go get a book, we can go download a book. So I think, and I also think we're just hungry for something that feels good. So I love that. So let's kind of back up with the conversation of visibility. Why is visibility so critical for us as business owners?
Well, it's really important for a few different reasons. And I used to be really confused about visibility. I wanted to be invisible. I wanted people just to know by my passing through that I wished good things for them, that they could just feel my heart, they could feel my message and be better for it. But
Me too.
I was
I didn't want to have to tell people. I didn't want to have to like come in and say, I'm great. I just wanted them to know. And it doesn't work exactly that way.
Exactly. And what shifted for me is I discovered what visibility was really about. It wasn't about me.
Mm-hmm.
People who are struggling, people who are challenged, people who are hurting, who we feel that we're especially gifted to help. Those are our people. When we're hurting and we're struggling, it's like darkness comes down and we struggle. We can't even see the hands outstretched. We can't hear the voices. It goes, it becomes noise.
Right.
And so what can make the difference, can light the path, is being willing to shine, because we can be the light in that darkness. And that's the only thing I know that cuts through darkness is light. So shining, being visible, is willing to be seen, being really easy to find by the people who need you most, especially during challenging times. That's what visibility is about. So how can our people find us easily? Let's be easy to find.
You know, I love that, because if people are out there and they are looking and searching, you know, there's so much negative flooding the space that I believe that if you have a positive message right now, you really owe it to the world to stand up and proclaim it and be bold in sharing that message. So what are some of the best ways that you're seeing and strategies for gaining visibility around their business?
So right now is a perfect time to be visible around something you're doing or can help. People are looking for real information. They're looking for support, joining opportunities, especially when we can unite together, helps make a powerful, positive difference. So use social media. Find, where are your people? It's not where are you comfortable? Where are you familiar?
That's so true. Because it might be a platform that you like. I'm not that tech savvy. I just feel like everybody should stay on Facebook and let's not go anywhere else. But it's not necessarily what my audience loves. And so it's not about where you like to hang out, which I think is what a lot of people do. They say, I'm comfortable on this platform, so that's the one I should be on. It's really should be driven by, you know, who's your audience and where are they?
Exactly. So get really good at finding out where your people are. Stretch. It's okay. This is a
Mm-hmm.
perfect opportunity. So many people are stretching. They're not looking for perfection. They're looking for connection.
Yes.
So
I think
go to
that is
where they
really
are.
true. I think that's really true right now. And how can we adjust our content that we're putting out to be more connection focused? Because I feel like we've been very information focused, and now we're craving connection and people and realness. How can we make some improvements there?
It's okay to bring your personality even more into what you're sharing. Sometimes we get super serious and we're trying to be super professional and come across a certain way, and we lose some of our texture and our dimensions and our connection because we're putting the shield up trying to present ourselves a certain way. And
Mm-hmm.
I still show up powerfully and well,
Right.
show up, but be willing to laugh, be willing to share a little bit more of who you are. When something happens, I saw recently where a newscaster was conducting news from their home and had the green screen, the professional suit, and then their cat joined in.
Uh-huh.
And that became one of the most watched moments, and they just worked with it. So just flow with those moments. Those aren't the things to edit out. Those are the things to work with and bring in. Share some of the personal things that we're doing. I went to the store, and here's an aha moment I had. Here's something I was really struck by when somebody extended this kindness to somebody. Share those moments. Share those things that are very real that we're experiencing right now. And it's okay to share some of the challenges, but let's also share the lessons, the important, powerful, positive things we're learning. I find almost every conversation I'm having with people, and it's a range. Some are in a powerful place, taking on the world. This has given them focus and just they are so excited. And then the next may be struggling. And so holding space for each other. But what
Mm-hmm.
I find consistent is everyone asks, how are you doing? And they mean
Mm-hmm.
it.
Yeah, that's one of the beautiful things that I think has come about this is it's allowed us to slow down enough to remember that we really do care because we're not so busy anymore. So I want to ask you one more question. I know we're short on time, but I think this is a good one. There's kind of different layers. There's how can we show up in a way that people will kind of connect with us one-on-one, but then there's another layer of visibility as well, which is how can we show up in a way that people will want to introduce other people to us and invite others back to their shows or their platforms, that we're not just trying to connect directly with, maybe a client, but catch the eye of that next person who can open some doors for us as well.
Oh, I love this question. So be willing to lead that. Ask, how can I help you? Who are some people that you're wanting to connect with? What are some connections that would serve you? As I'm out there talking to people, what is it that you're looking for? What would help you go where you're wanting to go? And if I'm not the best fit, let me make a recommendation. Let me support and meet you where you're at. So I have a lot of connections. I love to help people find those pieces. So
Mm-hmm.
share that. Let people know I loved the conversation you're having previously about intake. In that intake conversation, really finding out what they need beyond just what you do. Get the whole picture and think about those people and then follow through. Do what you said you're going to do. Do those introductions. And then I have a hot tip in that too that
Okay. I
I
love
would
hot
love to
tips.
share. So hot tip.
Yes, go for it.
So there are a lot of live broadcast shows that would love to have you participate in. They would love to have people call in. There's different networks, one of them Voice America. A lot of the shows are live broadcast. So
Mm-hmm.
if you do a search and you look in a category, you look in a show that is in alignment with you, every break they give you an 800 number you can call in and ask a
Nice.
question.
That is a hot
So
tip.
that's a hot tip. So, but here you got to be careful how you do it. It's not your show, it's that host show. So
Yep.
you call in, and for example, I could say, I'm Rebecca Hall-Greider. I'm a women's empowerment leader, and I've really been appreciating this about the show. And I'd
Mm-hmm.
love to learn a little bit more about this. Or I was wondering this. And then you hand the show back. I just got
Mm-hmm.
my name in, I just got my brand, what I stood for. I became part of every single replay in that. And they may have me expand because they're excited to have someone actually calling in live because people are shy about doing that.
Yes.
And you'll get asked back sometimes as a guest.
You know what? I think that is a genius tip, especially for those of you who are looking at it going, I want to get out there and do more interviews, but you don't have the strength of your platform isn't quite there yet to get on the big shows. It's a great way to get your name out there, a great way to connect with other people. Like that's the kind of tip that when I hear it, I'm like, why didn't the whole world think of this? But you thought of it, Rebecca, and we're so glad that you did, because that is a beautiful, beautiful tip. I love it. All right. Well, we so appreciate you being on today. Do you want to tell everybody where they can get connected with you? And then we'll go ahead and drop that in the link.
Absolutely. My website holds everything. So you can go to yourpurposedrivenpractice.com, and that's singular, yourpurposedrivenpractice.com. A lot of great resources, including the speaker talent search on there, to really support you in reaching more people. And I just want to encourage you, because people need your message. If you're feeling that prompt, you're feeling that call, honor it, lean in. It's about connection and being willing, not perfection.
I love it. Beautiful. Well, thank you so much for being on with us today. Guys, give Rebecca some love in the chat. Tell her what you loved about what they've already been doing this, so they're digging on you. But tell her what you appreciate and what you've learned from her time today. And then I'm going to go ahead and move you back to an attendee, and then we will bring on, so thank you.
Thank you.
And then we're going to bring back on Kristen. So Kristen, if you can go ahead. Oh, you already have your hand raised. So ready to go. Awesome. Kristen, welcome. We're excited to have you on. One of the things that I would recommend for all of you when you're looking at getting more visibility is you have to be willing to be bad when you start so you can get good. Sometimes people don't want to be visible until they're completely ready for it. But you guys, honestly, the only way we get ready is through practice. So that's my little tip here. Kristen, welcome. We're so excited to have you on with us.
Thank you so much. It's great to be here.
Yeah, I know. And I have been hearing about you through mutual friends for such a long time that I would, in fact, even when I thought that we had met because I've heard about you so many times. I was like, oh yeah, I know Kristen. And then I was like, nope, we have never met before. So,
well,
anyway,
glad to meet you in person or in.
Yes. Yeah. Well, yes, as in person as we get these days. We are socially acceptably in person. Sure. Okay, so Kristen, I'm going to go ahead and introduce you, and then we'll jump in and get started.
Okay, great.
We are going to be talking today about how to stay centered and grounded no matter what is going on around you. And we're so excited to have Kristen Van Way with us. Kristen is an internationally recognized leader, educator, speaker, and trainer in innovative approaches to well-being, and she has helped thousands experience insights, understanding, and remarkable results in their wellness journey. She is also a humanitarian, and she's created wonderful things as she's worked with communities in Haiti and is just doing things there that I find to be so exciting and empowering, helping and serving women and children. And working to end sex trafficking there. So she is also a high, powerful leader in doTERRA essential oils and is a really strong, sorry, I'm stumbling over my words there a little bit. She's a really great leader in helping other people to be able to start their own businesses and be successful in home-based businesses. So Kristen, we're so excited that you're here today.
Thank you. Thank you.
So I think of all the times that we need to be centered and grounded, this is it.
Yes.
Gotten a little wild out there. I feel like we've entered the wild west of emotions. So can you kind of give us some tips on, how you started your journey of wellness and taking a more holistic approach to it?
Wow, that is such a deeper conversation, but I'll give you just a really little bit of a highlight on that is I have always been holistically minded, but I didn't have all the dots connected. So my journey in my professional life over the last 30 years has been about really connecting a lot of dots and seeing the world through the lens of being whole. And I love this topic because what is opposite of being whole is being scattered. Opposite of being centered is being scattered. And so I can't think of a better time for us to talk about this. And I feel like many of you out there, I feel qualified because I have not been centered or grounded very much of my life. And so the challenges we go through, I had a very serious case of Lyme disease. I have had a tremendous amount of illness in my life and some emotional things like the rest of us, just navigating it, where I've learned how to call back that part of me. And that is what I'm teaching, is how to connect the dots and how we can be whole, how we can be centered. I like to think about freedom a lot and what freedom means, that freedom to choose different things in our life. But doTERRA came into my life at a time when I really needed community. I needed education. I needed to understand how to heal my body. And so I'm very, very grateful for my start in a company that has led to the opportunity of reaching out to thousands and thousands of other people to make a difference in their grounded and centered and their freedom to choose as well.
You know, one thing that I find really interesting is I traveled outside of the United States when I was in college and went and did some volunteer work in Russia. And while I was there, I think going outside of the United States and seeing people who live in very different standards, and Russia, you know, back then they were still really pulling out of their tough times. They hadn't really done any infrastructure improvements since, you know, the 50s. Every single apartment you went to had a broken lift, and you had to walk up 14 flights of stairs. You know, I mean, it was a lot of dilapidated stuff back then. And I know they've grown a lot since then, but being there and not having access to things easily was very grounding for me. It was so interesting to be somewhere where we didn't have clean water. You know, we didn't have access to the things that we needed to buy. We didn't have like all of the TV shows we were used to. There wasn't as much entertainment. And yet it was so calming to me to have less. And it was a very grounding experience for me to spend my, 5 months there. So I'm curious how your work that you've done in Haiti has affected you feeling more grounded and feeling more calm. Because I know that Haiti has been through a lot, and they do have a lot of, they've been through so much economically and natural disasters and just, can you be in chaos and also be in peace at the same time?
You absolutely can. And I think a lot of us are experiencing that right now. And my experiences in Haiti gave me this polarity, because we all live within this bandwidth of what our normality is or what our experiences give us. And so Haiti taught me how to apply that right here in the United States. I think we have, as humans, a lot of those same base emotions, but we can absolutely have both. Bruce Lipton does a great job of teaching about there's really only 2 states. You're either on protect mode or you're on growth mode. And so we can be on growth mode, and that means being centered. So I think to start the conversation on being centered and grounded, we need to think about the difference between what centered is and what grounded is. And so being centered to me is, imagine as women that we wear all these different hats and we're pulled in a lot of different direction, and as entrepreneurs, and how many hats do we wear? It's crazy. I'm thinking of all of mine right now, right? And so if we're not very focused and conscious about where we spend our time, we can go all over the place. And the true art of being centered, those feelings that we have, are when we call back in all the places that we've attached our energy. Where are our thoughts? Where is the mind? And what experiences in our past are we still attached to? And calling back all of our energy back into being a state of wholeness, or a state really of being grounded and centered. Well, centered rather. So grounded then is taking that energy within us and having clarity around who we are and what we're doing here on the planet. And if we have, I call them kind of like energy leaks all over. If you're going in 1,000 directions and you have no focus or direction, then it's really hard to go deep in and ground. There's a lot of grounding exercises. I teach a lot about energy medicine and helping the mind, body, and spirit connect. But imagine that if you're all over the place, it's hard to focus on the goals that you have. So we want to ground, and we want to be in our bodies, and we need to have clarity around the purpose that we have, so that we know where to place our energy.
Well, and I think this is a great time to have this conversation because I have been aware of for a long time, but doesn't mean I'm always successful. You know, like awareness and successfully implementing what you're aware of are two different things. But I feel like our American culture is addicted to being busy, and we wear busy like a badge of honor. And I remember this was one of the things that I learned living abroad is that there is real power in doing less. And there is real power in opting out. And the more that we put ourselves in all these different places, the more diluted our power becomes, the less effective we are. It robs us of our joy. And I think we've been in that space for such a long time that now this great pause is really... It's so interesting to me to be in a place where it's like I'm feeling so much more calm and at peace than I was before. And at the same time, the world's so much more crazy than it was before. Like, that's a blessing. And yet I think we kind of brought that chaos on ourselves by not being more intentional.
I completely agree. And I'm guilty of it too. You know, we talk about many hats, but it's a choice.
But I like them all. I like all those hats and they look cute on me, right? So how do I decide which ones to let go?
I don't know how to let them go. Sometimes it is difficult, but I think the key for me has been being very centered on what matters most, getting very clear on my mission and very clear on my message. And when I have clarity in that, then I'm not using my energy as distractions, right? Distractions and fears. It's really easy to take those and follow them. I like to think of it this way. Amy, imagine that if you look up at this beautiful night sky and you can see all of the stars and you have all this choice of what you're looking in, this grandeur that fills your soul. And then imagine that if you had a telescope and you were to zone in just on one star. Imagine that for a minute if all the stars were different options, different attractions, different things we're passionate about. And when you look, it could also be our fears and our challenges. But imagine if you looked and you just zoomed in and that star became the only thing in your reality. So we have to decide what we're looking at and have perception. Our filter, there's a lot, if you think about unconscious programming and things of that nature, but if you think about what's most important to you, right now we've come back home to say, I have had my energy scattered all over the place. No wonder I don't feel good in my body. No wonder my heart is racing. And how can we change this? Because I wasn't going to get into this because it's a deeper subject, but I just want to touch on it, is that you might be making conscious choices right now. You have a goal or a dream to settle down, and I want to feel like this after we get back to our whatever normal will be. But your unconscious program, it's going to operate you, right? You are in operation, let's say 95% of the time for most of us. And if we don't make some conscious choices that align with our subconscious choices, then we're going to get back into the rat race. So we have to have something that beliefs are changed in a couple of ways. Very like impactful situations with a lot of energy or repetition. So right now we've actually had a month of repetition. We might be able to move forward as long as we have clarity around what we're doing and look at our distractions or fears. And so one of the things that you guys can do that's very helpful is just a brain dump. I like to dump everything out of my brain because I have some of those as well. And dump them out and make sure that you are clear about what's distracting you. Where's your energy being pulled to? And then there's some exercises we can do to reverse that and start programming the subconscious mind. So what I personally do is I take those fears or those distractions and I bullet point them, and then I put them into positive affirmations. And I love affirmations because they help us get clarity. But I want to teach you a little trick, which is called an affirmation. A lot of you out there know of affirmations. And sometimes if you're fighting against your conscious and subconscious mind, you're actually not going to, you're not going to win. So you have to, if you say, I'm feeling relaxed and calm, and I am running a very successful business amidst the chaos, and your subconscious mind's going to go, no, you haven't even done any outreach this month. And it's going to
light your pants on fire.
So you're going to fight with yourself, and then that's confusion. right? The
Mhm.
subconscious mind is concrete. It just needs direction. It doesn't have feelings or emotions. So when you
Right.
write this down and you change it into an affirmation, you are affirming something's true. And I don't want to leave it with an argument. So I'm going to just write that one more step, and I'm going to say, why do I feel confident that my business is
Mhm.
thriving during chaos? How does it feel when I wake up in the morning? And for me, I love oils because I've never found something that bridges the conscious and unconscious, that bridges our physical body and our emotional body. It works directly with brain chemistry if they're pure, which is why I really love doTERRA. And you just take a breath. So you could write those affirmations down and write those affirmations down. And when you get up in the morning, when you go to bed at night, say, what does it feel like in my body when I feel completely calm? What does it feel like when my business is thriving? How am I reaching out and serving other people? Because when we get rid of the scattered pauses in our life, we can then direct the energy to build a business successfully. We can put it into service, which personally for me feels like we don't have to wait till we've arrived to serve. By the way, I started
Yeah.
long before I had a dime, but
Right.
to the chagrin of my husband. But having this ability then gives us freedom. And in the work that I do, we talk about discovering, developing, and then magnifying who we are. And there's phases within each of those to really deep dive so that you can then ultimately, this magnify is how we reach out in service to other people.
I love that. Well, and it's such a great place to land with the idea that, you know, we've got to bring ourselves back together, not be so scattered, then get grounded, then we get to magnify. I love that. So, Kristen, as always, I wish we had just tons more time to talk, and these interviews go so fast. But thank you so much for being on with us today. We really appreciate your time. Where's the best place for everyone to get connected with you?
You guys can find me in social media. I know we'll post the links for that. I have a website, just KristenVanWay.com. And I would really love, as far as just an offer that I could give you guys, would be please hop on the letsempower.org website. Nonprofits during this time, they struggle when people's minds are elsewhere, right? But we are still functioning and needing that support as well. So my offer today was, if you buy a bracelet or give a donation to at letsempower.com or letsempower.org, I will match that personally. And we want to get information, education out to as many people as possible. And I would be happy also if you leave your email in there. I'll send you my notes, the extended version of what this talk is. I would be happy to send that to you.
And then also, you definitely have questions in the comments on your work in Haiti. So if you don't mind just jumping in and looking through the comments, you can answer some questions about that, because you're doing such important work over there. And we just applaud you for all of your efforts. So thank you so much for being on. And we're going to go ahead and say goodbye. So thank you, Kristen.
Thank you.
All right. And then Araya, if you could go ahead and bring on, raise your hand, and we'll get you right in here. Okay, Araya, I think you are in. Welcome, welcome.
Hey.
Hey. I'm always so excited to see you, Araya. And I was thinking about you today because we have such terrible internet from home. And so we needed to come to an office space where we could have a better connection. And I was like, Araya's going to come on with her beautiful background, and I'm going to have a wall.
No, but actually you've done great, because it's all about you being the host and the content and you spotlighting who's on. So you actually have done perfect by having that blank background. You look fantastic and you're doing an amazing job. And I just wrote a comment. You are running a marathon and you are winning. Yes, you are.
Oh, thank you. Everybody needs Araya in their life because she is so positive to be around always. I absolutely love you. So Araya, we're going to jump right in because I know we've got a lot of great content that we're going to cover. And I'll introduce you and then we'll just get started.
Sounds good.
If you are wondering how to host a virtual event or a virtual conference, then this is the interview for you. Araya McGarry has been featured on over 500 radio shows worldwide and on over 150 TV shows, including Atlanta & Company, Atlanta Live, PBS, The 700 Club, Daytime, NBC, Fox News, CBS, Nightline, Southeast, and many more. She's a very sought-after event host and speaker who travels the country teaching her her success techniques to entrepreneurs and then helping them to live their best life. And Araya was very inspired because she started making this transition to helping people be able to run virtual events and virtual networking meetings right at the beginning of this time where we cannot do live events right now. So Araya, this is such a timely and relevant conversation, and I'm so excited to dive into it with you.
Well, thank you for having me on. This is the epitome of the pivot. And you were so right. I have not missed a speaker yet this morning. They have all been fantastic. And one thing that several of them I think said was, we can't sit around and binge watch TV now. This is not the time to sit back and catch up on things like that. If you are in business and you don't have something to go back to, like if you're a hairdresser, we can't wait for our hairdressers to go back to work. Please be there for us.
There's a petition going around to let hairdressers open. Have you seen it? There is literally a petition, like let them open. They're essential.
Oh, and nails. Don't even get me started on the nails. We tried an in-home kit last night. Didn't go too well. So anyway, but it's very important, as you were saying, an entrepreneur's job is to innovate, because we never arrive where we can just sit back, because the world is always changing, not always in this huge of a way, but your customers are always needing something new, have a different type of pain that you can solve and tweak. That's like why, even like we were talking, direct sellers are always coming out with new product lines. If they just stuck to the products they started with 10 years ago, they would be outdone by new people coming with new things, even if it's just an ingredient or something. So we're always tweaking. So this is nothing new for the entrepreneur. We just have to really get on it, and it's not too late. So if you haven't pivoted yet, it's not too late to do it today.
Yes. So let's talk about the big pivot, which is taking our events online, because a lot of us have been functioning our businesses real in person, and we've been doing conferences, or maybe we're speakers, or maybe we run networking groups. Let's talk about the power of online events. Why do you think this is so important for business owners to consider right now?
Well, I think it's imperative, but I don't think we're ever going back to the way we were. I don't know about you, but I have been enjoying all of my women networking groups online, when we have now the women on there from Australia, from California, from Canada. All of a sudden, as an entrepreneur business owner, I'm meeting people from all over the world, when we normally were in our own little city, and we could only communicate and network with people in our area, maybe within 100 miles, let's just say. But now it just opened up, and I know they're not going back. We will go back to meeting each other in person, but we're not going to stop online. You can just count on this now being part of everybody's business plan forever. And I think this just kicked most of us into it in a higher gear. But my soapbox right now is, another one of your speakers said this morning, and it might even be you don't have to be perfect, but please, please be good. Please don't just hop on there not knowing what you're doing, not having a plan. Now, it doesn't have to be perfect, but you do.
And I love that I just made a big, huge bang as you said that.
You what?
Did you guys all hear that? I just totally made a big, huge, loud bang. I don't know if you all heard that. Right as you were like, you don't have to be perfect. I'm like, bang.
And that's great, but you look perfect. So I want people to show up well. You have to have good lighting. You have to know, like, what you did was perfect. You knew your internet was not good at home, so you went somewhere where it was. You can't just hop on knowing that everybody else is on the internet in your home. The dogs might bark, kids might come in. You have to be prepared to go online. And that's what I help businesses do now, because as a director in TV, which is I do, I'm now a business owner to direct their video. It doesn't have to be, you don't have to be an actor, you don't have to be an actress. We just want to make you look the best, most professional as you can, again, showing up, because there is a lot of visual competition out here, and you've got 30 seconds to grab them. Oh, I like this. I like the way this looks. And then your content will come out. But if you don't grab them visually, good sound, good lighting, show up. You don't have to show up in sparkles. This is just me. You can show up professional with what you do, and people will watch, and then you can capture them with your content. But it can't be all mishmash, because competition is great out there, and people's attention span is this big.
Yes, that is really true. You do have such a quick time to capture their attention. So I want to talk about virtual events and how to monetize them. So I've been doing virtual events for a long time, but I'll be honest as well. I've used my virtual events as a way to connect with new people, not necessarily as a place to sell my services. So how do we monetize our online events?
Exactly what you're doing here with this event. Anytime you're doing an online event, it is your time to connect. Just think now you can connect with the world instead of just your neighborhood. So you're just connecting in a bigger way. I can show any business owner how to go online with an event or workshop or seminar with their area of expertise. It is their time to connect. And what I love to tell them to do, connect with a phone call. Like I'll offer everybody that's watching this a connection call, a strategy call. We can't sell people every time we go online. You don't want to sell to people every time you do a virtual event. It is about now networking. Give them the stages. They need to get to know, like, and trust you. And this is just a better way than just putting out a flyer or a post. And it's, if you look at the algorithms on social media, anytime you do a live or you upload a video, you get so many more reaches than just putting up a text post, something that's a meme or graphic with the words on it. So video is very powerful, and do use it as your first extension of a handshake. Then
I love that.
Then move them into, if you're having a webinar, or move them into, I'd love to have a strategy call with you. Take them to the next thing. And then people will, if they need what you have, and show them what pain you solve, always that, then they will come to you. And then there's a time, you said earlier too, another one of your speakers, fantastic lineup today, was you have to learn how to close your sale, when to close that sale. The strategy behind everything is vital. And I like to use what we're doing as Noah's Ark. You know, God was very capable of telling all the animals to go get on the boat, and they could have all just gone. But he chose to bring them 2 by 2 and 4 by 4. There was a reason for that. It's just happy that way because we do need to have partners. We need to have somebody that's gone before us that can go with us and take us there. You'll avoid mistakes. You'll go faster, and you'll be more successful than you ever thought scrambling. And I practice what I preach. I always have coaches, always have mentors. And Amy, you're one of my very best, and you still are. You are amazing.
Thank you. Thank you. I so appreciate that. And you are one of my most fun clients to work with. So I appreciate that. Well, Araya, I know these interviews go by so fast. You've shared a lot of good information. I want to point out that if you're like, wow, Araya got a lot out in a short period of time, it's because this is what she does. Being a media person and being somebody who helps people to craft and hone their message and their presentation. So if that's something that you feel like you need help with, in addition to how to run profitable events and how to run online events, she's a great resource for you. So Ray, I just had to give you a little plug.
Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. How can our listeners get connected with you? What's the best way to reach out?
Well, they can follow me. I'm doing a whole new Instagram on Araya McGarry Productions starting Monday. I'm going to make video tips every day, 5 days a week. So, because I love to inspire. So that's just free. Facebook is Araya McGarry Productions, and YouTube is Araya McGarry. But I'm going to let everybody to private message me, and I will take phone calls, and we can see if I can take you to the next level, or even just tweak something. Absolutely free. Call me, and I'll give you my number, 404-723-3873, and let me see if I can help you, or if I know somebody that can help you in your next step, because no one person is everything for everyone. So let's have a chat. Call me.
Awesome. Well, Araya, thank you so much for being in and just being such a great cheerleader in my life. I so appreciate you.
I love you. It's been on. I'm still watching. You're doing a great, great job. Keep up. And everyone, God bless you all. This not only will pass, but we're all going to come out better for it. And thank you to all of our essential workers and all of our frontline people. Thank you, doctors and nurses.
Awesome. Okay, thank you so much. We're going to move you back to being a panelist here. And we are going to, move you back to being an attendee. And we are going to bring up Leslie Householder. So Leslie, if you want to go ahead and raise your hand and let us know that you're on so we can find you. Here you are. And if all of you could go ahead and type in what was your takeaway from Araya's conversation. Okay. Here we go. Leslie, I think that you are in. Welcome.
Here we are. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you sound great.
Okay, because our landscapers just showed up and it's roaring behind me. So my husband ran this up and I'm like, help me. So yeah, if you can hear me, then we're good.
I can totally hear you. That's so funny. I was filming videos and my neighbor started like chopping down trees yesterday. I'm like,
yeah,
it happens.
awesome. It does.
Well, Leslie, we're so excited to have you on here today. You have just been like one of those heroes for me since my very first beginning as an entrepreneur. So I'm always a little like starstruck when I get to talk to you. So
I am so glad to be here. Thank you for including me. I really appreciate it.
You're welcome. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and introduce you and then we will jump right in and get started. So let me pull this up. We are talking about how to build wealth from scratch and uncover hidden treasures with Leslie Householder. Leslie is the award-winning international best-selling author of The Jackrabbit Factor, Portal to Genius, and Hidden Treasures. And since 2002, she's been helping people all over the world discover and apply the rare kind of faith that causes things to happen for powerful life changes. She is wonderful at helping you shift out of scarcity mindset and into abundance mindset so that you can really live the life that you want to live. And so, Leslie, we're so excited for you to come here today. You honestly, when I got started as an entrepreneur, your book was one of the very first books that I read, and it was life altering for me. It was like your mind opens up to a possibility you didn't even know existed. And so I have just been a fan for years. So thank you so much for being on.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm just excited to share. It's a message that I've been sharing now for 20 years because I came from such a scarcity mindset that it was paralyzing. It was debilitating, and it took so long to figure it out. But once we did figure it out, it's like poof, everything opened up and I couldn't not share. All I wanted to be was a mom, but now I have to do this too. So
just work it in on the side.
Just,
So Leslie, I would love for you to touch a little bit on that beginning, because I remember you sharing this story about like was it the broken broom? And
yeah.
Would you share that story really quick? Because I think sometimes people don't believe, like we say, oh, I didn't have it all together. And they're like, whatever,
I know. And I had been to so many seminars where people would give their down by the river story, and I was like, yeah, whatever. But for the first 7 years of our marriage, we were just in a financial bad way, and we couldn't get in front of it. No matter what we did, we just couldn't get in front of it. And I couldn't figure out how people around us were making things work. And it's not like we were just, not willing to do X, Y, or Z. We were doing everything we could possibly think of, and it still wasn't ever enough. And, we started going to events, seminars, trainings like this. Some friends of ours could see that our thinking needed some adjustment. I don't know how much they understood that was really our problem at the time, but they were bringing us to these events, and each one we would get a little nugget like, oh, okay, well, yeah, we got to think positive because that person on the stage thought positive and it changed their life. So we're going to do that, and we would try little things, and nothing would stick, or we'd be excited for a couple of weeks and then we were back to where we were, or sometimes worse, because we'd invested in that training, And it got to the point where about 7 years into it, I got so frustrated and upset. I counted it up. We had been to over 100 trainings, 100 seminars.
Wow.
And nothing was better or different. And I told my husband, honey, I can't take this anymore. I can't do this anymore. I can't justify grocery money or debt money, to do this. But it got so bad that I came outside and a neighbor kid had broken my broom and left it on the patio in front of my door. And that was like one of those last straw moments. I felt like I had so many last straw moments. I don't know. But this one was, how are you going to solve that problem? Well, all I could think of to do was call the police. That's how wound tight I was about money, that a $7 broom would make me call the police on a kid, And on a story, 2 years later, I called the police on a 5-year-old who stole cookie dough out of my fridge. I don't know if you've heard that story.
I haven't heard that one.
It wasn't coming from desperation in that point, but it does make a fun story. I just didn't know how to handle my problems because all the ways that I was handling it wasn't doing any good. And so I was in desperation.
Yeah, well, I really can relate to your story so much because I felt like it took me 10 years as an entrepreneur to even figure out how to make money. And that whole time I just felt like I should be getting this. I should be getting this. I'm working as hard as everybody else is. I know I'm smart. I know I'm capable, but there were so many broken mindset pieces that I didn't understand. I thought business and life was all tactical. If you do this, you get this. If you do this, you get this.
That's what we're told.
Yeah, and it's like a big lie. And so
that's what they did to get it, but it doesn't mean
Mhm.
that's what you will do. You're on a different
Right.
path.
So for me, it really was life changing, and I talk about that, and it sounds overly dramatic, but it wasn't. It was like, oh, there's a whole new set of. It's like a new playbook that I didn't know existed, and I'm breaking all the rules, and I'm reaping all the rewards for living in scarcity, but I didn't even know it was a thing. So I want to dig into this a little bit here. What does it mean to build wealth from scratch and uncover hidden treasures?
Well, I just want to quickly touch on that whole mindset thing. If you change your mindset, I used to think that the mindset piece was to hype me up enough to have the courage to do superhuman things.
Mm.
That's not what the mindset was for. And oh my word, if I had figured that out sooner, what the mindset piece does is when you think right, opportunities show up, doors open, unseen help kicks in, hidden resources start to appear. And so what does it mean to uncover hidden resources, build wealth from scratch? Basically, it's being able to answer the question, what would you do if you ever ran out of money? Because people think it takes money to make money, but wealth is really created from ideas. And
I love that.
there are no restrictions preventing any one of us from getting a great idea. They're free, they're unlimited. And like a radio station broadcasting ideas through the airwaves, the next genius idea is already right now in the room, just like KZZP, whatever, you know what I mean? It's in the room. And so there are some mindset shift things that you can do to tune you out of the ideas that got you where you are. Because if you don't like where you are, you've got to shift your thinking up to a new level, a different broadcast, and you'll pick up on new ideas. You know, Albert Einstein said that the significant problems we face in life cannot be solved at the same level of thinking we were at when we created them.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and that's something to chew on.
Yeah, well, I absolutely agree that for me was a turning point when I recognized that where I was my fault, you know, because for so long it was like, it's not my fault. I'm trying as hard as I can. I'm doing, and it was like, no, the thoughts that I've had running through my mind for years have created the choices that I've made and have created the fear that has kept me from making the big, bold moves that I'm capable of. And so, yeah, this life, like I built this and I can build something different. Like that was a turning point for me.
And that's the thing. I remember when I realized, oh, this was me. At first, it was a really awful realization, but at the same time, it's like, man, if I did this, then I can do something else.
Yeah,
I can do something different. And everything, you know, I mean, when the lights finally went on, when that last tumbler fell into place in our combination lock, it just burst open. We tripled our income in 3 months when our mindset landed in the right place.
Mm-hmm.
That's how powerful it can be.
Now, one of the things that you talked about is that, you know, there's all these great ideas and it doesn't take money to make money. It takes an idea to make money. So if, you know, the solution to every problem is only one idea away, that's a pretty big, bold idea. Can you give us some examples of what you mean by that?
Yeah, like I said, you know, we are like a radio receiver, and we pick up on different broadcasts depending on what we're visualizing in our mind, and depending on how we're letting ourselves feel. That feeling that moves us to different levels of thinking. And you know, you think about people who see a problem and they see that it's a problem, but they don't see how it can be turned into a solution. There's a woman who was bothered. She lived in the Midwest somewhere, and she was bothered by all the tumbleweeds flowing into her backyard, until finally one day she just out of desperation put up a website and said tumbleweeds for sale. Now she makes money selling her tumbleweeds to movie sets, I mean, it's become a business for her. It was a problem that turned into an idea. There's one example right now with the COVID going on. There's a farm, you can look it up. It's a farm that is trying to recoup the losses that they're experiencing with this lockdown. And so they have hired out their llama to join your next corporate meeting. They're making between $65 and $750 per sighting of this llama, depending on how many people you've got in your room. And it's hilarious, but they're making money on an idea. And a personal example of mine, I know we are short. In the recession, we were at the end of our money. And business was going really well using these principles, but at the same time, we'd invested in real estate at the top of the market in a number of properties, and it was making fast. And we got to where we were down to about $200 left in the bank, no paycheck in sight. We were both just entrepreneurs, and just like, now what? And goes back to that question, what would you do if you ever ran out of money? So we thought, I have no idea how we're going to get through this week. We had like $15,000 in bills due in the next couple. And we thought, we got to spend some time just seeing where we're going to be 10 years from now. Don't know how we're going to figure out this next week or month or year, but will we have it figured out in 10 years? Yes, of course we will. Let's live there. So we would get in our mind, what are we doing in 10 years? And we would see it and we'd feel it, knowing that this is raising us to a broadcast of ideas that will help us get to what we're envisioning. And coming away from that month, my husband got an idea. We followed through on it, and it generated $43,000 that month. And it was just from an idea. And so ideas are powerful, and they're free. They're free.
Yeah. I love that. And, you have to get quiet to hear them. And that's the great gift of COVID, is that we have all gotten quiet, and now is a great time to hear those ideas. So Leslie, you as always are amazing. What do you want to put out there so everyone can get plugged in with you and get connected?
Oh, a couple things. First of all, the book Portal to Genius is a free download. It is the book that I wrote after the recession, because my first book, The Jackrabbit Factor, the recession caused me to ask deeper questions like, whoa, I thought I had this figured out. And I had to write a sequel. And it's what we learned through the sequel, or learned through the recession that went into the sequel. And it's a free download at portal2genius.com. That's a T-O, portal2genius.com. That's free. Also, we have a workshop called the Genius Boot Camp. That is where you have a 3-day experience where I take you through that process of, you bring your problem, and by the end of those 3 days, you're going to be up there on that idea plane. And the good news is that right now we are preparing for our very first virtual Genius Boot Camp. It's going to be May 28th through 30th online. And if your income has been impacted by COVID, we have a scholarship program that you can apply for. And we have people coming to that for free because they lost their job. And so if you're interested in that, look at geniusbootcamp.com.
That's so generous. Thank you so much for doing that and giving back in that way. I just feel like right now is such a great moment to be giving and to lift all together. If we band together, and this is the thing that I think is so important to understand, there's not less currency in the world, right? It's just flowing differently. And so if we'll work together, we're all going to come out fine. So I love that. That's such a generous offer. I invite you guys all to go and take Leslie up on that offer. And thank you so much for being on with us today. I really appreciate your time.
Thanks again, Amy. It's been great.
Awesome. Okay, so Leslie, we are going to say goodbye to you as a speaker and move you back into being an attendee. And then we're going to give this another go with a tip video. So I'm going to make sure that you can hear it though. So let me pull up my screen share. Let me pull up the video. Oh, wait, one step first. Okay, screen share's up. Okay, we're going to look at creating your irresistible offer, because if you're wanting to get more sales conversations right now, you've got to have an irresistible offer to get them to say, yeah, let's get on a call. So tell me if we are working and if you can hear me. Put that in the chat. Hey friends, it is time for another biz tip. We are talking about your irresistible offer. This is not your product or service that you're selling. This is how are you going to reach out to your ideal client and get them to take action and say yes.
Yes, I want to give you my contact information. Yes, I want to get on a call with you. What does that process look like, that thing that we're going to use and put out on the front in order for people to connect with us and to generate those leads and those prospects? So I think you should all have 2 at least, maybe more. I think one thing that you should have is something that just draws them into the very, very first level. This needs to be easily delivered and easily digestible. So things that work really well here are reports, usable tools. One of my favorites that I saw from another expert was he teaches podcasting, how to get booked on podcast guests. And so he has a list of like 1,000 different podcasts that people could pitch themselves to, and like the information of the podcast. Now that's all information that any of us could get online for free, but he's made it easy to deliver and it's really highly usable. What people don't want in this position is they don't want long courses. They don't want something that's going to be real time consuming for them. So keep it like very usable. So it could be, a free copy of your book. It could be a free report. It could be a free tool that they can use. But I wouldn't shoot for like courses or something that's not real concrete in what it delivers. It needs to be really, really concrete. Now, the second thing that I think you all need for free is you need an irresistible offer that makes them want to get on the phone with you to have the sales conversation. So here's some of my favorites that I have seen and used successfully throughout my career. Interviews is great. So having a podcast where then you can reach out and interview your ideal client. Amazing. Doing a book project and reaching out to your ideal client to get data and information. That's really great as well because people like to talk about their business. So interviews are really great. Another one that I think works really well is giving a comprehensive assessment with a report at the end. So we love taking surveys. How many of you click on those surveys online? So can you create some sort of a comprehensive, like, hey, let's go through and you can fill out and answer the questions. We'll identify the challenges and we'll just provide you with a report. Then that report can lead into the sales conversation where you now can see who is qualified as a prospect for you, who can you actually help and work with, who has problems that are outside your scope or is they're just not the right fit for whatever reason. And so it helps you to qualify your leads and then gives you something specific to reach out to them with. All right, there you have it. That is a 3-minute business tip for you. Hope it's helpful. Okay. Was that helpful, you guys? I'm curious how many of you have that irresistible offer already and how many of you need to get it. And I took a bite right as that was ending. That was bad. Okay. Okay, we are going to bring up our next guest here. Ada. Can you go ahead and, oh, I see you right there. Promote to panelist. Okay, here we go. Welcome, Ada. I'm chewing as fast as I can.
Hi there.
Hey, there we are. How are you today?
I'm wonderful. Can you hear me okay?
Mm-hmm. You look great. You sound great.
Perfect.
And we're super excited to have you. Okay.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, so we're going to go ahead and introduce you and then we'll jump right into it. Look, your fan club's in the chat box. They're saying hi. We love supportive people. So thank you guys so much for being here with us. All right. We are talking about how to get rid of scarcity mindset so that you can shift and move into living the abundant life that you truly want. Today, we're interviewing Ada Lawler. She's an international speaker. She's a certified life coach, a mindset mentor, and she has helped hundreds of high-performing female entrepreneurs create a life and a business that's both strategically and soulfully aligned, specifically through her intentional mindset work. So Ada, we're so excited to have you on today. And I mean, I can't think of a better topic for this time that we're all living in. So thank you for being on.
Thank you so much for having me. I Totally appreciate it. So as Amy said, my name is Aida Lawler, and I'm a certified life coach and mindset mentor, and I've helped hundreds upon hundreds of women really shift their thought process and mindset from one of scarcity to abundance. So like you said, the timing couldn't be more perfect given sort of social climate of today.
Yes, absolutely. So let's kind of dig in and start with what is scarcity mindset. And I know for some of us, it seems like, oh gosh, we should all know that. I didn't. When I started as an entrepreneur, I had no idea that I was living in scarcity. It was not a context anyone had ever told me, and it kept me stuck for so long. So how do you define that?
I completely agree with you. And I feel like you really don't even hear the word scarcity until you dive into sort of that personal development world. But in the simplest terms, scarcity is sort of the thought process, feelings, and emotions of never having enough, of, feeling as though you're going to run out. And it's kind of a running joke. Now you hear that idea of FOMO, that fear of missing out, which is just laced in total scarcity mindset, right? And given the climate that we're in right now, where people are so concerned of not having enough, people are running to the grocery stores to grab toilet paper, which is something they probably never even thought of before. But it simply is sort of that feeling of, I don't have enough, there isn't enough, we're going to run out. And so for me, my work really is about understanding the idea that there is always more than enough, that there isn't a finite number or specific number of resources that are available to you. So I think that's why right now, specifically given everything that's going on, I'm so excited to dive into this topic.
You know what is so interesting to me is like my knowledge around scarcity started off with people talking about scarcity of money. And I had it for sure. But what was really the sneaky one, and is still the sneaky one, is I have the thing that will send me down a scarcity spiral fastest is time. That I feel like there won't be enough time to get things done. And then because there won't be enough time, then there won't be enough people, and then there won't be enough money, and then there won't be. And it's like it can go in minutes. It can go from like, oh my gosh, I feel really busy today, to like everything's gonna fall apart. It's such a mental like, I don't know. It's just that I've been through that, where I've been driving home and like, why am I feeling so bad? And I'll trace the thoughts back and be like, oh, because I'm busy. Yep, that's time scarcity again. So I think it's worth noting that scarcity doesn't only show up with money scarcity. It can show up with people scarcity, or I don't feel like I have enough help scarcity, or like there's a lot of different faces that it wears.
Absolutely. And it's a rabbit hole that you can just fall into, and then it just seems to sort of snowball and get worse and worse. Exactly as you illustrated, it starts with one thing and then it trickles down to everything else in your life. Not enough resources, not enough things, not enough time.
And the funny thing is, when you track the thoughts, they're ridiculous. It's
always.
if you will cause yourself to think back, okay, how did I get feeling this way? And you trace back the thoughts in your mind. It's like watching some cartoon character. It's so ridiculous, but we feel it, and it feels so real. So I know I've been there. If any of our attendees have been there, if you could just like tell us in the comments, yes, I can relate. We know we're not crazy. I'd love to hear from you, Aida. What are your top 3 strategies for getting out of scarcity mindset and shifting into abundance?
Absolutely. So firstly, this is a perfect segue, because you were talking about how we start with one thought, right? And then we just start to snowball into other things. And so the very first tip that I would give you, and that I give to all of my clients when we start working together, is it's simply taking dominion of your thoughts. So really start taking inventory about the things that you're thinking about, right? We have over 80,000 thoughts a day. It's really hard to manage everything that's going on, and most of it's coming from our subconscious, right? But when we actually start paying attention to what we're thinking about, so let's say you're going to the grocery store and you're feeling that urge to go buy, 5 extra cases of toilet paper, start to ask yourself, why am I having these thoughts? Why am I feeling this way? And really start to kind of trace it back. Are these really my beliefs, or are they being imposed upon me? And why am I feeling this way? Because when you actually start to question why you're having those thoughts, you can kind of halt that thought process and you can start to think, oh, well, this is ridiculous. Why am I thinking this way? I'm not going to run out of X, Y, and Z. So I think first and foremost is really just taking ownership of what you're thinking about and really starting to pay attention to your thoughts, because they're extremely powerful. The mind is extremely powerful. So really just start paying attention to those things, right? Secondly, this is a really interesting one too, because as women, we're storytellers, right? We love to share. We love to talk about all the things. And the thing that we think brings us closer together is actually something that can create quite a divide, and that is gossiping. So really start paying attention to the conversations that you're having with your friends, neighbors, colleagues. Are they the types of conversations that you're really proud of, that are really serving your highest self? Because if you're walking away from those conversations feeling less than, feeling as though it's triggering feelings of comparison, right? You're walking away feeling completely depleted. Now, I'm human, okay? So we've all fallen into those ruts where we're sharing, having conversations, and we're complaining. So really, this is sort of an opportunity for you to start taking ownership of what you're speaking about, what you're speaking into the universe, and what you're calling into existence. Because what we think about, that's what grows, whatever we're putting our focus on. So if we're focused and we're talking about what isn't working, we're complaining about X, Y, and Z, well, guess what? We're just going to get more of what we've already got. So we're just going to continue manifesting from that deficit sort of mindset. And then thirdly, I think what's really
I want to pause you on that one, because that one's really important. And I think that where women get off course is we feel a lot, and we're aware of our feelings, and we know that they need to be, expressed. But where we miss the mark is that they never needed to be expressed to another person, because that other person, when we're having that conversation, they feed the emotion back to us. Absolutely. And then the emotion grows and multiplies, and then it turns into a diminishing conversation instead of a building conversation. But you do need to get those emotions out. That's why we have journals. That's why we can go and talk to trees. That's why we can have that emotional, I call it emotional cleanup, but we need to get those emotions moving through us and get rid of them. But when you do it in a more healthy way, it doesn't multiply, it doesn't grow, and you don't leave feeling diminished, you leave feeling clear. And Absolutely. So I think that's truly the root of why women gossip, or why they have these diminishing conversations, is because we're aware of what we feel, we know it needs to come out. But nobody really taught us in school, like, here's the appropriate way to process your emotions. That just didn't really happen for most of us.
Right. And we kind of mask it in a way of connecting or feeling like us sharing our story is going to help them feel better. But at the end of the day, you're both feeling like a mess, right? So I think that your comment about really journaling the experience is key, right? Because that gives you an opportunity to kind of brain dump and not, perpetuate that energy, for sure.
Sure. Yeah. I love it.
So
okay.
I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to say tip number 3, I'm ready. They're so good.
Okay. So tip 3, it's a really, really unique one, in that the quickest way to receive is to give. And so really amplifying, exercising generosity is the quickest way to sort of nip that scarcity mindset in the bud, right? Because when you're focused on giving versus receiving, or what isn't working for you, it's a very different energy. It's a very different feeling. And I think when people hear the word generosity, how can I become more generous? They immediately think, oh, I need to spend money, or I need to give money. And there are so many different ways in your life that you can be a generous human being. You can be generous with your time, feelings, emotion, value that you provide to your community. So really think about the ways that you can show up in your life as a more generous human being, because again, that really shifts the thought process from that of scarcity to that one of abundance.
I completely agree with it. I always feel like the fastest way to pull yourself out of a funk is to go in to help somebody else. It really does make you feel like, my son and I did this a couple of weeks ago. We went and volunteered at a food bank, and we spent a couple hours like processing and filling orders for people who were struggling, and we both felt amazing as we went home. Like, it just was such an energy booster. And even though, you know, I had things that I had been stressed out as we were driving there, and he had things that he was stressed about as we were driving there, when we were driving home, it was like, we feel amazing. So I love those principles. I think those are beautiful. I know we're just about out of time here, and the time flies so fast.
It does.
But I do want to touch on just one last question, which is, why is this shift so critical for us as entrepreneurs?
Simply because, like I've said sort of before, you can't really create on a deficit. And so really understanding the importance of shifting into that abundance mindset is paramount to creating that business, that life, and attracting those relationships in your life that you so deeply crave. Because there's so many people that I work with or I've spoken to that are like, I totally believe in abundance and manifestation, but the problem is that they're in sort of lack mindset. The two cannot coexist. So what I want people to understand is there is no gray area when it comes to abundance and really living in excess overflow and believing in it. There is no gray area. It's black or it's white. You're either pregnant or you're not. There's no in between. And so once you really realize that, you know, abundance is available, and everything is available to everyone at any time, it really starts to shift things, because you don't come from that competitive mindset anymore. You realize there's no such thing as competition, because there's always enough room at the table, and there is, you know, nothing that's finite. So, you know, your fangirl status or community is just out there waiting for you. Other people's happiness never takes away from your own experience.
Yeah, I love that. So thank you so much for being on with us. We really appreciate your time and energy, and just sharing with us your wisdom. What is the best way for our audience to get a hold of you?
So I actually have a private Facebook group called the Soulful Boss Society. There are over 1,000 women in there. I pour into them pretty much daily and would love to have you in there. And I also have a YouTube channel, just as Aida Lawler, and you can find me in there. I post new videos every Tuesday. So would love to have you hop on into that community.
Awesome. Thank you so much for being on. And we are going to shift over here. So we'll say
thank
goodbye.
You, Amy. It's been a pleasure.
Oh, you're welcome. And then we are going to change our speaker. So Deborah, I can already see you raising your hand. Thank you so much. We're going to move you into being a panelist here. Welcome, welcome. If you guys could, in the chat, just go ahead and share with Aida what your takeaways are. What did you learn? What was what stood out to you? And then Deborah, we'll get you up with your audio and video. Sophie, I love your comment. Thank you there. She said, I resonate greatly. Helping someone through a challenge also helps to shift our mindset and positive, abundant mindset. I completely agree. There's no better way than to just start helping somebody. It just puts everything into such perspective so quickly. Okay, so Deborah, I see you in, but it looks like you're muted and your video's not up. There we go.
Hi, Amy. How are you?
I'm so good. How are you today, Deborah?
I am doing great. And first of all, I want to compliment you on your host of presenters today. The content has been absolutely amazing. So congratulations to you for putting it all together.
Thank you. Well, it is so much easier to run a great event when you have great speakers. So I'm just grateful for all of you being willing to come and to collaborate and create something better together. And that is a tip for everybody. I've always believed in collaboration, because you can create something better together than you can alone. Not that I don't have good things to say, not that you don't have good things to say, but a conversation between two great minds is always going to be better than a conversation of just one. So thank you for being a part of this. All right, let's go ahead. We'll introduce you, and then we will jump right in. So let me get to my notes here. What principles contribute to personal and professional success? Well, we are going to be talking about that today with Deborah Battersby. Deborah is the president and CEO of Success Matrix Coaching and Consulting. She's the originator of the Freedom Point Coaching Method, and Deborah coaches business leaders, entrepreneurs, and executives to unleash their potential and catapult their success. As a keynote speaker for Tony Robbins Leadership Academy, she stepped onto the main stages in places like London and Australia and lots in between. And she is a RE/MAX Hall of Famer. She was in the top 1% of all real estate agents and is the former winner of the Ernst & Young Entrepreneur of the Year Award. So we're so excited to have you on with us today and learn more about you and how we can help all of our entrepreneurs that are online today. Welcome.
Thank you for that. And I would like to correct something for you. As much it would be amazing to be a former Ernst & Young winner, I coached a client who was a Ernst & Young Award winner. So perhaps that'll be in my future. Thank you for putting it out there.
We're speaking it into existence.
Exactly. I love that.
We're affirming the future.
Yes, I'll take that. So it's been fascinating, the conversations that have preceded this, because so much of leadership is about your emotional mindset. It begins there first. And that emotional mastery is the thing that allows us to be able to step into any situation and address it with some sense of certainty and composure, so that we are really, really confident in however we are going to show up in that particular situation. The fascinating thing about the conversations around scarcity really come down to one real emotional wound, and that emotional wound is that I'm not enough. The wound of scarcity of, there's not enough time, there's not enough money, there's not enough resources, there's not enough of this, when the real fear underneath it all is that I'm not enough. And so this is the wound that is underpinning all of our perceptions around scarcity. So we begin by creating that foundation of certainty within ourselves that we are more than enough. That, it's so fascinating to me. I think human beings are such amazing creatures, because I'm sure that we have no idea what real human potential is. Every time we think we've seen something extraordinary, right behind it is something even more extraordinary. And we all have that capacity. And we have it because that's the way we're engineered. Our nervous system, our brain, our capacity to think and see and observe and contextualize gives us all of these resources to be able to invent something, create something, manifest something. So this is a gift that all humanity has given. And it's something we totally underestimate. And honestly, something we've never really been taught how to tap into it, how to use it successfully. So
I want to bring up a question for you, because as soon as you started talking, this came into my mind. Monica Ogando and I started a podcast recently, and we have been interviewing 6- and 7-figure entrepreneur women who are very extremely successful, talented, capable women. And one of the questions we always ask them is, what inner dragons have you had to slay on your path to success? And I cannot tell you how many times imposter syndrome has come up. And I'm sitting here going, but you're so smart and you're so talented and you're clearly such a capable leader. But why do you think it is that women struggle stepping into leadership and feeling like a fraud as we do it? I'm so curious by this. And I know I have it too. It's not like it's their problem, not mine. I'm like, help me understand myself.
Well, that's actually a brilliant question, and I don't get asked that very often. But here's what's really going on there. You see, I said emotional mastery is really a critical component of, really expressing your highest and best self. Because, and here's why women think that, they get into this imposter syndrome, is because we have been led to believe that we are not as capable. And this is and this may not be as relevant for today's generation as it is historically for women for eons. But there is a part of us that is genetically engineered to perpetuate the patterns of our ancestors. I think there's a part of our evolution where we're still, running some of the residue of that information. And so in really, I think historically, women have had to be imposters often in order to step into responsible roles. They've had to pretend to be something more than what they are.
You know what? And I also think they've had to pretend to be something less than what they are, right? Because like our feminine brilliance is quite different. Like the way that we create and the way that we nurture and the way that we foster and we invent and we create is very different than the masculine energy.
Absolutely.
But for such a long time, we had to be masculine in order to be successful. And so
I do think too that, what you said, Amy, is very relevant, because for, the previous generation, women had to become more masculine in order to step into roles in corporate leadership and things like that. So there is this association to pretending to be something we're not. And in reality, if we step back for a moment, the truth is that as human beings, we all have access to masculine and feminine energy. Giving ourselves permission to access what's appropriate for any given context is where the freedom lies. Now, emotional mastery, I love emotional mastery because we have been taught to believe that so many of the things we feel are unacceptable, inappropriate, unwarranted, and perhaps weak. I believe, I have a kind of an unusual take on emotional intelligence. You see, I believe that all emotion is intelligent. Every single thing you feel is designed to guide you in some way. It's there to provide information. It's an intuitive system of communication that's processing, 20 million bits of information per second and giving you some insight as to what you need to pay attention to. But because we've never been taught how to interpret the system, how to communicate with the system, how to actually apply the wisdom that comes from us, we have spent most of our lives repressing things that we're not supposed to feel. Denying them, rejecting them, hiding them. And by the way, because we've been judging these emotions our entire lives, that we think, oh, you know what? I'm angry, I'm hurt, I'm sad, I feel vulnerable. And we've been told, hey, these things are totally weak. Don't feel those. But secretly we feel them. We can't stop feeling them.
It's human.
So we're human. And yet, we're told that, hey, these are flawed emotions. They are signs of weakness. And so we do everything we can to hide them, everything we can to repress them. And as a result, we come to the conclusion like, oh, these are bad feelings. I shouldn't be feeling this way. Uh-oh, they're bad. Uh-oh, I must also be bad. So we totally misinterpret the genius of the emotional system and its power to influence and guide and direct where we need to go in life. So leadership is about coming home to the truth of who you are, the truth of what you think, the truth of what you feel.
I love that. I think that's worth writing down, everybody, that leadership, can you say that again? Leadership is about coming home to who you are.
The truth of who you are, the truth of what you feel, the truth of what you think, the truth of what matters to you, and the willingness to share that, the willingness to be, connected to your own perspective. It's kind of funny because I think we are always guided to influence the things that are important to our core. And I had an interesting experience a couple of months ago where I realized that courage really comes from the willingness to defend what is important at your core. That courage cannot exist without fear. This is the time for all of us to look at what we're afraid of and decide what's important to us and connect with that core. Because when you connect with your core of what you really value, the courage will be there. The courage is there. And it was such an amazing epiphany for me, because I always thought courage was something that came from the heart or the head. But my recent experience tells me that courage comes from your core when it comes to something that you really care about and something that matters to you.
I love that. And I think, the leaders that we love to follow are the leaders that share authentically. They're not the drill sergeants. And it's interesting how sometimes when we're trying to increase our leadership, we look outside of us instead of looking inside of us. And so I love this approach that you have to leadership. Obviously wish we had more time to dig into it, but Deborah, I would love for you to share with our leaders, what's the best way for them to get in touch with you?
To reach out to me at debbattersby.com. You can schedule an opportunity to have a phone call. I'd love to chat with you. I would love for you to, take advantage of my book called Stop That, Start This, and how to get more of what you want. So
awesome.
Please, debbattersby.com, and I look forward to sharing with you whatever I possibly can that can make your life better.
Perfect. Well, we'll put that link in, and go check out the book, you guys. I feel like this is a great conversation around leadership for women, because we really do need to start looking inside of us. And I believe that women leadership is more needed now than it's ever been before. So I hope you'll go check out that book. And thank you so much, Deb, for being on with us.
Thank you.
We're going to wave goodbye and move you back into being a panelist, move you back into being an attendee, and then we're going to bring up our next speaker. Thank you. All right. So our next speaker is the real reason why I hosted this conference. I have to host conferences so I can hang out with her. I'm kidding. But I do love our next speaker, and I'm so glad that she's here. So Cheryl, I am bringing you on right now. So if you can get your mic and video up, we are so excited to have you. There you are.
Hey, look, I can't agree with that more. That this is the real reason we're having this. So you and I get time together.
I know. The only time we ever hang out is when we're speaking at something. So that's why we have conferences. So we can have some Cheryl time.
I mean, I'll give us credit in that we will take a couple seconds like, hey, how's the family on Facebook Messenger real quick. But we're just like busy leading the world and sharing our greatness and taking care of all of our kids, our tribe at home.
I know. It's two moms on the move, but I absolutely love you. I'm so glad that you're on here today. And for those of you who don't know Cheryl yet, I'll start off with her introduction, and then we will jump right in, because pull out your popcorn and prepare to be amazed. It is time to master your public speaking and presentation skills. Whether you have thought of yourself as a speaker before this or not, the best way that we can share our messages in our business right now is through video and through getting out and sharing your story. So it's going to be a great training today. Dr. Cheryl Wood is an international motivational speaker. She's a best-selling author. She is a master speaker development coach for women, and she is committed to empowering and equipping women with the tools to courageously share their unique voice, their story, and their subject matter expertise. She is just one of my absolute favorite speakers to listen to. And we met each other, I feel like, kind of towards the beginning of both of our careers. And it has just been such a joy to watch you, Cheryl, just do your thing and go out there and be relentlessly consistent about sharing your value and never diminishing yourself when other people were like, yeah, you should. You're like, no, I know what I'm doing. I'm going. So I absolutely love you, and I'm so excited that you're here today.
Oh, thank you for having me. Yeah, it's been a while, right? I was looking at some stuff because I was pulling up Steven's name, and your name, of course, popped up. And I'm like, I saw stuff from like 2016, 2015. I was like, oh my God, we are truly sisters in this game.
I know. It's been a long journey. I feel like the first time we had you on our platform was probably like 2014, 2015. I mean, it's been a long time, and just watching you grow this career, I just love what you do. And the other thing is you have brought up so many other powerful women speakers. You really embody that lift as you climb spirit, that every time you go up a level, you're like, all right, come on, girls, we're going to.
I thank you so much for acknowledging that, because that's really how I feel. Like, number one, I'm a huge like supporter and rooter of the underdog, like the people that the world counts out, because like so many people counted me out. And a part of that, I think, was connected to my own view and mindset when I first entered the industry. It was like, who am I? Who's going to listen to me? Like, I'm just this girl who came from poverty, from scarcity, and all the stuff, this trash was telling my head. And I had to so get over that. And once I did move beyond that and realize that I could kind of be a giant in the world, I'm like, okay, if I have permission, I'm going to give all these other people permission. Like, come on, let's go. I
know. And now you're a doctor. I was so excited when that happened. That was last year, right? Honorary doctorate?
That was in December.
Yeah. One of the things that you have always said that I think is so important is that there's always space for greatness. I don't remember exactly how you say it, but basically like your greatness will make room for you, and stop knocking on the doors that don't care and find the ones that do. And so I just think you're such an inspiring voice for women, and I'm excited to dig into your topic here today. So Cheryl, let's start. 5 things that entrepreneurs can do right now to monetize their voice.
All right. Number one, leverage the time as best as possible. So you can either create new, relevant, and relatable content that is going to serve people well now, or you can tweak the content that you already have. So for me, most platforms, I'm speaking about how to teach and train speakers how to master their voice, how to develop their signature story, how to pull out their signature talk, all of those things. And that has changed. All I did was make a tweak to it, where now I apply to forms. So now you'll see most of my topics are, how can you become a virtual or a digital information expert and generate over 100K, right? So it's the same content. I'm just tweaking little things to make it relevant and relatable to today. Number 2, I would say, go back and repurpose old content, like things that you've already developed, you already offer into the marketplace that really serve people well and still holds great value. Go back, dig that content up. Don't just let it sit on the table, because then you're letting money sit on the table. I remember recently I had done a course about 2 years ago. I went back, repurposed that content, offered it at a discounted price, right? Because the people who initially took the course, it was live. So these were going to be the replays, so digital products, evergreen. And we generated over $11,000 from one course that I had done 2 years ago, but the content was still relevant. Yeah. Number 3, offer stimulus pricing. like work with people. Some people have lost their jobs. Some people have been, downsized, or their shifts have been cut, whatever might be happening. Pay attention to what's happening with world events and shift accordingly. So if you have a program, okay, offer the program, but maybe offer some special pandemic pricing, right? Because people are at home and they want to learn. They're signing up for classes. They have the more time now to learn and deep dive into those classes than they have ever before. So just make sure that you are in some way showing that you are, again, staying relevant and relatable, and that you have empathy for where people are right now who do want to grow and do want to learn. Number 4, I would say create a menu of options to meet people where they are. So you can still have those premium price points, right? Like the people that they're like, okay, now this is the best time for me to hire you, Cheryl, because I have time. I'm going to be stuck in the house at least till June. I can deep dive into your course. Give me the best that you have. And they might sign up for a $10,000 course. But then there's somebody else who may not be able to do that, play at that level. I don't want to have just a one and done option. I want a menu of options to say, hey, you can start here. You can come meet me in the middle, or you can play at my premium price point. Okay. Which is going to get value in all 3. The thing about it is the more premium it is, the more access you're going to get to me, right? You're going to get closer. Like when I did my VIP day with Lisa Nichols, I was willing to invest that $40,000 because I was like, no, I want to be in your face, you and I, one-on-one. I don't want to listen to anybody else's questions, right? We could still do that virtually. You can still see the person, interact with the person through video. So we have so much technology available to us that it doesn't make sense for you to say, oh, I'm not going to sell, or I'm not going to offer anything. Just create a menu to meet people where they are. And then I say,
well,
last
and
but
I
not least,
think
number
even
5,
just
show
I think
up.
even Cheryl, just tweaking a little bit how you talk about those things. Like, you know, you talked about that with your content, but I think the same holds true with your programs, that your programs are still relevant, but you might need to say like a different angle of why they're relevant right now, even though the content and material is still there. Like, why is it relevant right now that they learn this information? And so it makes it feel like something I need to do versus just something that is an option on the table.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So whether it's the juicy title that you shift, whether it's some of the content, whether it's the, hey, this is what you're going to walk away with, it has to be relevant and relatable to now. Like, that's the thing about continuing to be relevant in the marketplace, is that you have to constantly assess what you're offering, what's happening out in the world, in the marketplace, and do people want it right now? Is it something that they have a sense of urgency for? And like you said, you have to put it on the table as this is something mandatory. Like, you guys, this is not optional. You got to have this if you're going to be able to make it through this pandemic, because people are looking for hope. They're looking for hope. They're looking for encouragement. They're looking for, how do I build my own business, because my job was outsourced and I never knew before how much I needed my own side hustle or my own business.
Right.
How do I budget? How do I manage these finances that I have, because it's different now? Like, there's so many topics that people are craving for. And like you said, you have to tweak it where you can still offer what you're offering, but it brings a relevant component into play in terms of what's going on right now, what's happening in the marketplace right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I love it. So
I didn't give you my number 5 though. Can I give you my number 5?
Okay, sorry. Number 5. We got to get number 5
I don't want nobody text you. I want somebody message you later like, she only gave 4. She said 5. Okay, so number 5, guys, is simply show up, speak up, and follow up. Like, that's so important that you keep showing up, that keep speaking up about what your core message is and the value you bring into the marketplace, and follow up. Because some of what you're going to do in the digital space is going to be lead generate. So you're going to list build, you're going to, I've done so many podcasts, interviews, webinars, seminars, like digitally in the past 3 to 4 weeks, that my mind is like, woo, woo, woo. But what I'm reminding myself of is we are going to come out of this. And when we come out of this, I want to have made money, but I also want to have been doing the same thing simultaneously and building my list and following up that list for the people who aren't ready to take action while we were in it. So you got to do all 3.
Absolutely. And now that we are speaking in a digital world, in a digital platform, what advice do you have for the people who, like, they're great face-to-face, but they struggle with the technology?
Oh my God. You mean me? Are we talking about me?
Me too.
Like, I tell people all the time, I'm really not just organically a techie girl. Yeah, I know how to turn the camera on and smile, and I'm still going to deliver my core message. But for me, I've been taking this as an opportunity to learn, like really give myself permission to be a student. And I don't think although I constantly invest in me, the level of me being a student now is very different than it was before. So I'm like, okay, you know what? I am going to dark on it. I'm going to master how to do the Zoom thing, or I'm going to master how to use Canva, or whatever the thing is that's going to add most value. Give yourself permission to be a true student, to take a deep dive into it. And what I believe is you're going to do 1 or 2 things anyway during this pandemic. You're either spend time or you're going to spend money. So if you have the time, because maybe you are teleworking, or maybe you've been, downsized from your job and now you have that time, invest the time into learning the different software programs. If you want to start your own podcast, I have more time now to do that than ever before. But if you don't, because you are an essential worker, like my husband is an essential worker. He still has to go to work a single day. My sister, brother, line workers. My nurse brother is an EMT specialist. So they don't quite have the same time that we have. So if you're in that space, but you still want to grow your side hustle, your business, you can pay someone. Either way, you're going to pay. It's either going to be time or it's going to be money. You get to choose. But if you do have the time, I would say dig in deep and pay attention to what software apps and technology other people are using. Give you a prime example. The other day I did an interview, and after the interview, the young lady who was my guest sent me this thank you. It was like a little 1-minute clip for a video. It was a video thank you. I clicked on the video thank you to see, okay, what is this software? As soon as I saw what it was, I went over and I signed up for an account with that software. And guess what? Within 30 minutes, I was sending my own little videos out to other people. So
was it Bomb Bomb?
Pay attention to what it was. Bomb Bomb. That's exactly
I
what
love
it was.
Bomb Bomb. As soon as you said it, I'm like, I bet it was Bomb Bomb. Everybody go check out Bomb Bomb.
That's exactly
We're not
what it was.
affiliates, but we should be.
We should be. And so I just paid attention. So I'm more in tune to being an astute student and learner by looking at what people are doing, paying attention to what people are doing. Here's another thing I did the other day. I am growing my Instagram, not only my following, but my level of engagement and how I use that platform to monetize. So I looked at some of the women who are leaders and influencers, some of the women that I've been interviewing who have crossed 7 figures. And I'm like, let me see what they're doing. Let me be a student. Let me be an observer. Because a part of being a student sometimes is observing, paying attention. Yeah. So I saw all these little like customized tabs on their Instagram. I'm like, shoot, how do I get that? I don't know that just offhand because I'm not a techie person. Guess what? Google told me how to do it. So because I was paying attention to what influencers and leaders were doing, I'm observing, and I have the desire to incorporate those more those more tech advanced things into my platform. I took time to Google it, to research it, and I was able to add my own custom buttons on my Instagram. So be a student or pay somebody to do it for you, one or the other.
Yeah, you know what? And I will say as well, with either you're going to pay in time or you're going to pay in dollars, I think right now we are separating out the producers from the consumers. So you get to choose, are you going to consume, and are you going to sit there and, like, I don't know who's watching all the Netflix, because I'm not. Like, I'm producing the content and my views are up and people are engaging more with my stuff, and I love that. So I think you get to look at it and say, during this time, who do I choose to be? Do I choose to be the person who produces content, puts more out there, or do I choose to be the person who watches it all? I'd rather make it, just saying.
Now, I'm going to say 2 things to that. Number one, I'm going to say I posted something yesterday and said, look, don't be the entrepreneur who is sitting there and you're going to Netflix and chill. Instead, serve somebody and bill, right? So that's number one. Number 2, I agree with that with a caveat. What I would say is, I don't think it makes sense from my perspective. I'm not going to spend 4 hours trying to create a flyer when I could pay somebody $40 to do that. So yes, you want to be a producer, but you have to ask yourself at what cost? Because that 4 hours that I just spent trying to play around in Photoshop and whatever it is that I'm going to use, I could have taken that 4 hours and I could have been training or teaching or educating someone and actually getting a check. But easily paid that $40 graphic designer fee and then some. So just make wise choices and wise decisions. I think that we got to elevate our level of being producers versus consumers.
I absolutely agree. And I am glad you clarified that, because the funny part about being a business owner long enough is when somebody produces a flyer for you, you mentally claim it as a production of yours. It's like, our company produced this thing. So I appreciate you clarifying that, because
that's right.
People probably are like, oh, but I am producing. I spent 5 hours making a flyer. And in my mind, I'm like, no, we don't do that. So anyway, Cheryl, you as always are fantastic. I appreciate you so much being on. And we are out of time. I'm getting the time signal like, come on, Amy. So would you go ahead and share with us where people can go to get connected with you?
Yep, you can connect with me on all the social media platforms at Cheryl Empowers. I'm on Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, all that good stuff. You can just follow me there at Cheryl Empowers. I do have a free gift. I'm giving my free signature story template. All you gotta do is go to CherylEmpowers.com. And that is important because a part of you being able to really stay relevant is incorporating your story as a part of whatever it is that you're offering into the marketplace. I do finally, last but not least, have a course that I am launching. Talk about staying relevant and relatable. And the course is called Virtual Speaker Survivor Course. Virtual Speaker Survivor Course. And if you're interested in just getting information about that, it's a 4-week course. It's going to teach you the fundamentals of being able to leverage virtual platforms to still stay in business. We don't want you going out of business because things change. You get to create your own stimulus package with what you have in the marketplace. So all you got to do is give me an email to the number 301-395-7589. Text your name and email to 301-395-7589. Thank you for having me, Amy.
You're so welcome. Anytime. Anytime I have a party, you're invited. So
awesome.
Thank you, Cheryl. Well, we're going to go ahead and say goodbye to you as a presenter, make you back into an attendee. And then Nicole, would you go ahead and raise your hand so I can find you and bring you on board? And if you guys would go ahead in the chat and give Cheryl some love. Tell her what your takeaways are. Tell her what you learned, what you're going to do differently because of what you learned from her. Nicole, welcome.
Hi.
Hey, how are you?
I'm fabulous. How are you?
I'm doing so good. I'm just, I'm loving today. I'm getting to talk to amazing, inspiring, empowering women and fill my cup. So it's a beautiful day. Thank you for asking. Awesome. So, okay, Nicole, I'm going to give your introduction here and then we are going to jump right into it. So let's see. We are talking money mindset training, 3 tips to develop a positive money mindset. Nicole Henry is a money energy expert and a business strategist. She helps business owners to understand their emotional cycles around money while creating personalized protocols to help them create massive amounts of money so that they can have financial peace in their life and in their business. And Nicole, I think everybody wants this right about now. So we're so excited that you're on with us.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
You're
welcome.
welcome.
Do you want me to dive into my tips or you're kind of choppy?
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. We've got a little bit of a rough internet connection at the moment, so I'm hoping it passes soon. But yeah, let's kind of just dive right in here. So I'd love to hear, what are some common mistakes that you see people make with their money mindset?
I think the most common mistake that I see a lot of people struggle with is they forget that they never really were trained on money mindset. And so a lot of times what happens is people don't even understand why they do what they do with money. So you think about people that budget their money. Well, why do they budget their money? People that are, couponers. Why are they couponers? And I don't think there's a right or wrong for anything that anybody is doing, but I think it's really, really important. And probably the most common mistake that I see is that people don't understand why they actually do what they're doing, because there's a lot of time that I see people budget their money down to zero and they feel like they just never have enough. And I'm like, well, why don't we start creating the abundance? Why don't we start creating you a spending plan of how much you need to create to have the lifestyle you want versus bringing your mindset and everything down to zero? But I think people just don't know where to begin.
You know what? I think that's so true because we know when we have a challenge, but it doesn't necessarily mean that we know how to solve our own challenge, right? So I'd love to hear a little bit more about your process of how you take people where they're at, which I love that you meet them where they're at, and then help them move to where they want to go.
So I do not believe in one size fits all for anything. And I believe that if you can meet somebody on their timeline for where they're at, you can actually get to where they want to go. Because if they don't have accomplishment energy, I always tell people when they're like, I want to sell a $5,000 package and my coach is telling me I'm worth $5,000. And I'm like, that might be true. Do you believe that you can sell $5,000? Do you believe that you're worth $5,000? Because sometimes just walking your brain through the different, maybe go sell a $500 package. Once you do it once, then a $1,000 package, and work your brain to where it starts to accept what you're trying to create financially. And so for me, the process that I take with people, I always say, okay, is it a strategy issue or is it flat out just a mindset issue? Because a lot of times it's just the mindset of someone else has told them what to sell their packages for, but they don't actually believe they can do it. And so they're too afraid to really put anything out there or to help or overcome objections when no's come up. And so for me, it's meeting people. Is it a mindset issue or is it a strategy issue?
You know what? I love this because I have said the same thing to my clients too. And they're like, I want to sell a $10,000 package. I'm like, cool. Start with a $1,000 package. That's a great step to selling a $10,000 package. And everybody starts somewhere. And there's no shame in stair-stepping your pricing. It's funny how sometimes we shame entrepreneurs for weird things. Like right now, I keep hearing all this buzz about having high-end sales and high-end sales and high-end sales. I'm like, yes, but you're not going to accomplish high-end sales until you've accomplished sales. You have to start somewhere. So I love that you really meet people where they're at and then move them up. Okay. I do want to get into, you're just giving so many good tips. I want to know, as you're helping people to scale up their business, because I know you really do help them in all different phases of their business. And once they get to that point where they are selling, how do you make the transition between really exploding the company?
I love what the doctor before said. It really comes into where you delegating your time, because I think the biggest money mindset mistake when you start to hit to those upper levels is as you start to add more, you're not eliminating anything. And that's where you go from the hustle stage to I am so stressed out and I don't even love what I'm doing anymore, because you're trying to take on everything. And so obviously you're going to do the mindset stuff. I will always forever journal. I will always forever do my energetic releases and cutting cords. And I always go mindset and energy first to set that foundation up. But as you start to grow, there's always that leap of faith in investing in that next thing. It's kind of like when you invest in your first $1,000 coach and then $5,000 coach and $10,000 coach. It only gets scarier and scarier as you start to up level. They always say new level, new devil. And so for me, it's really diving in and figuring out, okay, now that we're at this level, what do you actually need to hire out? Do you need a VA? Do you need a website person? Kind of like the discussion beforehand, it's really diving in and not doing the things you're not supposed to be doing. If you want to be making money, I would say make sure that you hire out any of the tedious tasks that could even be your dishes. It doesn't matter. Whatever you don't want to be doing. I think that's the thing that has taken me to the next level and still made me a sane mom, because I was working so hard and making all of this money and traveling all over the world doing events, but I wasn't happy because I was trying to manage everything at once. And instead of growing and eliminating things, I'll see people grow and then they eliminate the thing they're actually wanting to do, because we always usually sacrifice ourselves first.
That's such a good point. I was just having this conversation with a friend of mine, actually, who is a mom to 5 little boys. No, sorry, 4 little boys, 1 little girl. I always forget because I have no girls. But we're having this conversation because she was saying, maybe I just can't be the 6-figure mom. Like maybe that's just not in the cards for me. And my answer was, maybe you can't be the 6-figure mom the way you're trying to do it right now. Because when I was in your shoes and my kids were those ages, I had help. So yes, I had a 6-figure business, but I also had somebody that was helping me in my business, and I had somebody that was helping me at home. So maybe it's that you can't be a 6-figure mom without support. And I think it's so right that you're saying, we grow and we expand, and then we get to that place of discomfort where we're like, this is not fun. It's too hard. And we give up on the thing that we wanted most instead of giving up the things that we don't even like. Like, I don't even like doing the dishes. I don't even like doing the laundry. I don't even like processing the credit card. I mean, there's so many things that I don't even like to do. So why not just give them away? I love that. That's beautiful. Awesome. Okay, well, Nicole, I know we are just about out of time here. Would you go ahead and share with everybody what's the best way that they can get in touch with you?
The best way to get in touch with me is honestly just friend me on Facebook. I love Facebook friends. I'm always cleaning out the old and renewing with new fresh faces. And then I have a private Facebook group called Expand Your Destiny, where there's so many money energy videos in there, so many tips and tricks. And so Facebook group, Expand Your Destiny, and add me on Facebook. I'm a Facebooker. You can find me all the other places, but those are where I spend most of my time.
Awesome. Well, we so appreciate you being on. Sorry, I did not have my video on, but it was making us so choppy. So anyway, Nicole, thank you for being on with us. We're going to go ahead and say goodbye, and then we will move you into back into being an attendee, and then we'll bring up Monica. Thank you so much. I'm
Thank
waving.
you.
You can't see me, but I am waving.
I feel it.
Awesome. Okay, Monica, do you want to come and bring yourself up, raise your hand so that we can get you in? Okay, here you are, Monica. Promote to panelist. All right, welcome, welcome.
Hello, hello, hello. Can you see me?
Hey, I'm trying to decide if I should risk video again. We'll try it. If it gets choppy,
how's my
let it
audio?
go. Pretty good.
Look what I got.
Nice. You need to get it closer though. It only gets it has to be real close.
Okay. All right. Here we go. Because this was an Amy suggestion, and by suggestion I mean order.
Amy was like, get the mic.
Get the mic.
Awesome. Well, Monica, we so appreciate having you on with us today. So I'm going to go ahead and pull up your intro, and then we'll intro you, and we'll just jump right in. It's so funny how the conversations all kind of flow one to the next and just build perfectly, even though we didn't plan it that way. That's the crazy thing. We didn't plan it that way. We let you guys pick your times, and yet every conversation is flowing to the next. So
awesome.
We are talking about the money moves that you should make in times of mayhem with Dr. Monica Ogando. Monica is the CEO and founder of the award-winning firm CEO Mastery. It's an executive and leadership development firm working with exceptional leaders who want to elevate brand, position, engage their people, and increase their profits while honoring their true purpose. She runs a company called, she runs a program called Women, Wealth, and Worthiness. She has been an Inc. 500 company, which means she was one of the 500 fastest growing privately owned companies. She's an award-winning author, a TEDx speaker, and also one of my BFFs and co-host on my podcast. So, yeah. My kindergartner is really into dabbing right now, and so we like to dab together, but I can't do that because I'll hit myself in the face with my microphone. So we'll just
we'll just raise the roof. Raise the roof.
Yeah. So Monica, I am excited that you're on today. You rock the money conversation in terms of money strategy. So I love that we started with money mindset, and I'm really excited to dive now into money strategy because I think a lot of us are a little concerned about our money. So how do we, a lot of people are kind of hesitant right now to sell their products or services. They're thinking about discounting, but they're not quite sure what to do. What are some of the steps that people should do before they just jump in and start offering discounts?
Yes, that's a great question, because one of the things that I always think about is when you're trying to go somewhere, let's say that I'm trying to get to your house, Amy, and you give me some directions, and somewhere along the line I get lost, or I didn't anticipate a particular detour in the highway, and now I don't know how to get back on track. And that's kind of what's happened with this global pandemic, is sometimes we were on track to do something, and they were like, okay, wait, this is not the street I was supposed to turn on, but how do I get back on track? And so then I call you, and then the first thing that you're going to ask me is what? Where are you?
Where are you? Yeah.
Right. And so we need to know first, before we make any moves, where are you? And I like to put things into categories. That's kind of like the way that my mind works in terms of patterns. And so in terms of your business, you are in one of three phases. You are either in a phase of survival, you are in a phase of sustainability, you just want to keep it flowing, or you're in a state of significance, you're plenty of abundance. Like, you and I are super busy right now, more busy than I was, the previous 3 months. And so you want to be in a state of abundance and amplification. If you are in a state of survival, then your first priority is making money. If you're in a state of sustainability, your first priority is, how do I keep this money flowing? And if you are in a state of significance, then how do I amplify? How do I grow? And how do I give? So that's the first step, identify where you are. Where are you right now? Because depending on where you are, the steps might or might not be relevant to you. Okay. So when you're in a stage of survival, your key priority is to make money. The first thing that you want to do is plug any of your leaks. So go into your budget, go into your QuickBooks, go into your statements, or wherever it is that money comes in, determine what is it that I'm paying that I don't need to be paying right now. Maybe you even have duplicate subscriptions. Like in my house, we were paying Hulu and Netflix and Prime. Listen, we do not watch this much TV, this much content. Something has to go. Something as simple as that, right? So you want to audit where you might be having leaks, because it doesn't matter how much you make if it's just going to leak through the bucket, right? And that's the first. Second step is then, what are my offers that people always get, that always like, man, next time, and I want to get it, and it sells like hotcakes. Make that your premium. Make that your most visible offer. And I love what our friend Cheryl said, because she says, it's okay to offer discounts. It's okay to offer special pricing. I don't call it discounts, special pricing. And it has to make sense. The math has to make sense. So Nicole, before me, was talking about the mindset issue or a strategy issue. The way that you know it's a strategy issue or a mindset issue is if the math makes sense and you still hate. So if you are pricing your offer in such a way that, okay, I like the profit margin, I like the labor that is involved, I'm grateful that I'm being overworked for little money, the math makes sense and something still hesitates, that's the mindset issue, right? If you're ready to go, a lot of times people say, what you're worth. You cannot do that because you are priceless. So there's nothing that somebody can pay that is what you're worth. It's beyond that, right? And so if you have this conversation, but the math makes sense, and we have to make sure that the strategy is in place. Make sense? Hi, Hunia. I just saw Hunia say hello in the chat.
That totally makes sense. I love that. So, and actually I'm glad you answered that question as well, because it actually came up earlier and we didn't have a chance to answer that. So great stuff. Okay. I also want to talk a little bit about when you are in this phase and you're wanting to shift to the next phase. Let's say you're in survival, you're wanting to go to sustainability, or you're in sustainability wanting to go to significance, and you're trying to make that move during a really challenging time. How does your advice differ now than what it would be normally?
It's not different. It is
the same. Different. I love that.
So here's what you do. When you're moving from survival to sustainability, you have to make sure that your sales are on point, that you've met your requirements in terms of what's your bare minimum so that your business can survive. Can you check that off the list? Okay, then let's build some systems, because the next step out of beyond sales is to make sure that you have systems. Systems is the ground or the requirement for sustainability. If you're doing everything yourself, and if you're having to reinvent the wheel, and you have to make sure that you start from scratch every single time, then that's not sustainable. So you have to build a system to make sure that you can move forward and be the strategic CEO instead of the slave to your business, right? We make horrible bosses. The reason why we didn't want to be in corporate America is because we don't like bosses. So switching from somebody else being your boss to you being your own boss is not going to be fun. You have that you up your business. And then to move from sustainability to significance, now instead of just working on systems, make sure that your systems are in place, but now you also need a superstar team. And that superstar team could be a sales force. You and I in a conversation talking about putting in salespeople into our endeavors. Or it could just mean your collaborators, your joint venture partners. The people that you have here are an amazing pantheon of superstars. And to be able to tap into those folks, to be able to say, hey, I have this thing coming up, do you want to contribute, is the kind of social equity that it takes years to create. And so many of us have it and don't leverage it.
Yep, it's true. It really is true. I will tell you this, my very first expert summit that I hosted as a brand new nobody, I just reached out to people that I had met and I had served in business. And because I had helped them and promoted them, they were willing to come back and play with me. And then I name dropped, like, hey, do you want to come do this thing with me and this other person who's cooler than me? Now we've got another person that's cool. And I agree, like we just
Nobody's
underutilize
cooler than you,
that.
Amy Walker. Nobody's cooler than you, Amy Walker.
Well, thank you. Okay, so I love that you just laid it out, like there's no difference. Because I think a lot of people are looking at business right now as it being dramatically different, right? Like it's so different right now. We just don't know what we're doing. It's like, nope, it's the same. Business has always been the same. It's always been about finding solutions to the current challenges. And that has not changed. So I love that.
Yeah.
Okay, what's next?
We're not going to minimize that. I was saying that the circumstances for sure are different. We're not going to minimize that. There are a lot of people that are being confronted with so many things that we have never been confronted in this generation or even before. But principles and values and who you are, those things don't change. So we have to go back to the things that are unchangeable in order to be able to navigate changing times.
I love it. Okay, so Monica, you have a saying that I love and want you to dive into here, which is leveraging your smallness in service of your greatness. Tell me a little bit about that.
Well, because from a mindset issue, from a spiritual, sometimes we'll talk about that like it's something to kill, like it's something to, bad ego, go to your room, and you're supposed to have one. You wouldn't have been manufactured with an ego if you weren't supposed to have one. It's just a matter of using it. It's a horrible master, but it's a great servant. And in the same way, some of our leadership styles sometimes sabotage where we're trying to go, but that's only because it's a horrible master, it's a great servant. And so if you, for example, with your money personality, if you're a saver, like you're very frugal with your money and you don't like to spend it, etc., then that's a great gift. Sometimes there's a price to pay because you miss opportunities, but that's a great gift in terms of being able for you to look at the places where you might need to audit some things so that you don't duplicate your expenses, so that you don't you're not wasteful, etc. That's what I mean by using your smallness in the service of your greatness. The greatness here is contribution. The greatness here is your growth. It's your ability to put your gifts in the service of the people that you are meant to serve. And don't let your personality quirks or your money characteristics, etc., get in the way of that. Instead, leverage it. If you're a spender, awesome. Just don't spend in places just for the sake of, sometimes we get some money in our pocket and it's almost like it's burning a hole through it. Like we can't just wait to just spend it somewhere. Spend time, spend attention, spend connection equity. Like I said, social equity is such an amazing currency. Know that how you function, then you can leverage. That's what I mean by that.
Love it. Okay, what is the one burning money advice that you really want everyone to know?
That every single time, like you can go back 200 years if you want to. Every single time that there has been a dip in the economy, in the market, in social stability, every single time, there's always been a greater result on the outcome on the other side of it. This thing that we're going through is going to be over. It's just going to be. It's finite. What you're going to be left with is who you were being throughout it and the actions that you took during it, right? So you're going to be left having to look at yourself in the mirror about what kind of decisions did you make? Were you strategic? Were you disciplined? Were you focused? Were you rigorous? Were you giving? Were you kind? Were you humble? Did you leverage the things that you said you didn't have time for before and now you have all the time in the world? Did you do it? If that was really, if you have time, did you do it? And so the one advice that I would give in terms of money is get clear on where you are. You may not necessarily be able to get to where you want to be immediately. It takes a while, fine, but you can absolutely draw a line in the sand and say, hey, I get clear on where I am and I take the next step. You don't have to take all 300. Just take the next one.
I love that, because sometimes we do get overwhelmed with the destination of where we're going, and it keeps us from taking that first step. And it really is such a one step at a time process. So, Monica, I always love talking with you, and fortunately get to do it a ton now that we're podcasting together. It's the best part. But I would love for you to share, where would you like people to go to connect with you?
Well, I have a gazillion other resources. I saw Didi Alston say, are there any resources to guide you, to support you in keeping in good flow? And so I have a website called freedominyourfinances.com. It's going to guide you to an on-demand webinar that I did days ago, maybe a month ago now. And I have some resources for businesses that have been affected or impacted by COVID-19. Also steps to take, because we didn't go through all the money steps. We didn't have that much time. So I go more deeply into the steps that you can take if you're in survival, sustainability, or significance. And then an opportunity for you to get some more resources about, okay, well, now that I know where I am, how do I do this? So freedominyourfinances.com.
Awesome. I love it. Okay, so Monica is going to actually take over for a minute, and I am going to have a lunch break. So Monica, let's go ahead and bring up our next speaker, which is, who are we looking for?
Heather.
Heather. Heather, can you go ahead and raise your hand? And then Monica, do you know how to make the attendees presenters?
You know what? We are going to.
Okay, we can do it.
Right
we can
now.
do it.
There is Heather. Okay.
Yeah, Steve and I can take care of it. So we'll make Heather an attendee, or sorry, a presenter. So Heather, you are officially promoted to panelist, and you guys have an amazing interview.
I don't have that access, by the way, Amy.
Okay, we'll take care of it on our end.
Okay, great.
We just, let's click it again. I clicked it once and it didn't like my first click. So I think we hit like this midday internet slowdown where it's not wanting to register. But I see you, Heather. I'm clicking promote to panelist.
First thing.
All right, Monica, time to tell some jokes.
Perform.
Perform, tap dance. There we go. I think we got it now. There we go.
Hi, Heather.
How's that?
Oh, I saw you and then you went away.
Okay, hold on. There we are.
There she is.
Yay!
Hi.
Everything.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm fantastic. So glad to see you. I am so glad that you are here. And you're my first interview. So
I know. I'm so glad Amy can eat.
Can you believe that the woman
she needs to go eat?
I cannot believe it. I just thought that she woke up like that and she just runs through the entire day. So I'm going to take a little bit of time to introduce you, and then we'll get into some questions. Heather is, hold on one second, because this is, look at me with my production.
This
studio.
impromptu is great.
Heather is an entrepreneur, she's a holistic educator, positive vibes junkie. I didn't know that was a thing. I think we're sisters. And the conscious contributor, 16 years of combined education in holistic wellness, plant-based medicine, non-toxic living, and nervous system health. Okay, see, now we're gonna have to talk offline, you and me. And she's a firm believer that true health starts from within, and that you must be willing to evaluate, where you have been operating from, so that you can take the necessary steps to optimize. Welcome, Heather. I'm so glad that you are here.
I am so thankful to be here. Hi, everyone. I hope everyone's comfy in their pajamas at home, relaxing as best as we can.
The best way that I feel comfortable is by wearing my feel good Prince colors. I'm all in purple. So this is key for the first question that I have for you, because you say, where do you start to become happy and healthy? What's the first step, especially during these times of additional fear and stress and anxiety? Where do you begin?
So, you know, on that note, I've always loved this quote, or it's not really a quote, it's more of an acronym of fear. So you can forget everything and run, or you can face everything and rise.
It's tweetable, you guys. You should tweet that.
Yeah, you can write notes and I can post it, but it's always been one of my favorites and it's totally applicable to our today. My biggest thing over the time that I've been educating people, both patients and clients, is change doesn't have to be scary, and it shouldn't feel like a fire hose in your face. There's nothing wrong, and it's so true. Amy just said all of these interviews are piggybacking. So to lead from what you said, you just have to take the next step. You just have to do one thing. Once you master that one thing, that becomes a habit. It becomes natural. And then you can move on to the other thing. I'm always excited when people are like, they want to jump all in. And I mean, I'm all for it. But it's to a point when you're being realistic, you almost set yourself up for failure because you just have too many things to learn. And then it's paralyzing. And instead of doing anything, you just stop. And so we want to avoid that as best we can so that we can truly organically become natural and it just becomes a part of who we are. So make that change so that we can help ourselves and help other people. One thing and one tip I always want to share with people, and I learned this not too long ago, is if you have troubles learning something new or adding something new into your life, attach it to something you love. So,
right.
Yeah. So if you get up in the morning and you love your coffee and you know you're going to do this thing anyway, well, attach it to the new thing. And then they just start to work together in synergy. And then you can continue. Once you got that one down, you move on to the next one. And I just love that.
That's awesome, because it does, to your point, it makes things so simple. How do you, is that something that looks different for everybody? The what you do in order to get yourself happy and healthy, does that look different for everybody?
100%. Like, I think it was Nicole that said, there is not one person or anything that is the same. We are all structurally, cellularly, fundamentally different.
Yeah.
So what's important to me, what's important to you, but from experiences to sleep, to business, to, how we grew up, it's all different. And so when it comes to health and trying to break it down easily in an easy way, is just, what are 3 things? What are 3 things you want to feel more or less of?
Oh, wait a minute. Because you didn't go into strategy. You went to, what are 3 things that you want to feel more or less of? Okay, mind blown. Why do you start there?
I think that's where we have to really look introspective.
Yeah.
In where we are, not what our mom told us, not the story our grandma passed down, not what our husband thinks. How and what do you want to feel? Because here's the thing, if we don't show up for us, we can't help serve ourselves, our families, our loved ones, our business. You have to be selfish. And I am a product, ladies. I mean, I am a product of this entire journey, trying to do it all, be it all, learn it all, teach it all, the whole thing. And we're meant for community. We're meant to ask for help. We're meant to support each other. So there's no shame in asking. We have to be a little bit better at giving ourselves grace. Start with those 3 things. How is it that you truly feel? What do you really want? And start there. And then again, those things then just become a natural habit. We have to remember 80% of our immune system starts in our gut. So if we're not taking care of ourselves, our immunity drops. We're more prone to sickness, illness, and disease. And then of course your cortisol, which is your stress hormone, rises. So now we have issues sleeping. We aren't resting and healing at a cellular level. So then it becomes a cyclical issue, and we really aren't showing up for us or anybody else who needs us in our life.
That's so true. And what I love about what you're saying, Heather, is that it's not like this one particular thing. We are so tempted to compartmentalize and say, if I'm doing this over here, then everything else will work itself out. And we have to realize, and thank you for the reminder, that all of those systems are connected. Our digestive system, our stress system, nervous system, etc. It's like, it becomes like a domino effect. And sometimes yeah, man, you're talking to me. Still.
The mind-body connection. There isn't, you don't like have one over here and the other two just function together. It is all together, and we have to remember that. And we have to, I always, and I'm a student all the time, and I have to do this and work through this too. It's not about finding the time, it's about choosing the time. And when you choose that, we all have 5 minutes, we all have 5 minutes, 10 minutes. You get up earlier, you stay up 10 minutes later. The point is, when you set that intention and you start to do it, you will see the change. And the domino effect, like you just brought up, that just things start to fall into place easier. Because if you wake up and you're in a rush and you go to bed and you're not really, you're thinking about the day and you didn't do this, or you're worrying about comparing yourself to other people, your body can never, ever relax. It can't heal. And you just start the next day off behind the 8 ball. And you're living in this chronic, your stomach is in knots, your cortisol levels are up, which doesn't help with fat loss, and you have all of these other things, leads to depression and anxiety, mood swings. So we have to be very mindful of how we're treating ourselves and making the time so that we can be better for ourselves, to be better and be there for other people.
I love that. I love what you're saying there. So what are some of the ways that we can just make happy and healthy, like natural, like flow in our lives?
So I think honestly, the biggest thing is to remember all the little things and be grateful for them.
That's it. Okay, everybody. Good night.
We'll start there. We're here. We're alive. We're breathing.
Yeah.
You can take 3 seconds of a breath, and you truly can reset your thought and your emotion before you move on to whatever that next situation you have to face is. That's a big thing. And then serving others. Learn something take a class, cook something, learn a new meal. I don't know, ask Siri to find you a new recipe and make it. But then what's cool about it, people are always like, well, I don't know how to serve. I don't know where to give back and things like that. People are longing for connection.
Yeah.
Learn something and then teach it to someone else.
Yes, that's true. And that's the best way to learn it.
Yeah. Yeah. If you like to color, get a coloring book. It doesn't have to be anything crazy. You don't have to, build a skyscraper. There's little things, and everybody has that, well, I want to, well, maybe someday. Make the time, and you never know what's going to unfold on those things that you just took that one step to make the time to do. And that's how we all process our journey and where we end up, where maybe we didn't expect.
Yeah.
And so, it's the gratitude, it's the being kind, remembering we're not alone. Everybody's going through something. So serve with love, be kind and be grateful, be thankful for everything we have, because all those little things add up, and you every single day have the opportunity to choose whether that ripple effect is positive or negative.
I love that. You know what? I have to tell you that at first, when I saw the line of conversation that we were about to have, I really thought that you were going to give like nutrition tips and exercise tips. And I love that you start at the foundational, like really, I mean, when we start just taking care of ourselves, and something as simple as, Amy, I'll take over, go eat, or go to sleep, go take a nap. We do that with our children. Why don't we do that with ourselves, right? So I love that you've underscored the importance of foundational habits there. How can people get in touch with you? How can people connect with you?
Just my name. I'm all over on Instagram and Facebook, and I actually want to give everybody a little bit of an assignment. I've got a bundled offer, but I need you to send me a DM on Instagram with one thing that is positive in your life that you're thankful for. And when you send me the DM, I'm going to send you the offer. I've got this awesome contribution that actually was rolled out. I'm part of doTERRA. I know there's another beautiful leader on here as well. If she hasn't already spoke, you guys will be hearing from her later. But based on plant-based emotional health and cellular health and healing and mind and mood management, there's a subscription that is a new app that we just launched, and you have the ability to get it free for a year. And just these simple things that I want people to be able to take a small bottle and open the lid, breathe in just for 2-3 seconds, and they will truly change their emotional state now more than ever.
Thank you so much, Heather, for being here.
You're welcome. Absolutely.
Steven's gonna put
meet
you. So I'm with people that send you that deal. All of y'all,
please do
get in
awesome.
Now, because when I get off this call, that's the first thing that I'm doing. Thank you, Heather, so much.
Thank you. Bye, everybody.
Steven, I know that we are going to have Heather be back as one of the attendees, and then we are bringing back Carol Dunlap, who is our next speaker. We're going to talk about how to stop your website from killing your business. And before we bring Carol in, I would love to hear from you. What did you get from Heather's talk? What did you get from the strategies and the tips that she shared? Put that in the chat. We'll make sure to take a look at that and send it over to her. Hi, Carol. There she is. Well, it's a beautiful picture. Where is Carol?
I'm here. I was unmuting myself. Can you hear me?
She is. Yes, I hear you fine.
How are you? Thank you
great.
Yeah, this is awesome. I've had such a good time listening to everybody. Some people I've missed, but I know that they're sending out their recording, so I'm going to be looking at the other people that I missed. But
yes, I'm excited.
Totally
about
awesome.
That too.
Yay!
I'm excited about that too. Now, let me introduce you to the good people in our community.
Okay.
Carol is the co-founder and CCO of CSI Corporation, the company that she founded 26 years ago. Not 26 days ago, because she looks young enough to, 26 years ago with her husband, Alvin. Carol is an Amazon #1 international best-selling author. Book and Market Your Business. 10 Ways for Savvy Entrepreneurs to Stand Out, Stop Struggling, and Start Profiting. She's affectionately called the online wow strategist tribe because she teaches entrepreneurs to convert marketing into money using their website as their hub and incorporating marketing strategies that they love to reach their audience. This is key because sometimes we do things that we don't love just because we see other people doing it. I love that you do that. So welcome, Carol. I'm so delighted that you are here.
Thank you so much. I'm so glad to be here. I just wanted to say that everyone's doing a wonderful, just superior job here. This is awesome. And I'm just like Dr. Cheryl Underwood said, putting things in my head. So this will I'm going to tackle something like this because I'm inspired by learning new things. I just call it being nosy, but I am inspired by learning new things.
It's not always being nosy. Sometimes we're just being learners and we're just supporters. So we want to jump right into it. How does your website, you say that sometimes your website, it kills your business. How does it do that? Because I'm like, ooh, what am I doing wrong? What should we be looking at?
I know that's right. Well, thanks for asking me. That is a great question. So I came up with this, I guess, alliteration, COP, because when you're out, when we used to be driving, we will be driving once again, and you see that cop car go by, woo, 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 you're like, oh my gosh, I want to stay away from that cop car. I don't want him to come near me because I'm not doing anything wrong. You could be doing that with your website if you don't follow these 3 things. And I like to say that your website, if it's not attracting people, it's repelling people. So we want to attract, not repel. And when you take care of these 3 things, they start with a C, an O, and a P, you will be attracting your unique, perfect audience instead of repelling them. And the reason you're repelling them is because your website actually suffers from lack. The first one is a lack of clarity. People come to your website and they're not exactly sure what you do, who you serve, what you offer. They're not even sure if yesterday they saw you cooking something and today you're sewing something. So they're like, I don't even know what's going on. Or I heard you on a podcast yesterday and I followed you here, but your website doesn't say anything about what you do, how I can work with you, or anything. So clarity, the first one is C. We have to be clear about what we do, who we serve, and what we offer. Because if we don't, guess what? People are out of there. They only give you like about 30 seconds to actually read over it real quick and see what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
All right, the second thing is O, and that stands for organization. If your website is not organized properly, if your navigation, for instance, everybody's looking for that navigation on the top. If you've got it down the side, on the bottom, on the other side, people are looking for it in one place, right at the top. I mean, you can veer off a little bit. You don't have to do it exactly like everyone else does it, but just be careful about turning the boat upside down when you don't need to. Some things you just need to ride along, do it like it is, and then you can change other things, but it needs to be organized. You need to check and make sure that your links are all in the right place, that wherever you're leading people down your funnel, when you say click here or watch this, that it actually leads to something they can watch or see or whatever, the page is right. You need to actually make sure that your website is really coming up. I have several clients who came to me and said, my website is nothing but a white page or a blue page. I can't even see anything on it. And that's because they weren't organized enough to actually update their core platform, or update their plugins, or update whatever, or they had all these typos on it. And the one main thing that shows a lack of organization is when you go down to the very bottom of your website and it says copyright, does it say 2003? Or does it say 2020?
Oh my gosh, you're stepping on so many toes right now. Let me look at my pinky. Let me look at my pinky. Is it swollen?
Yeah, because you need to make sure you're current, up to date, right on track. Even if you've been updating your website, but you neglect that one little thing, and it says 2003, people are going to say, this person hasn't done anything with their website in like almost 20 years. Why would I even want to listen to them for?
And it may not even be true. It may be that you just forgot to update the footer. And so it's very important to pay attention to those details. That's awesome. So what's the best platform to create that client attracting website on?
The best platform is, of course, WordPress. I'm a WordPress expert. I've been using WordPress since 2005. I wouldn't do anything without WordPress. And I'm going to circle back around because I didn't get to my P yet.
Oh, yes, that's right.
So we're only half the cop, right? I know somebody was asking, what was the P?
Yeah.
The P is pain. You have to show people that you know exactly what their pain is. Why are they upset? Why are they coming to you? Why are they looking for a solution to the problem? So if you don't let them know that that you know what their pain is, they're going to be like jumping off again. They're going to bounce. No one has time, because I don't know if you know this or not. I'm sure you probably do. But most people have the attention span of a goldfish, right? So if you can't immediately tell them, I know you're in pain, this is what your pain is, I have the solution to your pain, all you need to do is buy this or download this or watch this or read this or something, then they're going to bounce. You definitely can't even help them. So just think about that. Think about your website. You want to attract your ideal clients, and you can do this by having clarity, organization, and showcasing that pain. So just think of that cop. You want to stay away from the cop? Yes, but you want people to come to you. So I thought that would help you out. But
I'm never going to forget it now.
You're never going to forget it.
I'm going to look at cops differently. Now I'm going to be like, woo, that siren means something different now.
I know. And it's so funny. This was actually a spiritual download because I had been talking about this forever, about your website. And I was like, I need something to make people realize this because it's very important. Even now, more so than ever. We're all talking about COVID-19, right? We're all talking about being quarantined. We're all talking about we can't get out. So what are people doing? They're going to your website. They're looking for you. Your website is your hub. Your website is where everything happens in your life, in business. So you need to make sure that it's up to date, that it's clear, that it actually attracts the clients that you want, and it repels the ones that you don't want. Because we don't have time to waste on people that's going to waste our time. No tire kickers, none of that stuff. We want real clients who are going to come to us who want a solution, and we have to let them know that we have the solution. I have the solution. I know what's hurting you.
Yeah.
I don't want you to hurt anymore.
This is good that you're saying that because I just saw a note, a question. Cheryl asks, I never use a website. Are you saying that a website is necessary? Now, I have an opinion about that, but I want to hear what you've got to say about that.
Is a website necessary? Was that the question? Mm-hmm. Okay. Is a website necessary? Yes, yes, and yes. And the reason that a website is necessary is what else are you going to put it on? If you say, okay, I'm not going to use my website. I'm just going to use my social media. I'm going to use Facebook and I'm going to use Instagram. That's great. What happens if Instagram or Facebook goes away?
Mm-hmm.
All your people go away, all your content goes away, all your connections go away. And besides, people on social media are fickle as anything. They like you today, they can't stand you tomorrow, they'll talk about you the next week, and then they'll come back and bring you roses in a year or so. So you can't depend on those folks. You got to go to your website, have your opt-in ready so that when they raise their hand and they say, oh, I want to hear more about you, get more from you, child, just go and download my opt-in and you'll be fine. Okay, cool. Now you got to talk to them. Now you have an audience and you have a chance to actually express yourself and show them that you know what their pain is, you're very clear about what you do, and you can help them down that road of whatever it is that they're looking for that they came to you to solve. So yes, you need a website. Don't play around. Really don't play around. Look, does Procter & Gamble have a website? Does McDonald's have a website? McDonald's sells French fries every single day.
Mm-hmm.
From not necessarily from their website, but if you go to their website, they will tell you all the ingredients, they'll tell you where their franchises are, they'll tell you all this stuff. Just think about that. Your website is you, Y-O-U, on the internet.
That's great. That's a great point that you make about, like a McDonald's having a website, because that you're right. That's not where they sell fries and hamburgers. However, when you are not ready to buy yet, or when you're getting ready to choose certain things, or when you're in research mode, right? The website isn't necessarily, it can be, and for many of us who are coaches or speakers, etc., it can certainly be a point of sale.
Right.
But it's also a place where people can just find out about you before they sign up to your email list, before they decide to buy from you. They're checking you out, and the website is the perfect place to do it. Now, what I love about you saying about WordPress, because I've heard some arguments for and against,
I'm sure,
but what I love about you saying about WordPress is that it's very helpful for people who just want to do it yourself in some instances.
Yes.
I have a web designer, I have graphic designers on my team, et cetera, but sometimes at 3:00 in the morning when people are sleeping,
right,
and I get an idea to put something on a page, I want to be able to go in there and do it myself without having to think about who I have to add, an order for and send it over to Asana for my team management and so forth. I just want to go in there and do it. And that's one of the things that I love about WordPress, is that it's easy to do it yourself in that way.
It is, even though the other things out there like Strikingly and Wix and all that, they're simple too. The thing about WordPress is there are hundreds of thousands of designers and developers working on that thing every single day. It's what they call open source, so it's free. Now, you do need to get it hosted and all that, and we can go into that another time, but they make it simple and easy for you to do the work yourself. But I want you to look at this more so than just, should I have a website? Your website is the only place on the internet where you can say and do exactly what you want. No one is curtailing you. No one is telling you, don't post that. You're not in jeopardy of going into jail or your content not being seen. It's yours. It's all yours. It's your website. You can say what you want. You can do what you want. And it's the only other place, the only really cool place on the website where you can drop a piece of your brain down in front of somebody and they can see what you're really like. They can see your likes, your dislikes. When you blog, you help them to understand who you are. And I know several people have said it on the summit today, you buy from who you know, like, and trust. So use your website to get people to know you, figure out they really like you, and then start trusting you. Because you know the next step? Opening that wallet and getting those coins.
And we want that to be the fastest path.
The fastest path, it is, yeah.
So how can people get in touch with you? I know that you have a gift for folks, and I'm like, ooh, that sounds interesting. I want to hear more about it.
Yes, I do have a gift. And if you want to turn web visitors into paying clients, then you need to go and download my gift. You can get it on my website. As a matter of fact, anywhere on the internet, I am S Corporation. See, I like to show it around anyone. We laugh at spelledout.com. And the gift that I have for you is 7 client getting strategies that you can put into place right away on your own website and start attracting the people who want to work with you.
I love that. I'm going to get that myself.
Yes, please do.
Because even though I've been in business for 20 years, I'm also a lifelong learner. And so, when it comes to
Me too.
technology and things like that, I'm always learning from the best. So thank you, Carol, for making sure that we have that gift.
Most definitely. Thank you. I appreciate y'all. And thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate it. This is awesome. I love the opportunity here.
You're so welcome. Thank you, Carol. Stephen, we're going to put Carol back as an attendee, and I'm looking for Cheryl Moses. That sounds like the name of the protagonist of a new mystery series. You know what I mean? Like, have you seen the new Cheryl Moses? Oh, there she is. Hi, Cheryl. She's coming. We're going to talk about how to build your professional brand. So I would love to see from you ladies, what questions or comments, what's the aha that you have for Carol as we just wrapped up her segment and we're getting ready to open up with Cheryl. Hi, Cheryl. Wow, look at that hair growth. Look at the hair. I just love that brilliant women are also beautiful. I just really get a kick out of that. Welcome.
Thank you for having me and for being here.
Delighted that you're here. I'm going to go ahead and introduce you because Cheryl, some of you already know, is a marketing expert, is a brand strategist to ambitious entrepreneurs who are ready to confidently scale their business with a signature system to build their enterprise. She's the CEO of Mogul One Media, a creative design and branding agency that helps professionals become a leading resource in their industry while maximizing profit, influence, and exposure. So happy that you're here.
I'm glad to be here, Monica. Really am. I apologize for using the phone because I just had some video issues with the camera, but I'm here. I'm showing up.
We are the Make It Happen gang. I appreciate you showing up, even if it's through your phone. So, about how you got started. What's the problem that you saw in your industry that you said, you know what, I got a solution for that?
I think for the most part, the issues that I find is people, well, coaches, because that's who I serve coaches, and what they're having issues with is standing out in the crowded marketplace. So my work is basically about taking you from blending in, connecting the dots so that you can stand out and be that magnetic brand that you're supposed to be, you know. And I really start with getting clear, because I think if you're clear on what your brand is, what your brand stands for, then you can build on that, because you can't build a house without a foundation. So really getting to the core and building those foundational elements will make sense once you get that together. And I go through a whole bunch of questions that I ask, really getting intense with it. I think there's a huge education gap when it comes down to branding, because people really don't take it as serious as they should. And so that's one of the things, is really that education gap, and really just getting to the core of why you're not standing out instead of blending in. So that's really the issue and the problem that I solve.
Awesome. So then how do you move people from that lack of clarity or maybe they're going through, maybe they have different focus points and it's difficult to develop their thought leadership in that way? How do you take them from that place of kind of uncertainty or scatteredness to delivering a brand message that works for them?
Yeah, believe it or not, there's some mindset work that needs to be done, when it comes to, because usually, when there's clutter, there's lack of confidence, there's lack of, showing up how you're supposed to. And so really asking these questions about what the purpose is of your brand, getting down to why you're here, why do you do what you do? What is your voice? What is your magic? Because we all have that magic. It's just a matter of finding it. There's always something that makes us unique that we can pull out that will differentiate us from everyone else. There's a billion people doing the same thing, but they're not going to do it like you, so they're not going to deliver you. Yeah, so how can you open up and be that? And so really, I think a lot of times we are stuck in that state of, well, we're becoming, of who we are becoming, and we don't become that. We're not taking those steps to actually become that. Ken is just Clark Kent until he steps into being Superman, a much bolder and stronger version of himself. And so you have to embody your uniqueness, and you have to step into that super shero that you can be. And I have my days, I have my days when I fall back into that shy, introverted woman who was once that shy, introverted girl, and I'm like, I can't stay here. I gotta go and I gotta be Cheryl Obama. Like, I gotta step into my I gotta boss up, you know what I'm saying? So we have to really find that, and we have to own it. we have to own it. We have to release that resistance that we're holding on to so much. And so until we do that, it's like, it's really hard to get clear on what you stand for and what your purpose is, and so that you show up like you're supposed to.
Okay. So when some of the women that are here that are listening already have businesses, already have developed some level of personal brands, et cetera. So how do we audit ourselves to make sure that we're on track so that we don't, you know how sometimes when you have people coming over, or even the housekeeper comes over and you're cleaning before the housekeeper gets there? You know what I mean? And and so I'm like, okay, so what do I need to do to make sure that I'm not all the way raggedy before I have an audit session with Cheryl Moses? What do we need to make sure that we do?
You know, there's a lot of moving pieces to actually your foundation elements, but look at how you look and make sure that how you look matches up with what you're putting out there, like your products and services. Some people, like your ideal clients, like they want to work with you. Your high-end clients, you want to attract them to you. Make sure you look the part. You know, a lot of times people are not looking how they should, you know, and they're not they're not owning that. Like, listen, you need to get your brand together. Everything needs to be cohesive. Everything needs to be consistent. And if it's not that, then you kind of look tacky, and people won't be able to get through that to get to your product or service that you're offering. You know what I mean? like, so it has to be all together. It has to be all on point. You gotta have your bases covered, basically.
Okay. So that's the step. And then if you don't have those pieces together, then what do we do to fix it?
I mean, if you don't have those pieces together, you really need to get somebody to help you figure out what you need to do about that. Because, you know, sometimes when we're in it, we can't see. You know, we don't know.
True, yeah.
We don't know. Like, we don't know what we need to fix. We don't know what's wrong. And so you need to get somebody, you know, a strategist like myself, or you know, someone else, to really look at your brand and say, listen, this is all you need to do is tweak this. And sometimes it's just a little bit of, you know, a little bit of stuff that you just need to tweak.
That's
and
true.
That's it. So, you know, get some help. Don't just
yes.
Please don't stay there, because you know you're killing your sales, and you're just you know
Now what I love about what you're sharing is, I always say to my students and my clients that you're never going to be able to move your head fast enough to see your own ears. And trust me, some people have tried it. They're like, wait, what? Are you sure? You cannot. You have to have somebody else looking at it so that they can see what you cannot see. And sometimes it's very confronting to see, man, all these things that I've missed, or all these things that I don't know, etc. But it takes somebody like you looking from the outside looking in to be able to say, have you handled this? Have you handled that? Have you thought of this? What about, what are you doing with this other thing? And this opportunity over here that you're missing, or you're dropping the ball on this other thing. Those may seem like confronting things that may attack your self-esteem, or you're like, man, am I really cut out to be a businesswoman if I don't know these things? It's, you know what I mean? Like, a brand specialist looks at these things. My sister, for example, a color manager at a fashion house, she knows the difference between 327 kinds of whites. To me, white is white, but she has like mother of pearl and ivory and this and that. And I'm like, what? It's just white.
Oh my goodness.
So you want someone to be able to have those kinds of distinctions like you, so that you can really fine tune. You may be doing a lot of things right, and then you don't know what you don't know. So you may be missing some opportunities, and it's good to have those eyes on it so that you can get the support that you need. So I love that you're doing that. How can people connect with you?
People can, I'm everywhere, Cheryl Moses or Cheryl J. Moses. You can DM me, or you can email me at cheryljmoses@gmail.com. Connect with me. I'm always on Facebook and LinkedIn. That's where I hang out the most. Sometimes on Instagram, but I'm always around, so you can always connect with me there.
That's awesome. Okay. Now we have some questions. Michelle says, Cheryl, I'm rebranding my hospitality consulting company. With all this happening, how can I tie more health and wellness with hospitality? Or should I just focus on health and wellness to build and grow the brand?
So is she asking, I don't know if she's asking if she should focus on one or the other.
Yeah, she's rebranding hospitality and health and wellness consulting company. Should she focus just on the health and wellness to grow the brand, or what can she do with the hospitality piece and the health and wellness piece?
So how can she infuse that in there?
And by the way, this is just a wine glass water in here, okay? It's that I don't drink alcohol, so I have to find a good use for my fancy glasses. Go on.
Well, rebranding is fine. If you really feel like the hospitality piece is needed, then go ahead and infuse that in. Because I mean, it's specific. You know, health and wellness is kind of general. If you want to just be specific, you can infuse the hospitality piece in there. Is it going to be profitable for you now? I think that's something that you have to figure out, because, you know, if not, then I would hold back on that for right now, you know, with the rebrand. But if you think it's much needed now, then go ahead and do that. You can definitely infuse that in there, you know, just instead of have broad health and wellness.
Yes.
So
my opinion on that is just like Disney, huge brand, but there's a difference between Disney, the media company, right? That has like movies and cartoons and shows, TV shows, and the TV channel and all this other stuff, and Disney, the entertainment company that has Disneyland and Disney World and toys and all those other things, right? And so you want to make sure that even though it's the same name and you recognize that brand, they have very unique business objectives. They have a very unique look. They have different target markets, etc. Right? The people that do the Disney movies at Lifetime Channel are very different than the people who want to take their kids to Disney World, for example, or buy certain toys. And so I love what you're saying here about fusing them in a way that makes sense for that umbrella brand, but still having very unique brand points so that you can recognize one and the other and not compromise the thought leadership on either one.
Right. Because rebranding is not changing. It's you know, it's just upgrading. So
upgrading.
Yes.
I tell people that I have an incurable condition called musical Tourette's. So every time that something happens in a conversation that reminds me of a song, my musical Tourette's flaring up. So when you said upgrading, you know I was about to break down into Beyonce.
I love it.
But I say that because I wanted to make a different point about branding, which is that it's not just about on the layouts, etc. It is also about your personality, infusing your personality into the way that you do business. And so everybody that knows me knows she wears purple. She will wear purple lipstick. She will wear purple nail polish. She's just a purple lady. But also she has musical Tourette's. So sometimes you'll be in a conversation with her and we're going to have to break out in song. That's just what happens with Dr. Monica. And so I love that you're sharing that branding isn't just a physical look thing. It's also just infusing personality and thought leadership in it.
Absolutely.
That's awesome. So we talked about how to get in touch with you, and so we just want to make sure that we put that in there, and then we have time for one more question. Stephanie asks, I started a blog 8 years ago, first met Amy, the 3 a.m. idea, and now I see that I wasn't clear with what my message or my solution was. I still have a passion for the blog, but I'm not clear on the message. At times I feel that the brand is larger than my energy. So thank you for your wise words. Ooh, okay, so it wasn't a question, it was more like feedback.
Oh, you're welcome.
I love what she says. I feel the brand is larger than my energy.
Yeah, wow.
Like breathe on that.
Yeah.
Because so many times we feel like we've been entrusted, there's been a divine download or something. We're like, I don't know, this is bigger than what I have bandwidth for or capacity for, or I don't know what to do with this right now. And I think, what do you think about that? How do you take something that's branded bigger than what you know how to do, and how do you move from a branding perspective?
I mean, from a branding perspective, I think that, well, you have to have your systems and processes in place, I believe, you know, like, because it's kind of like scaling, you know, you have to have certain things in place to handle all the moving pieces, you know, so that you don't get bogged down and you don't get overwhelmed and things like that. But if you have these things in place, it will make more sense to you, and you don't have to worry about being frustrated, and you don't have to really worry about, you know, well, what am I going to do about this and what am I going to do about that? But if you have these processes in place, I think that's what makes more sense. You know, that's going to make more sense for you, you know, as you grow, So it's that it's not too big for you.
That's great.
Yeah, you need processes and systems.
That's good stuff. Well, thank you so much for being here, Cheryl. I so appreciate your insight and your willingness to laugh with me. I love that you're being part of this, and I'm sure that we'll stay connected moving forward.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Oh, look, Amy's back.
I'm back. And Stephen and I were cracking up listening to you guys. You guys are so much fun. Thank you. So
Aw,
Cheryl,
thank
we'll be
you.
in touch next week, and
Okay.
we're going to move you back to an attendee. And Monica, you killed it. So thank you for letting me have a break. I ate lunch and, fluffed
Look
my
at you, all
roots. I'm ready to go.
freshened up. I love it. You look like you're ready to go for another 24 hours.
I'm ready to go. Stephen was like 21 interviews down and 10 more to go. So I'm excited. And then we'll go ahead and post in Cheryl's contact information here so that everybody who wants to can get connected. So Monica, thank you so much for being on and for being an amazing host. This is why I love, okay, so Monica's and my podcast has not dropped yet. And we are dropping on Star Wars Day. And Monica didn't know when Star Wars Day is. So let's see. I am a boy mom, so I know. But do you guys know what Star Wars Day is?
I want to see it
In
on
the
the
chat.
chat.
Let's see if it's
tell
just like
me
a
that I'm
weird
not
walker
the only
thing.
one that didn't know this. Oh, Rachel knew. Lisa knew. Look at that. I didn't know. I repent. I repent from my Star Wars sins.
It's okay, because I don't really know that much about Star Wars. My kids actually don't like watching Star Wars with me because I'm like, who's that guy? Because I thought that all the bad guys were the same guy, but that they morphed. Because, like the what's his name? The one that looks creepy from the original ones, comes back in other ones.
What,
No,
Darth
not
Vader?
Darth Vader. Anyway, no, not the Darth ones. Like the General, I thought General Palpatine was the same as the Emperor.
Anakin. Rachel says Anakin.
Anyway, I'm very confused by the whole Star Wars universe. So my boys don't actually like to watch it with me, but I do know May the 4th. So on May the 4th, check out the release of our new podcast. It's called Your Circle of Influence, and it is all about bringing together brilliant businesswomen to share what their journey has been like so that we can help you be more successful in yours. So Monica, thanks for being on. We're going to say so long, farewell.
Anytime.
And we are going to bring up let's see. Kern's next. So Kern, if you want to come into raising your hand, and then we'll make a little switcheroo between Monica and Kern. Bye. Alrighty. And then Kern, there you are. Promoted to panelist. You're official. Hello, hello.
Hello, how are you?
Hey, I'm so good. How are you doing?
I am fine. Terrific.
Awesome. Well, we are so excited to have you on here, and you got some fans in the chat that are saying hi to you.
Okay.
And also,
Great.
you just are such a great cheerleader. You have been one of our most supportive promoters as we've been doing this and just checking in and seeing how things are going and giving us ideas. And so we really appreciate you and all that you've contributed. So I'm going to go ahead and introduce you, and then we're going to jump right into it.
Okay.
We are talking about how to host a women's conference with Kern Cherry. Kern is a speaker, she's a coach, she's an entrepreneur, an author, a collaborator, and some of her topics are how to put butts in seats, which Stephen and I agree you are the queen of because you know how to promote and fill an event. And so we're really excited to have you on today and talk to us about hosting women's conferences and how to really get the most out of your conference experience, whether it's as a vendor or as a speaker. So thank you so much for being on with us today.
Well, thank you for having me. I am so thrilled. I appreciate the invite.
Oh, you're welcome.
Yes.
And let's kind of start off. I'd love to hear about your event and the evolution of it. How did you get started hosting your conference?
So I've actually been planning conferences for over 15 plus years. So the one that's the biggest conference that I do is called Success Women's Conference. And that's here in Biloxi, Mississippi. It'll actually be the 11th through the 13th this year. And so it actually started with me meeting. I normally had a regular meeting with my branding specialist, Dorothy Wilson, who's my partner in crime. And so her and I was sitting down talking and probably not even talking about branding. And so as usual here on the Gulf Coast, many of the women were like, we need to do a women's conference. And that was just, I mean, for 10 plus years, you would hear people talk about we need a conference. Yes, we have events and things like that, but a true conference, you know, that we hadn't had. And, you know, in Mississippi, we probably had some, but not as big as what we're doing. So her and I just looked at each other, and she asked me, she said, why don't we just do it? And I was like, yeah, let's do it. 6 to 9 months later, there were over 540 people in attendance. 2017, we had Sherwood come down. Dr. Sherwood came down, and she spoke to our conference, and just, we saw the awakening of these women in the room. You realize that there were things that were missing, and women were saying, I just think I can do anything. And I'm like, really? So it was just this awareness, like God had moved through. I told my partner, I said, I didn't even know we had that many Christian women in the room. And they just all emerged. And then next thing you know, the next year we had Lisa Nichols and Robin Roberts. And we wound up selling out before we even knew we sold out. And then we had wound up with close to 1,100 people that year. And we've been over 1,000 ever since. So
I love it.
Yeah, 2 women get together. I tell people all the time, collaborate. You don't have to do it by yourself.
Yes. You know, so when I first launched Amy Walker Consulting, I launched 2 brands at the same time. One was called A Celebration of Real Beauty, and we put on community education events to promote healthy body image in women and girls. And our first conference, we had over 500 people in attendance as well. And I am telling you, there is no way I could have accomplished that on my own. Like, yes, I worked hard, and yes, my name was on it, but it was my team, and we were all volunteering. Like, I mean, at that point, launching your first conference, everybody's volunteering. I remember in the beginning, I was like, I'm going to make $300,000 doing this one event, and the week before, I'm like, oh, please, Lord, let me break even.
Exactly.
You know, when you launch an event on a large scale, oh my gosh, Stephanie was there. That's so funny. That's awesome. Full circle. Stephanie was there. But, you know, when you launch something that big, and I loved the question about what do I do when my vision is bigger than my energy? You get help, right? Like, you don't do it alone. You enroll other people into the vision with you so that you're not the only person that is propelling that forward. And then what I love about what you're doing, Kern, and what everybody who's working with women is doing, is we're creating that ripple effect. And I talked about it at the beginning, that when you impact a woman, you impact her entire community. She goes home, because we connect as women, we connect in such a circular way. It's like she goes home and she influences her and hers, and then she goes and shares her light with her friend, who then makes her family life better. And then, you know, it just expands from there. So I think the coolest part about your event is not the 1,100 women in the room. It's the thousands that are impacted because of what happened in that room, which is awesome.
That is true, because we actually live stream a few years as well. So, but we do realize that actually when I go to conferences now, it's like, oh, that's the lady with over 1,000 people at a conference. I'm like, well, I know there are other conferences that have over 1,000 people, but yeah, we love it because the impact that you see people saying they've started their own business, that they decided to expand their business. When you start hearing things like that, and then last year we saw people who hadn't even they had never thought about getting a coach. So I had people saying, oh, I'm going to be working with 2 coaches. And I'm thinking, really? And they never even thought about it. But now they can expand and take their business to another level, because now they're working with somebody to help them think outside of the box that we like to put ourselves in. So I love it.
Absolutely. There just is power when you're bringing women together. So I love that. So I want to hear a little bit of just your tips and insights into the back end of how you built this and how you did it. What, if anyone was considering hosting a women's event, what would be your advice to them?
Well, first thing I tell people to do is that you got to consider right off the bat 5 things that are important in planning a successful event. So the other thing you want to do is be profitable as well. You don't want to just have an event. You want to end on the plus side.
Yeah, that was my mistake, my first event. We did break even, but barely.
But at least you were on the positive side. You have to at least give yourself credit for that. So you start with making, you want to start with planning out your event that way. You want to actually, so I say there's 5 main steps. Planning your profitable event, building your event team. You have to have the right event team. Identify your streams of revenue. Book the right speakers and promote your event. And of course, the specialty thing that I kind of always bring, well, of course, with success we have already on the team, is people that brand, like my partner as well. But when I do that, I look at different things, starting with the planning process for it. I want to make sure that right off the bat, you have to consider certain things. You have to make sure that you have the target audience. Who are the people that you are looking to bring to the room? And what is your mission? What is your objective? What is your goals? You want to have that down. And so once you, so those are some of the things you want to think about. The logistic, where are you having it? If you're going to have it in your hometown, which is, of course, the easiest way to, if you've never done an event, of course, that's the easiest thing to do.
Yes.
But if you're not having it in your hometown, well, it's got to be really essential that you pick the location. And for those of you who are doing virtual events, these same rules apply, except for where you're going to have it, maybe which platform you're going to use to bring it to the people. Sure. But you definitely want to use all those things when you're planning the event. So you start with a brainstorm. Don't try to do it all yourself, as you said before. So, and that's why number 2 is bring in your right team. Bring in your team. Now, you can build the team as you go along, but you want to have more than just your support team. I know we all have to have our people that cheer and rah-rah, and they're there for us. They're our ride and die. And yes, you do need them there to keep you anchored as well, but you also need some essential people. Like, number 1, find somebody that that they don't mind, they don't even care whether a person says yes or no, but they don't mind asking for the dollar.
Yes,
the money,
you need a salesperson.
Right?
Yes.
Yes, you gotta have that person. You also have to have that person on the team that loves to promote. They love putting stuff out there, posting and all that. And then I always say you better have the creatives at the table, and I call creatives people that do graphics. They love coming up with ideas and all that stuff. You want to have a couple of them at the table initially, and I'm talking about your little core team. Now, for people like me, depending on the size of the event, that determines how big my team is going to be. If you're putting on something like success, I call it just a little monster, because it's all these little legs to it, right? So you do need a bigger team when doing that. But your core team, particularly when you're doing a smaller event, and I tell people all the time, I have to remind myself that, smaller, what I call smaller, like 150 people at an event, is not what most people call a smaller event, right, Amy?
Right. No, when I think small event, I love small events of like 20, 30 people, all tight knit and together. But yeah, your small event's a little different than my small event. As soon as you said small, like in my mind, it's this intimate room, and we're like, hanging out and going to the spa together, and then you're like 150 people. Oh, that's small. Got it.
Right. So I'm learning to curtail that, because a lot of people are not looking at what I call big and what I call small, medium type events. There are many events around the nation that have 10,000 plus people at their event all the time. And so what I want people to do is have a bottom. Even when you're planning, you need to know what number you're trying to reach, not only your target audience, but you also want to say, well, I would like to have realistically, you know, 100 people or whatever. What is worth your time and money? Because time is money.
Yep.
If you're not spending a dime, that's good. I haven't hosted an event yet that I haven't taken a dime out of my pocket to make something happen. So if you're very fortunate to never do that, well, you're blessed. So anyway, so I want to make sure that people understand that you want to have the right people at the table. You want to include people that are going to be there to help you, not just to cheer you on. So I often say that in reminder, because a lot of times when we have, like, I'm going to use the church as an example. Sometimes we have hospitality people at the table when we need to have those people that know how to get those dollars at the table. Or we need to have that person that says, hey, in order to create this type of event and this type of experience, you need to have those type of people at the table. And that's where your creatives come in. And sometimes you're, and I've seen this, I've seen hospitality stifle creativity. And you can't have that. You just can't. Hospitality is great in the last couple of weeks, a month, or whatever, with your volunteer team, and they will blow it up, and they will make it the most amazing, make your people feel welcome and all that stuff. But in the beginning, you need those people that are going to help you bring your concept, your vision to life. So
sure. Okay, so we have a great question in here, which is, how much does all of that cost when you're starting out? So I will tell you, I had that on my team. My problem with my event was that we didn't have a good revenue strategy. So we went in with the wrong revenue strategy. But I had that on my team, and they were actually volunteers. And so they were totally enrolled into the mission. And that first year, like, none of us knew if we were going to make any money. So what we went in with was a commitment to the mission and a commitment to what we were trying to create. Now, that will not last for forever. But I do think that you can do your first event with some volunteer help if you get the right people, and if your mission is clear enough that you can enroll other people into building it with you to the point where it can pay all of you. Because in the beginning, it didn't pay me either, right? And that was the conversation we had to say, is like, listen, I'm putting a big risk in here. I don't know if I'm making money either, but if I make money, we all make money. So let's work on this together. And then I picked really strategic people with really good skill sets. And again, that will not last forever. So I would not make that a long-term strategy. But if you're trying to launch your very first signature event, if you've got a clear enough vision, I think you can help minimize those costs of hiring. The one person I'll say my caveat to that is, I would not have your salesperson be free. I would pay them commission so that they can be like, I want to go sell all your vendor booths, and then just price it so that you're making what you want to make and they're getting a commission off the top of that. Awesome.
Yeah,
okay, well, Kern,
I definitely say.
Oh, go ahead. Finish your thought.
No, I was going to definitely say that you definitely, eventually, in the beginning, you're not going to be able to, you may be able to afford it, but most people, I recommend, start with volunteers, just like you said. And then as you go along and get to where you're in your 5th or 6th year, then start looking for somebody that can go after vendors separately from your other type of sponsors, because there are many levels of sponsorships.
Yes. And that is where I wish I had known you when I was running that event, because I did not know all of the revenue options then. And so I was trying to get all my money through like one channel, and anyway, we live and we learn, and it was a beautiful event. So Kern, thank you so much for being on and sharing your expertise and your experience. We really appreciate you. Okay, so we are going to transition right now. So we'll let you hop off, and we'll pop your information into the comments if anybody has any questions or wants to get connected. Oh, no, why don't you tell them where should they get connected with you, and then we'll pop it into the comments.
Okay, and I also want to say that I'm also offering on my new group program 50% off to all those that are listening. To join that is new. I normally do one-on-one. So you can email me at Kern, PRNHomeCareServices.com, Kern@PRNHomeCareService.com. I'm on all the platforms. I love LinkedIn. And so you can either look at Kern Cherry or Kern Crockett Cherry or PRN Home Care on LinkedIn, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Pinterest, whatever. But definitely look me up and I'll definitely respond back.
And her group coaching program is fantastic. I did a training for them and just great group. So, and she brings in really good quality speakers to just really give you the information that you need to grow your business. So awesome. Karen, thank you so much for being on. And I look forward to getting to come to your event one of these days.
Absolutely. Come on in. We would love to have you, Amy. That's for sure.
Oh, I would love to be there. It fills up. Well, first of all, I live with 6 boys. And so, you know, like I need some actual girl time when nobody hits me with lightsabers. It's great.
I understand. We'll have to do another virtual.
Yep. Awesome. Well, Karen, thank you so much for being on. So we're going to go ahead and transition you out here. All right, we have had some great questions coming in, and I apologize. I haven't been looking at the Q&A section. So full disclosure, there's a lot of different things that I manage as we're doing this, and while I was eating my lunch, I was like, oh, we have a bunch of Q&As in the Q&A section. So I'm going to take a couple minutes here and answer some of those because there are some really, I think, important questions in here. Okay, so one question was, we keep talking about the people, and the question was, how do I find the people? You know, like I get that you're saying, you know, when we talk to the people, do this, and how we talk to people like this, but where do we actually find all of the leads and all of the people to work with in our business? Does anybody else, would that conversation be a helpful conversation for us to have here for a couple of minutes? If so, type in the chat and say yes, and then I'll know that we need to dive into that. Okay, yes. So here's the deal about finding the people. There's 2 different strategies for this. One is prospecting, and the other one is lead generating. And this is where so many people miss the mark with their business because they look at, and we've talked about personal branding today. Several people talk about personal branding. We've talked about putting content out there. But you can personal brand and you can put content out there till the cows come home and still not have clients. Is anyone feeling like, yeah, I've done that. The cows came home and there was still no clients. Like, I've done the lives, I've done the content, I've posted the videos, and they're just still not quite there. If anyone can relate to that, just write in like, I relate. I feel like I'm constantly talking, but I don't have the clients to show for it. So the 2 different strategies that I mentioned are prospecting and lead generating. They're a little bit different because in lead generation, what you're doing is you're doing something like this, right? Like, I wanted to grab your attention. I wanted to get to know you. I wanted to build a relationship with you so that we can be a part of each other's tribe and you can see what I'm all about and see if we're a fit for each other. That's where we did lead generation. Now, I could have just streamed this live on Facebook, but I didn't. Instead, all of you had to register. We have at this moment 898 registrations. So I'm hoping some of you will share this with your friends and we'll pass 900. But that's a lot of registration. That's lead generation. Lead generation is when you actually get the name, the email, the phone number, their contact info, so you can continue the conversation. So that's one way. And I'm going to break that down a little bit. When you're doing your business that way, there's 5 things that you need. So the first is your marketing materials, and you guys can take notes on this. You can write this down. I know I'm covering it quickly, but I will also tell you I cover this really in depth on my YouTube channel. And so there's a lot of information there, and I'm happy to connect you with resources if you want more info. So the first is your marketing materials. So that was our social media graphics that we created. That was our landing page. That was our emails that we created that our partners could then send out. I hope I'm not like, revealing too many secrets, but like I wrote email copy so that it would be easy for them to be able to say, yep, I'll send this email and plug it out to all my people. And oh, here's the social media post I'm supposed to promote. Let's put that in and let's send it to all of our people. So your promotional materials really affect the efficiency of how well this all works. The second thing is your visibility. Are people going to see it? So we have 31 people that all shared on all of their social media channels, 31 people that all shared through their email marketing, 31 people that all, posted about it in different places and talked about it. We created a Facebook event. We created, I think, Pern actually was like, you have a LinkedIn event. And I was like, I didn't even know those were a thing. So she taught me. So, just being able to make it easy for people to share. Now, there's other things that you can do as well. You could run Facebook ads to it. You could do radio ads. I could have gone on a blog tour and talked about it, a podcast tour and talked about it on a bunch of podcasts. So we need to look at how will people see that it's happening. Then you get to the lead capture. So this is the actual moment where they give you their name, their email, their phone number. And that's lead capture. Now we have a lead. Until you get to that point, there's no way you can get a client because we have to start building a relationship. It's not like I just met you and this is crazy, let's get married. Buy my stuff. It doesn't work that way in business. Just like it wouldn't work that way in dating, that you meet somebody and propose marriage the first day. That's creepy. It doesn't work that way in business either, that someone just meets you and they're ready to buy from you. There's this phase where they're getting to know you. They're getting to like you. They're getting to trust you. They're seeing if you're a fit for them. I just had a conversation yesterday with a woman who watched my last summit, and I was so impressed because she was like, I couldn't attend live, but I watched the whole 8-hour training on YouTube. I did take in little segments. And then she reached out and said, I think you might be exactly what I'm looking for. Can we talk? So there's that phase where you have to build the relationship, and that's called lead nurture. And then the fifth step is a sales experience. So right now at this moment, you guys, I'm not selling anything to you. I'm not planning on selling anything to you. Oh, I just lied. I was going to invite you to an event that I'm doing. I will probably do that. But the whole purpose of this is that, we're here to create an experience together. But at some point, if I want you to become clients of mine, we have to have a sales conversation. I have to invite you into something else, right? And so those are the 5 steps to if you're going the lead generation route. And that is a big, important way to get business rolling in. Most people that I find are doing parts of it, but then they have holes. Like, for example, maybe they have a really great YouTube channel and they create lots of great content and all of their graphics look really amazing, but then they don't have a funnel. And so because they don't have a funnel and it's not coming in, they're not really getting the people in the mix. And yeah, I'll repeat those 5 steps. So 5 steps are marketing materials. That was 1. Number 2 is your visibility strategy. Number 3 is lead capture. Number 4 is lead nurture. Number 5 is the sales experience. So that's the 5 things it takes. Now, the other option for this is a little more old school, but I think the old school needs to be what we're focusing on right now because it's your prospecting. So prospecting is actually how we found all of our partners. Well, there's a couple of them that I just know, and they're past clients and friends. But for the most part, we went and we did prospecting. And so we went into LinkedIn and we looked for experts and we looked at their profiles and we found out more about them. And then we reached out with an invitation to come and be a part of this summit. And so that's the prospecting side of it. And you can do that with clients as well. If you have this one important thing. You have to have an irresistible offer. You have to have something that when you reach out to this person, it doesn't feel like a spammy pitch. And we've all seen those in LinkedIn, you guys. Have you gone into your LinkedIn Messenger and it's like, I would love to get on a call with you and see if we have any synergy. And you're like, delete. Hey, I really could help you with XYZ problem. I do ABC solution. You're like, delete. And so you've got to have a really irresistible offer that makes somebody want to get on a phone call with you. I will give you, do I have time? I don't have time, but I'm going to give them to you anyway. I'll give you 3 strategies that you can use that will help you to have an irresistible offer. One is a podcast that you can interview experts on, your ideal client. Invite them to come be a guest on your podcast. 2 is an assessment, something that you can assess an area of their life or their business and give them an improvement plan based on their answers. It's valuable, it's free. 3 is a free tool or resource that people will be able to use really easily, and it's easy to use and easy to digest. So those are 3 things that you can do as you're prospecting. So you identify your ideal dream client online, you send them an irresistible offer to reach out, and then it leads into the sales conversation. So those are the 2 strategies for finding people. Was that helpful, you guys? I know that was totally a tangent. It was delicious. I like that. Delicious is better than helpful. I want to tell everyone in my life that instead of saying that what I did was helpful, they have to say it was delicious. I love it. Awesome. Okay, so let's go ahead and we are going to bring up our next speaker here. So let me see where we are at in the flow. Okay. Angela. Okay, Angela Wynn, we're so excited for this. So Angela, if you can go ahead and raise your hand and I will make you a panelist. Promote to panelist. Okay, Angela, welcome. We're so excited to have you on with us today. Hello, hello.
Hi, Amy.
Hey, Angela, how are you?
Awesome. Can you hear me pretty good?
Yes, you sound great. And if we get a little choppy, it's just internet issues on my end. So we will roll with it, but I can hear you and you look good and sound good.
All righty, let's do it. Let's do it.
Awesome. Okay, so I'm going to introduce you and then we will jump right into it.
Okay.
Whoops, if I can read. Maybe I need to put my glasses back on. I did just turn 40. Okay, here we go. Today we are talking about ways to make multiple streams of income off of a book with Angela Patrick Wynn. Angela is a national best-selling author. She's an instructor and coach on a mission to make sure that women are remembered. I love that. She's the CEO of Angel Right LLC, a coaching company that specializes in performance-based instruction. She uses her master's in education to teach women age 40 plus how to write a book about their life using a critical story component checklist. And then she has a course and a workshop that helps people to embellish their memoir reflections and journals into engaging novels. And I love this. At our age, we all got a story to tell. Why not make it a blockbuster? And that's so true. Like, we have so many great stories that we amass through just living life. And I think once we go, all that remains is our stories and our legacy that we pass on. And so I love that you have this mission to help people take their life and turn it into something remembered.
Yes. All right. Well, thank you for that wonderful introduction. And yes, we do all have a story and we do all want to tell it. And what got me so inspired to just jump into this as an entrepreneur is the fact that as a writer of fiction, more people would pull me aside after I signed books to say, I want to write a story. What can I do? And now, Amy, I am fully retired and I can literally take out the time to be a coach and teach women how to become unforgettable. It's so exciting. I want to say your summit, I'm learning so much. I am the student, but just want to drop on here and say, yes, if you want to write a novel where you are part of a story, and literally everybody that has come on since 10 o'clock, I've been like, good mystery right there. Or that could be a romance. Like I've been kind of putting together I definitely see espionage. So yes, I do.
You
I
know what?
definitely
Actually,
help
I am
people
in the
write a story, and
middle.
I think
So I have to tell you, I'm in the middle of writing like a Russian crime novel right now.
see,
Picked up
yes,
on it. I love it.
awesome. That is so awesome.
Yeah,
All
you know
right,
what
and
I
I would
find is,
say that, I'm sorry?
oh, I was just going to say what I find is that there is a connection between writing and tapping into our creative power that makes me a better entrepreneur. When I'm not being creative, I don't have, like, if I'm not being creative in my life, I don't have creative ideas for my business.
Okay. Well, what I would say to that is the reason I created this is because I know that people want to have something that's priceless. We already said, I want you to become unforgettable. I want to make sure your family doesn't forget me not. I've seen it where the siblings are like, what did mom do? Or what did granddad do? Or who's going to tell us? Or who's going to tell my children? Well, guess what? That's going to be you. That's now your responsibility. So I'm trying to get people to go beyond, I want to write the story my mom never wrote, and say, no, you're about to write it. You are now the mom. So that way you create that legacy. So that's just so important to me. And then of course, I wanted to put in how profitable that could be, because so many people, baby boomers or retirees, are working still 60, 70, 80. They are bored, or they're saving more money, or they want to try something new in a career. This is it. Just imagine writing a story where you are one of the characters. And
I
I also
love that.
okay. And then I know there's another point you were going to ask me on. So I wanted to know, did you want to ask me anything else, or did you want me to just move to the next point, Amy? Because as you can see, I'm uber excited.
I love that you're uber excited. I do want you to talk a little bit about how to be profitable as an author, because I do meet people all the time that have a book in them. I mean, we really all have a book in us, but I think a lot of people don't know what to do with it. And so they sit on it and they just don't take action.
Yes. So what I would say is, first of all, you just want to make sure you can get your foundation down. So that's something I would help you with. I just wrote a new book, Write Your Story Before You're Out of Time. That's going to be available. We'll talk about that being on the website. But as far as how you can make multiple streams, well, of course, you have your book. And that book, it symbolizes accomplishment, because there are so many people that have that desire and they have not been able to bring it to fruition. So because you have been able to do that, guess what? You become an expert only because you pushed through and accomplished it. And for my audience, I definitely want you to share that accomplishment with your family, because you need to bring them along so that you guys can have more unforgettable books on the shelf. But for my entrepreneurs here, I would definitely say that if you have any business, you should have because that book becomes a leverage to how you can meet people, how you can do more things. And sometimes the book is the thing that's available and you're not available. It's something that allows you to become a better speaker. You can speak directly from your book. It allows you to become a coach. You can encourage people to do the same thing you've done. And depending on the type of book you want to write, you'll either be speaking to your business folks or you'll be speaking to the book clubs that want to know how you came up with such a juicy plot.
You know, and that's so important, because too many people just write the book and then they think they're done. That's the beginning. You write the book
That
and
is
then you
only
get to
the beginning. Yes. And then you can do merchandise, of course. People move into other levels of, if there's a theme to the book, is there a t-shirt? Is there just merchandise? And I like merchandise because I like to tie that to, like, again, to your legacy and your family reunion, how you can just get them on board and get them engaged as a family. Coaching, of course, is a great skill that can be a piece of income for you. Your mind will just grow as you continue with your story. You'd be so surprised. Your character might even have an item that you want to put on sale for your family and friends.
Well, and one thing that I would recommend for any of you, and I'd love to hear from you, are there any of you in this group that are thinking about a book right now? And if so, go ahead and put it in the comments for us. But one of the things I want all of you that have a book inside of you to be thinking about is building your platform. Because if you want to sell this book, it's so much easier to sell when you already have an audience. So I love how everything we've been talking about today is flowing together. If you are doing that personal branding ahead of time, claim that you are an author even before the book is done. And the interest that you get, like, when you're creating content that's interesting, or you're writing a post that's interesting, or you're sharing your stories and your ideas online that are interesting, and you're building this audience of people that, you know, you're an author, then when the book is ready, you'll have a built-in audience, which is so powerful. Look at all these writers we have in here. Are you seeing them?
Excellent. And of course, like you said, you can pre-sell your book. People are going to be so excited that you are working on something that you've probably been talking about for so long. They're going to be like, could you please write it? Because you've been talking about it for a long time. And yeah, that's what I want to help you do.
Awesome. Okay, so let's go ahead, and I love, like, almost, there's so many books in here. So you guys are all going to have to get connected, which is what we need to tell them now. What's the best way for them to get connected with you?
So my website is Angel, ANGEL, Write, WRITE, LLC.com. And I've got everything on there. I've got books, I've got discovery sessions, I've got a free ebook, and just more opportunities for us to stay connected. You guys are teaching me so much. I love it.
Awesome. It's been such a powerful day, and we're going to go ahead and drop that link in, and then I'll make a transition here. So thank you for being on with us today and for sharing. Angela, I'm excited to get connected, just because I always love being connected with other authors and reading what your works are, and then I'll keep you updated on mine as well. So Angela, thank you so much for being on. We're going to wave goodbye and send you back to the world of attendee. And then we will bring up here our next speaker. By the way, you guys, writing is my all-time favorite thing to do. I love it. Ooh, Charity Smith, Miss Mogul. Okay, I'm finding you. Raise your hand. We'll bring you up. Oh, I'm 3 minutes ahead. I thought I was needing to hurry to get caught up. Okay, she's here though. I found you. Okay, remote to panelist, you are on. Awesome. Okay, welcome. We're excited to have you here. Looks like I can see you on, but I don't quite have your audio and video yet. So while we are making this transition, I'd love for you all to, hey, now I can hear you.
Awesome.
Yeah, go ahead, everyone, and give some love in the chat box to our last speaker, and we'll make this transition here. It's so good to have you on. Thank you for being with us, Charity.
The pleasure is all mine. I have been looking forward to this for some time now, and thank you for the privilege of speaking to this audience.
Oh, you're welcome. So we don't have your video on. Are you able to access your video?
Okay. Something's going on here. Cannot start video, fail to start video camera.
Okay.
Second here.
All right. I also,
there we go.
There you are. Oh, you're wearing my favorite color.
I saw the necklace and I had instant envy.
Well, I feel the same about yours. Like we you know how you just have those certain colors that are just so you and they're drawn to you? Teal is my jam. Teal and orange.
Absolutely.
And leopard.
I'm okay. So I think somewhere we were related in another life. That's all me with the, leopard and teal, you will never miss me.
I know, like you cannot go wrong with leopard and teal. But every time we go out, my husband's like, "You already have so much leopard print." I'm like, "There is no
It's
such
actually
thing."
on the little thing and
Uh-huh.
everything. So
Yeah.
yeah, love it. It's my happy place.
Me too. I love it. Okay. So we'll stop talking textures and patterns and colors, and I will actually introduce you here.
Wonderful.
Today we are talking about feminine power mastery and how that ties into executive leadership training with Miss Charity Smith, Miss Mogul. Charity is an advocate for women's businesses and economic power. She's a conduit of information and mentoring for women. She serves on various boards, amplifying women's voices in businesses, to legislatures. She champions funding and opportunities for women to build sustainable and viable economic power. For over a decade, she has been known as Miss Mogul and has utilized keynote speaking opportunities, leadership development, keynote speaking for business startups and for growth, and just really has been very plugged into the women in business community. So we are so excited to have you on with us to share of your knowledge and expertise today. And also, I just want to say thank you for being that voice to champion for us in business. We need it.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more. So welcome everyone. I am so excited to be here. And to your point, we can't lay back on our laurels. We have earned quite a bit of space and market space, but we still have a long way to go when it comes to women's leadership in certain spheres of life. So we can't just lay back and hope that things will happen. We've got to be a conduit to make it happen.
Yes, and we have to do that together. It's a journey that it's so much harder if we do it alone, and yet every time we come together, we can make a great impact. So that's our whole purpose here today, and I'm so glad that you get to be a part of it.
Me too.
Okay, we're going to dive in and really deep dive into women's leadership. So what do you think is one of the primary challenges to women's leadership today in 2020?
I would say now it's relevance. And let me qualify what I mean by that. So I believe that we're working with a bit of an antiquated model right now. So much of what we have done in the quote unquote women's movement or in women's leadership has been primarily social or primarily political, but we have yet to really bring all of those powers, if you will, those platforms together. And the one that's really lagging behind is the economic development piece. We haven't really addressed that. So some statistics here that may sound dire, but I'm gonna tell you why I'm hopeful. Today, still, women are only earning 60 cents on the dollar, according to the Department of Labor. We're still only earning 60 to 80 cents on the dollar as opposed to our male counterparts. And when you break down those figures, Amy, when you include race and class in that, it becomes more disparaging with women of color. Latinas are still making 40 to 50 cents on the dollar. African American women have made some strides, so have Asian women. However, we still have yet to earn the full dollar for the full effort. And so I think we need to kind of rethink what we call success and rethink what we call the women's movement and start now changing the narratives on that. And here's what I mean by that. I fully believe that once we redefine what success is, Amy, it's going to change the trajectory of how we even approach legislation for lending for women. It's going to change how we approach social platforms, how we approach lobbyists. It's going to change everything once we redefine what success is for us. And I think that society and our own experiences, even this platform, is helping us to redevelop and perhaps redefine what our narratives are. And so once we have a real grasp on that, then we can start to impact legislation when it comes to lending for women in small business. And this is another discussion, but I don't even like to use the term small business when we talk about our enterprises. Just look at the definition itself. Small means it's in a cage, right? Has some predetermined boundaries, and it doesn't go past that. And I think we limit ourselves even with those labels. Now that's a whole different discussion, and you didn't bring me on for that one. But even with that, we have to redefine our enterprise. Why are we still defining ourselves as minorities? Women, I'm talking about. Why are women still defined as minorities in the 21st century? We have to take ownership of our own narratives. Once we take ownership of those narratives, we can then start to create some movement and some synergy and some real momentum when it comes to economic development and economic equality. But we have to own it first.
So you're going to get me a little bit fired up here. So there are a couple things that I look at and I go, why have we not gotten this yet?
Yeah.
So one of them is that men have, and I get it, they've been in this arena for a long time.
Yes.
But men do a really good job at positioning each other and opening up doors for each other. And I have never heard a man say, I'm starting this business because I just want to make a little bit of money. Right? Like a man never starts a business with a small vision. They start a business with a big vision and a big desire and a big belief, and they go out there and they sell it in a really big way. And I'm guilty of this too. When I launched my business, my whole vision was I hoped I could earn a 6-figure income. Well, guess what? I structured a business that could only support a 6-figure income. It didn't have the structure for 7 figures because it never occurred to me that I should have thought of that in the beginning.
There you go.
So I wish we could start with like a bigger vision and purpose of what's there for us. And then the other thing is this whole divide between women of color and white women and Hispanic women. Like I can't understand why we would put together conferences and not bring us all to the party, so that, because this conference right here, you guys, it's better because we've had Latina women and because we've had Black women and because we have women of different ages. It's better because we're all learning from each other versus if we're all coming from the same place and the same standpoint. So I love that you're breaking down all of these barriers. It just makes me excited and I want to vote for you. Are you running for anything?
Soon. But I brought this tiara. This is an image that I look at daily, and it helps me to redefine my thinking daily. It's so easy, and I'll just leave this up while I'm talking about this point. It's so easy to become pigeonholed in getting the day-to-day done and having this mentality of, man, if I could just earn a 6-figure income, my troubles would be over and I would call that success. What about thinking of success without limitation? What about thinking of success from the standpoint of, I like to use a term called queendom. In the queendom, I have absolute autonomy, absolute authority. And let me qualify that. I believe now, I heard some women speak about faith on here, so it sounds like this platform is open to that. And I'll qualify it. In Genesis, we read where women and men, Adam and Eve, are created equally in the sight of God. But when we look at when he calls them to have dominion, Amy, he never said, Adam, you can have this dominion, but Eve, I'll only give you this dominion. He said, both of them have dominion. Both of you rule. Both of you dominate your environment. And I think if we go back to that mindset, nobody dominates the queen. The queen has authority. The queen has power. And so when we think about our enterprises in that way, when we tap into our creative energy, and I almost hate that creative, I believe it's spirit, right? When we tap into our creative power, Amy, and I guess you can tell I get super excited about this.
I love it. Keep going, preach on.
But we get the opportunity to break the molds. And here is my point. If I don't define my limitation, then I'm not going to vote for someone who's putting limitations on me. If I don't have a limitation in my earnings capacity, then I'm not going to put those limitations on my business. So here's my point. If I have a parent, and I want to qualify that, yes, we need goals. Yes, we need benchmarks. That's not what we're saying. But what we're saying is redefining what success is. It's no longer in the boardroom making 6 figures. It's about having a full, well-rounded life and having full ownership of your humanity. I often say, Amy, that the last civil rights movement will be an economic movement for women. And what I mean by that is the full dollar for full effort. When I go to work, whether it's for myself or for someone else, all of me is engaged. My mind, my body, my spirit, my energy, my talents, my gifts, my experiences, all of me is engaged. And we define a figure to that effort. Well, if I'm not meeting the figure for the effort, Does it make me less human? And I said, I don't know if we even thought about that. All of me is coming, but if I don't get the full ROI, I don't get the full rate of return, if I don't get the full benefit of my effort, then I'm not fully human in that. Humanity is defined as having the space to be authentic, to be intellectual, to think, to make decisions, to decide. That's what separates us from the animal kingdom. But if I'm not having, do you understand what I'm trying to communicate? If I don't have full access to that, which is leveraged or given to me or measured by my economic power, then what am I doing here? Now, some people may say, well, that's an abstract way of thinking of things. Well, that's fine. That's my way of thinking. But I believe this: economics, finances give access. It gives power. It gives voice. You can be as passionate as you want to be about your enterprise or about your cause, but until you can fully galvanize it and mobilize it and put some money behind it to expand it, then all you are is passionate in a corner. What's going to change for women is when we really start to galvanize and do something I call cooperative economics.
Okay, I want to pause you and have them write that down, because here's the thing. I get so frustrated watching the most amazing, inspired women who have the answer and the solution in their business, right? Like, it would solve the problems, but they have not monetized it, and they feel guilty monetizing it. And so they're undercharging for their services. And as a result, they are not making impact. And what you just said there is you have to have money behind it. Otherwise, you are not reaching the impact potential. And I hope that that stings a little bit. I hope that that raises some, like, ruffles some feathers. If you're sitting there with a great mission and a great cause and no cash, like, that should sting. You have more impact to leave. I just wanted to pull that out because I think that's so powerful.
Thank you. And again, my platform is real estate investing. And here is why, to further delve into that, and here's why I chose real estate investing. As a divorced mother of 2 children who were full of potential, I had to make some pretty difficult decisions quickly about how I was going to redefine success is in family. And I had to develop these systems of creating my own wealth, which is where my mantra, create your own economy, came from. But as I began to delve into the world of real estate, it expanded for me. So I noticed that my property taxes now have an impact on the resources in the ISDs, where either my renters or my children are going to school. And that gave me voice now in what happens on the school board. I am that parent or that advocate, and I won't name the ISD, but they will tell you, they have seen me in those meetings saying, wait a minute, I've paid property taxes. I want to know what's happening with the after school program. What's going on with the STEM programs for girls? What's going on with a literacy program? What's going on with all this? You're getting the tax dollars. Now I want accountability for my dollars. And here is where, again, we have to change what we call women's leadership. It really is being responsible and accountable for what happens around you. We do business in our various communities and we're benefiting in some way economically, but then we have to turn around and reinvest that benefit right back where we're doing business. And it's cyclical. The more money we make, the more accountable we are for the lives that we impact. So it's not just about bringing home my dollars. It is definitely about that, but that's what my pastor says. It's correct, but it's not complete. So yes, we should monetize. Yes, we should charge what our service is worth. But then let's think about now, how can we create this synergy of goodness around us? When I do business in a particular market, Amy, I look for women who do contracting. Why? We don't have enough women contractors. Talk about women's leadership. When I'm thinking about having plans drawn up for a new multifamily, I'm going to look for a woman who understands those drawings. I'm going to search her out first because I want my dollars to have an impact on her life. I'm serious about it. I'm passionate about it. And it goes into my philosophy of cooperative economics. Now, I'm going to always look for the most qualified person, but you can't make me believe there's not a woman out there who's more than qualified for what I'm looking for. I just have to be
Well, and I
diligent.
got to add one thing in there too. The other thing that we need to do is we need to stop trying to talk each other down in prices because
Would
we
you
have a sad
please?
story.
Would you please?
Yeah, we need to quit saying like, well, but I'm a mom and blah, blah, blah. So can I get it? No, you're a woman. I'm a woman. Pay your big girl fees.
It is what it
that.
is. It is what it is. And since it's mine, I have ascribed a value to that. Now, that's another conversation, but I think that's what you're saying. It's mine. I've ascribed a value. If you want what I have, and evidently you do, you see the superiority in my brand, you see my accountability, you see my customer service, you see the expertise in what I bring to the table. That took time and investment for me to give you that. So I'm going to ascribe a value to that. And if you wanted subpar, you would have searched out subpar, but you didn't. You found me.
Right.
So pay the big girl prices for the big girl service you're going to get, and let's be big girls in this community together.
I love it.
Also go into mutual respect, right? And that's a whole
Yes.
other conversation. But
It is, and we need to have it. We're going to have you come on our podcast too, because we just, yes, and yes. So
come on with it, Amy.
Anyway, we are out of time for now, but oh my
I
goodness,
figured it.
I definitely want to stay connected. This is a bigger
Please.
conversation than we have space for in 15 minutes, but we will definitely, Monica and I are going to reach out and have you come back on the podcast because it's such, and I hope that all of you are listening, and I hope that you're really hearing the message, which is that if we want more as women entrepreneurs, we have to create that and just like take the limits off. I love it. I'm so excited. So thank you so much for being on. Will you please tell everybody where to get connected with you and where they should go next? Because they're digging on you. There's a lot of great comments in there.
Well, thank you. So a couple of ways, and there are a couple of things I'm giving away. So you can find me on all the social media platforms. My tag is Ms. Mogul or Charity, Miss Mogul. You can find me LinkedIn. You can find me on Facebook, of course. Anywhere, just about. I'm on Instagram. You can find me, and please reach out. I would love to talk to anybody who wants to have the conversation. I'm giving away a couple of things to Amy. I wanted to, because my platform is real estate investing. If you will go to Ms. Mogul's 30-day, I want to make sure I give it to you right, just so you can look it up. For those women who want to diversify your income in real estate investing, Ms. Mogul's 30-day real estate wholesaling kit. I have checklists and assessments out there to help you start your real estate investing career. You can create your own economy, and I can show you how you can do it without a bank. So you really want to know about that. And also get the book. If you get the book, I will sign it for you. Sign up today for a one-on-one or the one-on-one training or the Pick Her Brain, and mention this summit, you get all of your prices slashed. So all of that's being offered today.
Awesome. Thank you so much for coming on. We're going to go ahead and sign off for now, but I'm just going to say ... to be continued.
Let's do it.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll be in touch. Thank you. Okay, you are back to attendee. And Dolores, are you on? Can you raise your hand so that I can find you? There you are. So excited. Okay. While Dolores is coming on, would you all please go into the chat and just leave some love for Charity? Tell her what stood out to you, what was impactful for you, and give us some feedback on there. And then Dolores, welcome. There you are. Hello.
Hello, how are you?
I'm so good. I'm excited to see you. I feel really lucky because I hadn't seen you in like a couple years, and now all of a sudden I've seen you like 4 times.
Yes, it's been since June. We're in a streak of seeing each other.
Yes, awesome. Well, we're going to go ahead. I'll pull up your introduction here, and we will introduce you, and then we will jump right into all this good stuff. If you're wondering how to get booked for speaking engagements and the right speaking engagement for your business, then this is going to be a great interview for you with Dolores Hirschman. Dolores is an internationally recognized strategist and coach. She helps clients clarify their idea worth sharing, design their communication strategies, and implement business growth systems. Her clients become speakers and authors. They take their messages to larger audiences like TEDx and beyond. And she works through coaching, workshops, one-on-one coaching, as well as public speaking. She's a writer, a TEDx organizer, and has participated in many TED conferences. And so we're super excited to have you on today. Welcome.
I am excited to be here. There's so many great people. I see Charlene and Deb and Dee and Elise. There's so many people. Welcome.
I know it's a great, we're just having a great day. It's a lot of fun and lots of great information. So you have been very effective at helping people get booked for the right audiences. And I'd love for you to kind of share a little bit about what you've learned, because you have the process down to a science. Not that we're going to ask you the whole science, but.
So my background is in marketing and communications, and I'm passionate about ideas. And so when I became a TEDx organizer as when I said I want to hang out with people with big ideas, I didn't realize the journey I was getting myself into, truly. Because the truth is that as I embarked in that journey, I realized a couple of things that were stopping speakers from really maximizing their opportunities to be seen on stages. And I'm not just talking TEDx, I'm talking stages in general. And so as I've worked with speakers over the years, what we found is that audiences are attuned to solving problems, not unlike marketing messaging. And so when speakers are able to position their message in a concise, clear way that they can communicate this quickly when they meet meeting planners or they present their ideas to be featured on a stage, the meeting planner can easily understand what the speaker is going to bring to the table and can make a decision kind of, in a quicker way.
So I've noticed that a lot of speakers coming into the world of speaking, or even just ones who have been here for a while, they feel like there's so many speakers that have similar messages. How do you help them distinguish themselves?
Yes, and this was something that I experienced a lot as a curator of TEDx, and as I work with speakers. They come and say, well, and especially in the TEDx world, you feel like you have to be like inventing the next new thing, right? And so I typically say, before they even start talking about the idea, I say, look, I'm not expecting you to have a brand new idea. And so I said, okay, pressure's down. I don't have to be that unique. I said, but you're probably going to be speaking about something that a lot of people out there are speaking about. The uniqueness comes in your perspective, your experience, and your background on this topic. We might all be talking about the same topics, but we come at it, or we arrive to that role of being a messenger for that message from different journeys, and that journey matters.
I love that. And it shows up in business right now too, right? Like the best businesses are not the ones who invented something new. They're the ones who gave a new spin on something that we all use, know, and love.
Exactly, because it's about, the opportunity for all of us to improve, product to improve, whatever worked a month ago or 2 years ago, there's a new spin of it. And so there's always room for improvement in old conversations or old kind of industries.
Yeah. So let's talk, and let's shift gears a little bit and talk about where to find the speaking opportunities, especially now that everything's closed. Where should we be looking?
So this is actually a really great place and moment for speakers. I've never been so busy as the last couple of weeks, to be honest.
Agreed.
Number one, people need your message more than. And if you're a speaker and you're listening to this interview, I want you to think of yourself as the hero of someone's life right now. It doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be like whatever your brilliance is, I guarantee there's people out there that need it. So this is a moment for positioning, for lead generation. May or may not be a moment for high ticket sales, maybe. It's definitely a moment to be heard. And right now, what should you be speaking on? you should be speaking with Amy here in the summit. But you should be on podcast. But what has happened in the last couple of weeks is that the world kind of shifted to online, all of us. People even who never thought they would be online, they're now online. And meeting planners are also starting to pivot. So there's two things that I've been seeing in the last week and that have happened to me. Number one is events that were very secluded or very kind of elite, and they were only taking certain types of speakers. They're now taking speakers who are comfortable online. So if you're a speaker and you're comfortable online, go and look at all of the events that have been either canceled or were supposed to happen in the April, May, June span of time, and go see what they're doing, how they're pivoting, and show up and say, hey, I've been speaking online for X amount of years, and this is the topic that is relevant today. So don't be afraid to do cold research and cold reach out right now. That's number one. Number two, and I had just had a conversation with a meeting planner 2 weeks ago or less, where they were saying they're a live event and they are starting to recruit for their late 2020, like December 2020 and then 2021. And he said, it was interesting. He said, since COVID-19 hit, we have seen very, very few speaker applications.
Really? Because they're just assuming that nobody's booking.
Yes. And so I got a call and I got selected. Maybe I wouldn't have if it was, if I hadn't applied during these times. So if you're a speaker, do not stop. This is a moment. Meeting planners are home, so they can look at applications maybe earlier than they would have. And they might be selecting speakers earlier than they would have before. And two, like in this case, when we were talking about, this was a paid speaking engagement. And here's a tip, if you didn't know this, when you're negotiating the meeting, you never apply first. Go ask for the budget, because you don't want to go neither too low or too high. And so in this conversation, he said, well, we really don't have a budget for a typical speaker engagement, which is about $15,000 to $20,000. So we are looking for speakers to be a little bit more generous. And I'm like, oh, great, I can be generous. And so, because, between the 5 and 10, it's fine for me, especially a local one. And so that information, that gave me a lot of information of who they're looking for and opportunities that maybe were not open for you right now. They're definitely open now.
I love that. It's one piece of advice that a friend recently gave me is she said, wherever everyone is going, go the opposite direction. So right now, all the speakers are kind of sitting on the sidelines and they're looking for
what to do with the rest of their lives.
Yeah. So go find all the gigs that they're not looking for. Well, and we were, Dolores, you were in our influencer circle a couple weeks ago, which Monica and I bring together 6 and 7 figure businesswomen, and we just mastermind, talk business. And one of the things that we had talked about on that call was set up Google alerts and look for canceled conferences and find out what are all the events that have been canceled, and then start reaching out. And I think right now is a great time to go industry specific too. Like if you can speak to a specific problem within a specific industry, find the association over that industry and say, hey, I could help your people in this way. It's just, it's so relevant right now. It's really, I think, easy to get doors to open for you.
Yes. And specifically, Amy, is that you have to be context relevant. And whatever your message was, whatever my message was a month ago, it's changed. All I'm talking about online right now is how do you run a virtual business? How do you pivot? And how do you adapt? And how do you shift your key, your signature talk to be talking about what people need right now?
Yeah, because the world is different now than it was a couple of weeks ago. Or
we're all different. And the problems are different. So you kind of have to pivot and find a new problem to solve.
Well, and
what
the good news is there's not a shortage of problems. So you can just pick one.
Yeah, pick one. And if you're an entrepreneur, you're in the business of solving problems anyway. So
yeah, absolutely. We are the ultimate solution finders. I love it. Okay, can you tell our audience what is the best way to get in touch with you?
you can go to mastersinclarity.com. And if someone is on the chat, you can type it. I can actually type it, mastersinclarity.com. And you'll find our big orange button that says start here and hop on a conversation with us.
Awesome. Good stuff. Well, we so appreciate you being on. So thank you. Thank you. I keep having to take off my video because it slows the internet down and then we get choppy and I want everyone to hear you. But we
Thank you,
appreciate
Amy, for having me.
Thank you so much for being here. So we are going to go ahead and swap. Heather, if you want to come on and raise your hand. Bye, Dolores. Okay, let's see. Heather, there you are. Promoted to panelist. Heather, you are official. Welcome.
Hey there.
Hey, there you are.
Here I am.
So do you remember when we met in Boise like years ago?
Gosh, it was a long time ago. Like I barely remember.
We met at
give me the reminder.
Somebody introduced us and we met at a coffee shop because I was going to do a celebration of real beauty event in Boise. And then the event never actually happened, but we connected and we've stayed connected online. So I feel like I've been following you for years, even though that was probably like 6 years ago. It was a long time ago.
It was a long time ago. I think I was still pretty new to business at the time.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad that everything has come full circle and we get to have you on with us today. So thank you for being a part of the summit. I'll go ahead and introduce you and then we will jump right into it. Today we are talking about start again. We edit those out. Not in the long recording, but in the short ones. Today we're talking about how to overcome adversity in your life and what to do when hard things happen, but you still want to keep moving towards success. And our guest today is so inspiring in this area. So Heather Kiesel, thank you so much for being on with us. You are somebody that I've been following for a while and have watched you be strong and empowering and fierce and then go through just deep challenges and then show up again in honesty and vulnerability and inspiring women to be able to grow businesses and lead with their passions. And so I'm just excited to have you here and I'm excited to have this conversation. It's such an important one. So thank you for coming on.
Oh, good. Oh my gosh, my pleasure. Thank you for having me.
So Heather, I want to give a little bit of a context and let you start off by kind of sharing your story and a little bit about your journey, because it is really a truly inspiring one.
Oh, well, some stories, you strive to create an inspiring space as you go along. And sometimes you are dealt a hand of cards and how you handle it is what people tend to call inspiring. And I've been in business for, it's over 10 years now. And I have a teaching degree and my expertise at the time was 4-year-old boys and teaching them to keep their hands to themselves and, learn the beginnings of reading and writing. And I loved that. But like most of us moms, I also really wanted to be home with my children. And I took what I thought was going to be just a year off of teaching, and I fell in love with working, or I should say I fell in love with being at home, but I was really missing that influence and just impact that I had in the classroom. And I got my first run at business through networking, like so many people do. It just made sense. And I jumped into that really with the mindset of, I want to be taken seriously. Like I want to build income. I want to build influence. I want to become a leader in this space. And that's a whole nother story, which of course I worked really hard to be inspiring at. I did really well in network marketing. And about, I don't know, a couple of years into that, I just had this itch that I wanted more. Like I wanted more. And that led me into this path of internet marketing create my own programs and things I do. And I've been doing that successfully as well for the past 3 years. But in 2018 is really where things got really interesting in my life. Up until then, 3 children were growing up super strong and solid, and my husband of 18 years and I were just in a rock solid space, and he had left the corporate world to do his own business, and we were just in this dual entrepreneur household, just rocking and rolling and doing well and creating this life that we wanted and loved, and everything really felt picture perfect. And one weekend my husband went and never came home, and he was found dead in the mountains of Idaho unexpectedly, suddenly, out of nowhere. And it's one of those crushing, what just happened to my life? How did I get here? And on top of that too, Amy, being the face and name of my business and my brand online, that stark reality of when big things happen in your personal life, it radically affects your business life as well. And so I found myself in this space of my life just got obliterated, and also I'm public online. How do I manage this? How do I handle this? I have an audience and I have a business that is, dependent upon me showing up on social media. And that kind, I think for you and really why I did here, that being able to manage it, tackle it, what people say, overcome it, is what I've been working on for the past 18 months, alongside recovering, healing, leading my children, and ultimately keeping my business in a growing state.
Well, you know what I want to just tell you is that you've done it so beautifully well, and it probably felt so messy and hard.
Understatement.
Yeah, but you really did it beautifully well, because you had, you had those moments where you were like, listen, I'm not handling it and I'm not dealing with it, and this is where I'm at. And then you had moments where, later, like, your fight would come back and you're like, no, I'm not throwing in the towel. I'm standing up for myself and for my family, and I'm doing what I need to do. And I think that your authenticity of this is real life, and it really is hard, and it really has challenges. I think it touches people. Sometimes we think in business we need to be so polished, and really what I think we want from the people that we engage with is, I think we want them to be real, and we want them to be human. Not that we wanted you to suffer. I don't think anybody wanted that for you, but we appreciated seeing you be honest and real and human throughout the experience.
It's interesting because as a coach in the business space, and mindset is really, really my jam. I used to coach. You don't coach what you're currently in. Like, get to the other side where you have the skills and the insights and the ability to teach it without being a mess. And what I learned is that that's not always the case, because I ultimately did take my audience in through the journey of grief and healing with me as I went. But I was also very conscious, Amy, and I think this is a real big key for people, is very conscious that every time I showed up online, I'd ask myself, what's the point? What's the point? Because am I just going live or just posting because I need people to know I'm hurting, because I need to be heard? Or do I have a point that can add value to my audience's life while I'm in this space? And that really kept me in a space of, helper, servant, than just a victim, which has always been really, really important to me.
Well, I think it's purpose, right? Like we cannot decide if we have pain. We cannot choose if we struggle or not. What we can do is we can fall victim to it, or we can find purpose in it. And that's what I found so empowering, is that, you know, you hit some real hard times and you found purpose. And the reason I wanted, you know, as soon as we put this summit together in conception, I was like, we need to see if Heather will come on and talk about this, because, and I didn't know, like we talked about this a long time before Corona and reached out to you. But now we've got people who they're in struggle. They maybe have lost jobs, or they have lost clients, or they feel like, you know, that they had achieved. I had a client lose $75,000 of revenue per month in one day. All of his clients called and canceled, and he felt like he had got that spot, you know, like he had arrived, he had made it, and then all of a sudden it's stripped away. And I think a lot of us are going through a similar emotional journey right now. So what advice do you have for them, having been through it in a different way?
Yeah, you know, I think that was something that was very enlightening for me. I thought, up until losing Larry, I really thought I had overcome some pretty harsh challenges in my life and my business. I really felt like I had made it, like I had figured it out.
Right.
And his death really opened my eyes to the universal experience we all have in grief. I hadn't experienced grief like that, and many won't, but it opened my eyes into the grief of the loss of a marriage, you know, divorce, the grief of the loss of a job. And that we all have that in some way capacity, and being able to appreciate that for one another and then lead one another out. Like grief is grief is grief. Mine is not greater than yours, because yours at this moment is the heaviest grief, you know, that you've experienced, and it's horrible for you. So amidst this COVID, I think, you know, we are in a collective grief, loss of freedom, you know, loss of normalcy, loss of jobs, all of these things, right? And I think one of the most important things that took me far too long to get was this idea of you can't go back. And too often people, and I hear this of my clients amidst COVID, I just want to get back. I was so disciplined, you know, I had these routines. I just want to get back. I just want to get back. I just want to get back. But the truth is, and this is very true in COVID, we're not going back.
Right.
Because even when the doors open and we can step into the world again, we have a new perspective. We had this experience that is going to, if it hasn't already, fundamentally changed us. And it will change patterns, it will change life perspective, it will change relationships, it will change behaviors. And so what I found I had to recognize is, like, for me, and speaking of death, is I will never be Heather prior to October of 2018. I will never be her again. I look like her, I sound like her, but I'm very, very different and unrecognizable to my own self. And I've had to be okay that, like, what do I do now? What do my routines look like now? What are my beliefs now? So for those who are experiencing this challenge of COVID-19 in 2020, it's really taking stock of, this is what I have. Like it or not, we're in isolation. What are you going to do with it? Like it or not, your children are not going to be in spring sports. You know, they're not going to hit the graduation ceremony. They're not going to go to prom. Like it or not, you lost $70,000 in revenue right out of the gates. Like, this is where you are. What are you going to do with this now? What are you going to make of this now? And, you know, this has been a constant conversation in my house in COVID. Is you have two options. You can be a consumer or a creator.
I love
and for
it.
those of you who are in business, like, think about it. When you go on social media, do you want to be a consumer or a creator? Because you're consuming all day, and people are consuming all day long, but I want to create the goodness in the world. And I want to come out of COVID being able to say, look what I did, look what I created. And this doesn't have to be, you don't have to create some new program. but like creating new healthy habits, creating maybe new relationships, creating new systems for your business, creating space to allow new opportunities in. So this is like every day I wake up and like, am I going to consume today or am I going to create? And it makes it a very obvious choice, right? And for your listeners too, I mean, I'm assuming your listeners have a sense of responsibility in this space. And I felt this after losing Larry. I definitely felt it in COVID. Like, I'm here to serve. My role on the planet, my role in my business is to serve my audience. I really don't have the choice to be in the fetal position in my room, still in my panties, hair and wash today. That's not my responsibility. My responsibility is stand up and lead. So while most people are consuming online, we know what they're consuming. It's fear, it's negativity, it's doubt, you know, and these things. And I literally, my responsibility is to be a light, to be a beacon. Like, you may be the only light beacon in somebody's newsfeed today. Will show up, girl, you gotta wash your hair and show up. And these are the kind of, you know, these are the kind of mentalities and the kind of like decisions that we have to make in this space to continue to show up, continue to grow, and really not let grief take you down, because it will.
I love this conversation so much. And, you know, one thing that I want to point out with your story is, as you did that and you said, okay, it is what it is. So now what? What comes next? It's created new opportunities for you, and it's created new doors. And I know you got invited to speak on stage by Russell Brunson at Funnel Hackers Live 2020. So that's your, you know, like moment that you generated because of your response. But all of us will have some opportunity like that. Like, there will be something that, because we choose in this moment to show up, and we don't know what it is, we can't see it, but because we choose to be that light and to share and to serve and to do all those things, there is a result that will come from it down the road that we just can't see today. But I love that, you know, you get to either consume or you get to create. So let's go create some stuff.
Yeah, for sure.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for sharing. I really appreciate you coming and giving your story and just opening up your heart to us and your belief. How can our audience get connected with you? What's the best place for them to go?
Oh my goodness. Well, you can go to heatherquizzle.com, find me there. I'm really active on Facebook. I'm of the age group that is still super active on Facebook. I think I'm, you know, just my personal profile is Heather Quizzle Fan, I believe, through Facebook. You can message me, drop me a line there. I would love to connect with your audience.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. We put that in the chat box, and we're going to go ahead and switch you back to being an attendee. So thank you. And would you guys give Heather some love in the chat box? Tell her, you know, what stood out for you, what was meaningful, and give her some love, and we will go ahead and bring Sandy on. So Sandy, if you can go ahead and raise your hand so I can find you. Our next guest is going to be amazing, as they all have been. I just feel like every interview today is like, wow, for me. I love it, love it. Okay, Sandy, I think I found you in here. So now we are going to make you a panelist. Give you just a second there. All right. Welcome, Sandy. We're so excited to have you on with us. Oh, it looks like I might be frozen. Let me try to stop my video. No, there we go. I heard you beep in. Hello.
Hi. I'm trying to see where my video is.
Yeah, your video is not quite up yet.
Okay. Let me see. Oh gosh.
Technology is so amazing until the moment where it's not friends with me. And I'm like, come on, be my friend.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Oh dear. I might have to this. I don't know. I was just, let me try.
We can give you a second to get it set up. In fact, why don't you do that for just a second to get it set up, and I will answer another question that came in the Q&A. So, okay. While you're working on that, I'm going to go ahead and pull up another question. Okay, so what suggestion would you give to a new speaker? And what suggestion on speaking on podcasts to start? Okay, so Patricia is doing ancestral spiritual healing and storytelling. So Patricia, what I would recommend for you wanting to get started with speaking is you've got to speak to your tribe, and don't pitch to people who are not your tribe, because the reality is it's just like I wouldn't be a fit for certain types of events, and if I put myself there, what will happen is my speech will fall flat and it won't really resonate with them, which will then make me feel like there was something wrong with my speech, and it's like not accurate evidence. So my first thing is figure out who your audience is. A really great couple of resources for anybody who's wanting to speak are radioguestlist.com. Everybody go to radioguestlist.com and you can sign up to, basically they'll send you a message with all of the people that are looking for podcast guests. And you can see what the show is and you can pitch yourself to the show. And as you pitch yourself to the shows, find the right ones. Because I remember when I was running my first radio show, which was called Walk Your Talk Radio, I would get people that would pitch and I'm like, that's not what our show's about. And they would be like, but we want to talk about this, 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 and this on your show. And I'm like, but that's not what my show is about. So not a fit. And so the reason why that's so important is because otherwise you'll get extra rejections that really are just because you're not a fit for the show. So know your audience, find the right types of events to speak at. That's where I would start with podcasts. It tends to be a little bit smaller shows, but honestly, if you're just getting started, you need to practice with the smaller shows before you pitch to the bigger shows, because there's some kinks you have to work out of learning the flow of podcasting. Monica and I did a podcast on, it was the first, we've both done a lot of podcast interviews, but it was the first time we had done one together. And afterwards I was like, I'm so glad we did that on a smaller show because we needed the practice. So, okay, so here's the address for Rebecca, radioguestlist.com, radioguestlist.com. Okay, Sandra, if you want to raise your hand again, I can get you back in as a panelist. So that's a great resource, number one resource. Okay, and Sandy, here you are. Oh, you were there, and then you disappeared. Can you raise your hand again? There it is. That is so weird. It's like you're there, and then you disappear. Strange. Here, I think I found you. Okay, promote to panelist. Okay. How are we doing this time? There we go.
Okay, now we just got to mute. So thank you so much for having me.
Yes, we're so excited to have you on. So I'll go ahead and introduce our topic and then introduce you, and then we can just jump right into it.
Okay, thanks.
We are talking today about the motivating factors for women entrepreneurs, and we want to really understand how we think, what makes us tick, and create a really inspiring conversation for women today. So we appreciate you being with us. Sandy Go is the founder of the Santa Barbara Business Network and Expo and the Women's Community Business Network. She enjoys orchestrating events that bring out the best in everyone with intentions of developing dynamic synergy between everyone present. At the conclusion of her event, she participates in the participants aren't saying goodbye, but talk to you later this week or see you soon. She's all about working together to create a proactive, vibrant community for women business owners. And she believes that each of us should maximize our impact in the world and be a positive influencer. So of course, we had to have you on today because you're such a perfect fit for this summit. So thank you for being here.
Oh, well, thank you. And oh, what an incredible list of wonderful women and professionals there. And it's like, okay, what am I doing here? Because I'm not a professional speaker. I am more of a promoter. I love to help people connect with people like you and all the other women that were speaking. So now I've got a new list of people to refer to.
Oh yeah, I'll connect you with anybody that you want. So just let us know and we'll make some introductions.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you, I know exactly why you're here, because I think this is a really common conversation with women where we have a really unique set of talents for each of us, but they're not all the same. So your ability to bring women together and to connect them to each other is unique from somebody else's ability to be able to, you know, move people from the front of the room. And I think that as women, there's something in each of us that really makes us tick that we're very, very good at. And sometimes we don't quite know how to play to that strength. So, and we're all motivated by really different things. So I'd love to just kind of start off by hearing a little bit about you and your story of how you got started with running these events, and what is your goal and objective with them.
Oh, okay. Well, thanks. Well, in the year 2000, I stepped out of my 8-foot by 8-foot cubicle of a job that had, and there's no windows in this cubicle, and I was there for many years. Stable job, great benefits, and a corporate job, and left to a new world with no walls. So it took me a while to figure, okay, now what do I do? You know, it's great to have all the time to serve the family and home and stuff, but you know, there's something in me that wanted to do more and make a difference. And I think the pivoting point was when I turned 50 and thought, okay, I'm midway. What do I want to leave when, you know, behind? How do I want people to remember me? How can I make a difference before I leave this earth and go on? So that's when I started stretching myself, and maybe these are little points that some people in this situation now, this uncertain time, and they've been in the comfort of a secure job and now are released. I felt that way. It's like you're part of your identity is in your job and what you've done and that's routine. And so I could totally understand that. It's a process, but you got to start being comfortable with being uncomfortable and reaching out and getting to know people. And I find that no one's really a stranger. Once you get to know them, they are a friend. They're not a stranger anymore. So I started with a few direct sales, and one of them was a home show sales, Premier Designs Jewelry, which was an incredible business founded in 1985, and they've been debt-free. They've been a great example of the show. And they taught us to do the home shows, and if you're even serving one person and making a difference in their life, then you've succeeded. The extra benefit is the financial. But and then that's when I started going to networking events. It's the first networking event I went to was for the Leads Club, and it was great. And that's when I learned the value of women working together and encouraging each other, and the variety of talents that are there, and how we can strengthen each other. And it usually takes an outside person to actually see your gifts, because you're so used to yourself. Sometimes you don't realize what others see as a special gift. And then when the economy was kind of getting hit and we were seeing some closed doors in Santa Barbara, my husband and I were actually thinking, okay, what can we do to help? And so we launched the first annual Santa Barbara Business Network. But the idea was to get one place, one time, to bring everyone together with, there's so many incredible resources, and a lot of us are disconnected. And we feel like we're doing it alone, and we're not. We don't need to be. So why struggle? Get together and work together.
Entrepreneurship can be so lonely if you're just sitting in your office all the time and looking at Google for all of your answers. I just think that we really do need connection, and we need to have that network of other people who support us in business and are aware of what we've got going on. And that's been a big focus of mine this year as well, is to create more networks and to create more introductions so that the really cool people that I know can know each other and do really cool things together.
Exactly.
So do you have any tips for how to be better and get more out of the networking that you do? Because I feel like sometimes I go to networking events and I come home and I go, wow, that was really great. I got so much out of it. And other times I come home and I'm like, I don't know, was that useful of my time? Like, what's the secret sauce for doing well at networking events?
That's a good question. First of all, checking out the network and who attends, who are they serving? And yeah, so there can be those that are maybe more focused on financial, or maybe it's for personal growth and things. But it's it's if you just don't expect to meet a whole bunch, even when you go to a big expos, if you get just even 5 really good connections, it's better than getting 50 business cards. Just it's that personal conversation that you have with them, and seeking out what you can learn about them and how you can help their business, because people can tell if you're just there to sell and you just want something. But I think even your other speakers mentioned the value of serving first, and both of our networks are based on honor God, serve others. It's just like, okay, there's a bigger picture. There is, it goes beyond ourself, and it's unlimited resources, which really relieves a lot of fear and pressure. It's like, okay, if we don't have it, we can get it. And there are connections that, and someone else could, bring up where you're down. But the worst thing is getting isolated and allowing yourself to wallow there.
Yes. Well, and I feel like as women entrepreneurs, we're so motivated by connection and impact and legacy, and we want to do good in the process of doing business. So I love that your mission really aligns with that. That's awesome. What is the best advice that you've ever been given as an entrepreneur?
Let's see. That's a good question. One of our good friends, Jim Cathcart, has the author of The Acorn Principle, says, start being and thinking and doing things, acting as if what you want to be in 5 to 10 years. And get yourself, continue to and expect to grow. And I have another friend, Tanya Hoffman, which just says, expect to not, recognize it yourselves later. If you're really growing, then you're going to get to that point of becoming that better person. But yeah, so it's like, okay, now's the time. It's like there's so much opportunity. And even though it's really a strange time, it feels like we're in a kind of like a bad dream that you wish that would just wake up from. But it's like, oh, we're still separated. It's like, oh, we're still wearing masks and stuff. But there's opportunity in every situation. And I'm really excited about what we're going to see with all these creative people, and especially all your viewers here. They're watching because they are entrepreneurs. They're really resourceful, creative people, and they're trying to find out ideas. What can I do now? And it's going to be really amazing. It's going to be a new world, but it's going to be amazing.
Yes, and I'm so excited to see what everybody does and what they create after the ideas that they receive on the summit. I think it only takes one idea that you then take and you implement and act on, and you can see the ripple effect. And I'm sure you've seen that with your business. You know, you were in a similar time thinking, how can we help? Well, let me create this, you know, resource. Let me create this network. And now it's grown and it's expanded, and you've touched so many lives and helped other people. And sometimes I think, what if we hadn't acted on that one idea? You know, like, think about all the things that have come from it and remove those. I just think we need to be really intentional that we do take action. And so for all of you who are listening, I'm sure you've had some great ideas today. I would love to hear about them in the chat. And I hope that you really will take that idea and go home and put some action behind it, because you don't know yet what the ripples are and how many lives you'll touch. But I can tell you it's going to be a lot.
Right. And I love your dream, implement, and achieve, because there's a lot of dreamers and we can dream a lot, but unless we implement, it's not going to happen. It's just a dream.
Yes.
But,
well, I learned that the hard way. I feel like that defines my first 10 years as an entrepreneur. Was just dreams. And then I had to go implement. And then the achievement started to come. So I love it. Well, Sandy, I would love for you to share with our listeners, how can they get connected with you and learn more about you and all that you have to offer?
Okay. They can check out our network website. It's businesshubsb.com. And then also to encourage and support small businesses, we're allowing free business membership, so you can have a free listing on our website, have a profile, and we're, you know, who knows, you can connect and collaborate with others, and you can form your own little workshops. It'll be online, but that's my heart. I want to be your virtual cheerleader and help people to know what you serve and, you know, how others can reach you.
Awesome. Well, I encourage you all to go connect with Sandy, because I'm telling you, to find someone who really is truly a connector that's not a talent that everybody has. It's kind of a rare talent. But when you find someone who is really truly a connector, everybody needs someone like that in their life, because they'll open doors for you. They'll introduce you to the right people. So go get connected. And Sandy, thank you so much for being on with us. We really appreciate your time.
Thank you, Amy.
You're welcome. Okay, we're going to transition you back to being an attendee and wave goodbye. Thank you. Thank you.
Bye. See you soon.
Thanks. Okay, and then we are, let's see, who am I looking for next? Ashley. Ashley, do you want to go ahead and put yourself on, raise your hand, and I will bring you on. Ashley. Oh, there you are. There's your hand. Awesome. Ashley, you are officially promoted to panelist. And would you guys all give Sandy some love in the chat? Let her know what you loved about what she had to say. And Ashley, welcome. So excited to see you.
Hey, it's so good to see you.
I know. Ashley is another former client who I just love and adore working with. I really do love and adore working with all my clients, but the ones that we've had on today are really, truly some of my favorites. So thank you for being on. We really appreciate it.
Oh, I'm grateful. It's fun. It's like we've got real things happening.
I know. It's something to get dressed for and
exactly
excited about. Okay, Ashley, I'm going to introduce you and then we will jump right into it. We are talking today about stress management for entrepreneurs and the importance of self-care with Ashley Miller. Ashley is a soulful business strategist, and she is committed to living a joyful life, staying committed to family, and building a thriving business empire. She empowers women to create joy and thrive without sacrificing their dreams, their health, or their relationships. She's a top sales leader in a wellness company, and her passion is helping others to wake up to their own brilliance. And I will tell you, Ashley's email list, you know how like we're so over being on email lists? Ashley's email that she sends out is like this hug from the universe that just makes you feel like you're going to be okay. So I love getting your messages. And like even sometimes if I'm having kind of a down moment, I'll be like, I wonder what I haven't read from Ashley yet. And we'll just go check it out. And it's always so inspiring and just so uplifting. And so I we'll have to tell people how to get plugged in with that, because if you need a weekly boost of just joy and belief, it's the place to be. Awesome. Okay, so Ashley, welcome. Let's jump in. Are you surviving quarantine?
You know what? I am thriving. A couple hours every day. And then the rest is surviving.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There are parts about this that I am digging. And one of it is I was on the move so much that my self-care had gotten really bad. Like I was just hanging on by a thread, and I didn't realize how bad it had gotten until I actually had a minute to slow down. And then it was like, oh, I have been stressed for a long time. It didn't even register for me.
I think that's true of most women, right? You're carrying so many balls. And when I work with my private clients, it's like, hey, what balls are you juggling? And it's so many. And we don't drop any of them. Most of us keep them all going. And so to have some of them naturally fall to the side, even though there's some upsetting parts and it's definitely lots of transitions, I also think that there's power in looking at, okay, what's dropped and do I actually pick it back up?
Yes.
So
I know. My challenge is I have some balls that I'm like, let's never pick these back up again. But my children love those balls. I'm like, well,
yeah, it's true.
You have to find a better balance. But I'd love to hear a little bit more from you about just how you approach stress management as an entrepreneur. What are some recommendations you have?
I love that. I think one of my biggest things is just recognizing that the stress is normal and that we have to have a safety plan in place for it. And I didn't realize that my first few years, because I think most of us as entrepreneurs were capable of balancing a lot of things. And so it's like, well, you just start balancing it. And you don't start your business and think, okay, here's my marketing plan and here's my stress management plan.
Yeah, but we should.
Yeah, it should totally be part of it.
In order to get an EIN number, you should have to have a stress management plan. Let's make some legislation happen.
Yeah. Is there a support network in place for your mental wellness? Because you will hit the fan. Yeah. But I didn't realize that. And so I think I spent a lot of time trying to figure out what was wrong with me instead of looking at what I needed to put in place so that things could be right with me. And so now I look at self-care as a top priority. It's one of my top jobs that I do, because I can't pour into my clients or into my team or into my family if I don't do a little bit for me. And I think I also misunderstood self-care. I thought it was like, okay, well, go get your nails done. It's like, well, those are nice, but I don't feel whole afterwards. I don't feel like I can go do all the things. And so I think recognizing like what puts the drops in your bucket is totally different for everybody. And we have to take that time to look and evaluate, hey, did that work last week? And especially in this quarantine environment, I've had to totally revamp my self-care. And you feel like a baby. And you also feel sometimes like just silly that you need these rituals or you need routines or you need certain activities to happen. But truly, if I don't do self-care, I don't have it to give to everybody else. And even though it takes time, it saves me time on the other end.
I know, that's the thing, is if I'm not taking care of me, then I'm grumpy mom, and I'm not, like sharp business strategist. And so then what happens is you feel like you're failing at every area in your life. Like, well, I'm not being a good mom, and I'm not being great in business, and I'm eating too many cookies, and and it all compounds for you. So I love what you said about how you have to find what works for you. Because for years, people would talk about self-care, and it was always like, get your nails done, get your hair done, get a massage. And I'm like, massages are nice, but I was with you, like none of that stuff really fills me up. So I'd love to hear from you some of your things that you've done or that clients have done that maybe we don't think of as self-care, but have been really helpful and effective.
So mine, I often share in my weekly email. It's my joy list at the bottom of my email. But for me, a puzzle, like yesterday, I've got so much going on in business. Like it's one of my biggest months ever. And yesterday I was like, I am going to crash. There were like 3 calls I could be on. And I totally just sat at the table and did a puzzle. And I told my husband I wasn't going to go do things with him because I was going to get my business done. And he came home and he's like, puzzling. But it's key for me. Like I have to sit there and just do a puzzle, or I might read a silly book, like not personal development, a book that I don't even want to tell people the title of because it's a total waste of time, right? Or it might be doing something new in the kitchen, or it might be just watching, I can't even think of what it is, carpool karaoke. Who does that?
Oh, I love carpool karaoke. That's one of my favorites.
Yeah, so I might binge on that.
Started.
Yeah, just for 30 minutes. Like, but I'm such a productive person that really is self-care for me to say, no, I'm not doing anything else. And I'm totally busy here with my thoughts and watching carpool karaoke. But I find if I can do that, then I come back and it's like, I can decide what my priorities are. I can be creative. I don't feel pressure. I feel like I'm in choice versus I have to do all these things because I chose something for me. So
you know what has been the most shifting phase or phrase for me is, this is not a waste of time. Because that was, so things that for me are nourishing and self-care is going out and sitting in the sunshine, playing my ukulele or playing my cello, or listening to great music. I've been listening to tons of cello music since quarantine, and it makes me super happy. Writing and taking naps. And I used to not let myself do any of those things because they weren't productive. And I just felt like, no, if I'll just push through these things, then I can crash at the end of it and I can just unplug. But then what I would do is I would be so far spent that the things I was doing to unplug were really just numbing, not nourishing. And so I've had to tell myself when I have those thoughts of why are you sitting here with your ukulele when you still have an email to write? I'm like, this is not a waste of time. And that moment, also physical touch with my family as well. Sitting on a couch snuggling with my 7-year-old because he's the only one who still likes to snuggle with me. Not a waste of time, right? Because it'll be gone before too long. And then my husband's I'll be like, come over here, snuggle.
He'll be like, finally, you see me.
So I just think that that shift for me was a really powerful one to say, this is not a waste of time. Giving myself what I need is the best investment that I can do. Taking a nap is the best, highest use of my time at this moment. Because when you are starting to crash, you've got to give yourself that intervention.
Yeah, I think you said a few key things there. You said this makes me happy, right? So many women just even look at what actually makes you happy and we resist it, right? It's like, oh, I don't have time to read a book, but I'm going to scroll. And so I think the second thing you said was numbing versus nourishing. If we can look at our self-care activities and what will actually fill our cups up and what nourishes versus what are we using to numb out, and not in judgment, just recognizing, oh, I'm turning to something that seems safe, like scrolling my phone, versus picking up a paintbrush or actually putting on my essential oils and taking time for that, or walking outside, like you said, and just changing your thinking changes everything, and it changes your business and your income.
Yes. You know what? That's the craziest thing too, is we tell ourselves that we just need to work harder and work harder and work harder to change your income. But the more burnt out we get, the more we're only operating on this small percentage of efficiency, and our income almost always goes down when we're burnt out. Have you seen that in your business?
Oh, totally. And not only does your income shift, your joy from it shifts, how you treat people shifts, your family, you come off like it's a burden. And that's not where I want to operate. And even since the time that we coached together, I've shifted even more into joy and just, okay, how can I have joy? So one of the very first things I do every week is schedule joy, particularly during quarantine, because before I had it naturally happening on my calendar, right? So now I've got to look and say, okay, what's going to be my joy thing this week that I'm going to try? And
so what are you doing? I'm just curious because I'm with you. I'm feeling like, okay, what are we going to do? I keep thinking, what am I going to do this week? And then it's like, there's not much that I can do. So I'm curious what you're doing to schedule joy.
So we have done lots and lots of puzzles. For me, the best thing about puzzles is I'm not on my phone. I'm not thinking of who I need to serve. I have to be present. So anything that makes you be present is great. So I'm experimenting with that. We've done parking lot dates with other couples, 6 feet apart. We're meeting in the parking lot and talking with other adults. What else have we tried? New recipes, if I'm thinking about a new thing that makes a difference. I've also decided a few courses that I've had for a while that are just things I want to learn that are not have to finish type things. I'm doing that, but I'm deciding on Sunday, what can I complete for joy this week? I'm scheduling that first. I've scheduled calls with people. It's tested my creativity for sure.
I did a Zoom call with my college roommates, and that was super fun. That brought me joy. But you're having to get creative. I love that you on Sunday night schedule your joy for the week. That for me is a huge takeaway, because I think I tend to go through and during the week need it and try to find it instead of like proactively. This is the most important thing that I can do, is create joy for myself this week. And what does that look like? I absolutely love that, Ashley. That's awesome. Okay.
It's critical for me.
Critical, and time goes by way too fast. I'm getting the time signal from Mr. Walker over there. So, okay, Ashley, what is the best way that you want all of our listeners to get in contact with you?
You can just go to my website, ashleymiller.com. I've got a special link for Amy's group, though, where we will send you a special gift. I've got a couple things that I just love all the time to bring that joy back in, and so we'll ship that to you, but I would love to help you out. It's been fun.
Awesome. So we'll put a link into the comments, and then we're going to shift you, Ashley, back to being an attendee. So thank you so much for being on. We really appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
And then you're welcome. Okay. And then let's go ahead and bring up our next guest, which is, who are we at next? Vanessa. Vanessa, do you want to go ahead and raise your hand and I will bring you on here? There you are. Awesome, awesome. Okay, Vanessa, I think you're in. Thank you for being here with us. We'll let you get your video up and get your audio up here. And while you're doing that, if everyone would go in and say what is their favorite part from Ashley's conversation. Hey, Vanessa, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Doing good. It's been an amazing day. I just feel like every conversation is mind-opening and expanding, and I'm excited to get to chat with you as well. Okay, so Vanessa, I'm going to pull up I'm going to introduce our topic and then introduce you, and then we'll just jump right in. Sound good?
Okay, sounds good.
Awesome. Can anyone write a book, or do you need some specific strategies and qualifications? Today, we're going to talk about how to use a book as a lead generation tool and as a tool to grow your business. So we are talking with Vanessa Collins today. Vanessa is an author, a publisher, a certified digital marketing professional. She works with coaches, speakers, authors, and entrepreneurs to show them how to use digital marketing to create products from their books, build their businesses, and increase their revenue. And she has written and published 6 books and has coached or published over 100 authors, helping them not just to publish their book, but to really create profitable products and services from their books. And she's the creator of Digital Mastery for Authors. So we're so excited to have you on with us, Vanessa, today. I love writing, so I'm always excited to talk with anybody who can help me along that journey. So thank you.
Yes, excited to be here.
Awesome. So I guess my first question for you is, what's the best tip that you have for somebody who's considering writing a book?
The number one tip for any aspiring writer that wants to write a book is to outline your book first.
Oh my gosh, yes. I've run into problems with that.
If you outline your book, if you figure out that hook, and it's not hard, but it takes about 10, 15 minutes to really kind of sit down with yourself, be present with yourself, kind of figure out your roadmap. But if you're out for any given book, what is that main point, that main thing that you want the reader to walk away with? Mm-hmm. And then you think about, that's your hook. And then what are the 5, the 8, the 10 things that you need to tell them in order to get them on that hook? That becomes your chapters. Those become your chapters. And if you figure out maybe 3 to 5 things that you want to cover in each chapter, and if you do this ahead of time, you will not run into writer's block. You will, it'll almost write itself. Many many authors run into that whole thing of they start writing and then they run into a roadblock because they don't know kind of what's next.
Well, the other thing that I noticed was when I wrote my first book, I sequestered myself up into the mountains. Actually, Cheryl Wood, I was working with Cheryl Wood at the time, and she said, "It's ridiculous that you don't have a book. Go write a book." So I was like, fine. So I went up into the mountains and I was going to write this whole book in a week, which I did. But what I noticed was that outline made me so much more fast and so much more efficient. And the quality of what I brought out was so much better than the ones where I just sat down and started writing. It really tightens up the whole process and it keeps you on track. And then it's like you have a roadmap and you're just having to write from point A to point B. And then you just have to go from point B to point C. And it's a lot less overwhelming than like, I got to write a book.
Yes, absolutely. The other tip for those that, unlike you, Amy, don't look forward to writing, but they still need to get this book out, is to utilize the technology of transcription.
Yes.
Many speakers and coaches, you have written 20 books already. They just happen to be in Facebook Lives. They happen to be, they happen to be recorded. They happen to be keynote addresses you've done or classes that you've done. That content is still great. It's still good. It needs to be in the book. And there's so many great transcription options out there now. I mean, AI is really just a wonderful thing. Just love technology. But you can plug it in, just a ton of different systems and have your rough draft. Now you still got to go in and fix it, but you're going to have to do that anyway.
Sure, yeah. Do you have a favorite platform? Do you use like Otter AI, or is there a certain one that you like?
Otter AI is my new favorite.
Okay.
Now, I love Temi.com, TEMI.com, because you just want to try it. And the fact that they'll pull your Facebook Lives and you don't even have to download them. You can just put the link in to your Facebook Lives.
That's awesome.
So Temi is good. I like Otter because I like to transcribe a lot of stuff. So having a monthly plan where I have so many minutes that I could use, I really like that feature. But there are a lot of good ones out there, but those are my two favorites.
And for those of you who have never done this before, it's the coolest thing ever. You take a video or an audio recording, you pop it in, and it tells you everything that you just said. And when she says you have to clean it up, it's because it says, and it literally transcribes everything that you said the way you said it, which is not always grammatically correct, especially for me. But it's a great way to speed up that process. And for those of you who the writing process is real slow, but the speaking process flows easily, just get on there and start making videos and then compile those together. I think that's a great way to do it. I love that. So I do want to talk about how to use the book for lead generation, because I will say if you are an expert, if you have an expert brand, so you're a speaker, you're an author, you're a coach, you're a trainer, you're a thought leader, anything with an expert brand, I do think that you have to have a book. It's the new business card. If you don't have one, it's kind of like, why aren't you wearing pants? Like we expected that of you, So exactly. How can they use their book for lead generation?
Well, there are a couple of different ways. One of the things that I think a lot of authors have to understand is what you just said. The book is the new business card, and it is not the end all. So it's not, oh, I've written a book. Okay, 1 million people are going to buy it. It doesn't always happen that way. So you got to understand kind of what goes beyond the book. Your book should be leading people to a lead magnet. Every book that you have should have a free gift in it that leads people to a lead magnet, because Amazon will give you money all day long. What they will not give you is the names of the people who have purchased your book. And when
Yes.
you think about this, Amy, somebody who purchases your book, you know, when you're talking about client attraction and all of this good stuff, here's a person who's raised their hand and said, I'm interested in this topic. And I'm interested in what you have to say about this topic. And the crazy thing is, you don't get to know who that person is.
I know.
It's like Amazon tells you, you get your little quarterly, or, you log in to KDP and you find out how many books you've sold. And, so let's say you've sold 10 books this month. So there are 10 people out there that are interested in what you have to say, but you don't know who they are.
Yes, I learned that lesson the hard way with my first book. So a client of mine bought my book on Amazon like 2 years before. And when we finally connected, she's like, oh yeah, I read your book 2 years ago. I wanted to work with you then, but I didn't really know how to find you. And I was like, that's painful. I mean, I'm glad that the universe put us together at some point. But so my second book, I actually did exactly what you're talking about, which is I wrote the book specifically for the purpose of being that first connection point.
Mm-hmm.
And so I give it away for free. Anybody who wants it, they can go and get my sales book for free. And then from there, it gets their contact information, so that now we know who they are, we can have a conversation. And that actually does generate leads for us every single month. Whereas the first book still sells, but I have no idea who's buying it.
Exactly.
So let me ask you this question then. Do you think, because I know it's the cool thing to be a bestseller on Amazon, do you think, but I'm like, yeah, but in what random category? Like anybody can win in some random category. So pretty much anybody can be a bestseller on Amazon.
Mm-hmm.
But are you saying then that you would rather get the lead than be the bestseller in Amazon? Like which would you prioritize?
You can have them both. So we know those who have written books, we know that being an Amazon best-selling author means absolutely nothing.
Yeah. But it sounds cool.
It sounds cool. And so to those who haven't written the book, let me give you this tip. You don't have to pay for someone's $2,500 class to tell you how to be an Amazon best-selling author. Amazon, their algorithm, they count sales every hour. And so if you have 10 people buy your book at midnight, chances are by early morning, you will probably rank in a best-selling category somewhere. And you would have made all of maybe $5, depending on the price of your book. And so you can still do that because people look at that. It sounds cool. It's a status thing. And if you are not an Amazon best-selling author, then those who don't know that doesn't mean anything, they look at you with a side eye like, okay, well,
why didn't you do that?
Right, what's wrong with your book? So you can do that. And again, that doesn't take a whole lot. But the lead generation is so super important. And so in the book, there are a couple of things that you should be doing. Again, you should have a lead magnet in your book. If you have any type of journal type pages or something like that, pull those out, make them a separate PDF download, and offer that to your readers as well. We also suggest that you have what we call kind of a resource page. So when your book comes out, instead of sending people to Amazon first, send them to your resource page, which could have, a couple of additional training videos, which could be other content that you've done on Facebook Live or done some videos for, and then have a button there that sends them to Amazon once they sign up to get your bonus package. That way, you capture the lead, and then they go to Amazon. If you want them to buy it on Amazon, that's fine. But you have to capture the lead.
Yes, I love that. So I would love for you, Vanessa, to give, because this was exactly a question that Andrea was asking in here, like, how do you collect the information? So Vanessa, let's each give them a link that for your book and for my book, so they can go and see two different options of how that works. And then she can actually go and see it, because I'm such a visual person. Like when somebody tells me how something works, I'm like, I don't know. It doesn't exist until I can see it. So do you have a link for one of your pages for one of your books like that?
Let me pull that up. Let me make
Okay,
sure.
you pull that up. I'll tell you mine. So mine is www.salesaremything.com. And so if you go to salesaremything.com, there's a little book, or there's a little video up there that talks about the book. There's some testimonials of the book, and then you can actually get the book for free. And the way that my book funnel goes is you get the book for free, and for the PDF, and then there's an option if you want to pay for shipping, we'll mail you the hard copy plus some extra bonuses. And then after that, then if they're interested in enough to go through 2 levels, then it's like, hey, come to my event, and so that's how our funnel works, our book funnel. But everybody does their funnels a little bit differently, which is why I think it's good to see a couple of examples.
Yep. So I have 2 different ones, and I've actually just switched over to the free book funnel. So if you go to chiefexecutiveauthor.com, you will see that book funnel. And then I'm trying to see if I have the one for digital mastery for women.
Okay, so tell me that one again. That was
chiefexecutiveauthor.com.
Chiefexecutiveauthor.com. And now we're going to test my spelling abilities, which I will tell you are not grand. So, all right, hopefully we got that right there though. So I encourage you all to go and check those out, because you really do want to have a strategy for how this is going to not just be a book. I don't know about you, Vanessa, but I meet people all the time at conferences who they come bringing their book and they're an author. And the problem is all they have is their book. And, every time you sell a book, if you sell it out of your own hands and you're selling it for a pretty high price, you're going to be lucky if you make $7. But if that book leads into a product or service that can extend that relationship, that's how you make money as an author. Your book is just the starting point, but it's not really where you make the money. It's the speaking gigs, it's the programs, it's the consulting gigs, it's the getting someone to enroll into your downline if you're a network marketer. It's a tool, but it's not the destination.
Yep, that is the number one opportunity that most aspiring entrepreneurs or most authors miss, that want to take that book and make something else out of it. And that is they don't go into the book understanding what the end game is.
Yes.
And so when I'm working with clients, I actually have them to outline the class or the coaching program or the membership program first.
That's so smart.
Then we outline the book. And the reason I do that, Amy, I actually try it myself. I try all of my own stuff first. So I had outlined my book, and I think it was this one, Chief Executive Author. I'd outlined the book, and then I went and outlined what the class would be. And what I found was that there was some things that I had in the book that I would not have been able to easily translate that content into a class, into something that I could monetize. It was too fluffy. It was too, it just didn't have enough whatever in it. And a lot of times when I'm working with authors, when they've already written the book, and it's like, okay, now I want to try to monetize this thing. it gets a little difficult because it wasn't necessarily written with that in mind.
Yes. You know what's interesting is I went to start, I know we're almost out of time here, but I just want to like verify this. In fact, we are out of time, but I'm still going to verify this even though I'm getting the side eye from over there. So when a couple years ago, I thought about writing the sales book, but it had no place in my funnel. And so it just wasn't the right time to do it until I had somewhere for it to lead to and somewhere where it actually made sense as a piece in my business. And so I had to like put that project on hold until it really made sense and I could figure out the rest of it. It's not going to do you a lot of good to just write the book, even though I'm like looking through this list. I'm like, Aida should write a book and Ashley Miller should write a book. And like, you know, there's so many people in here. I'm looking, I'm like, oh, I haven't seen your book. Where's your book? You know, like they need books. But I love that you start that from the very beginning of helping them to not just write the book, but also figure out what's the course at the end of it. That makes so much sense to me. And I think most author coaches kind of stop with the book. They don't really go into the course as well. So I love that you take it from there and you do both. So thank you. Vanessa, where do you want everyone to connect with you?
Well, for those that are interested in learning more about writing their book, I do have a special link for those that are a part of this amazing summit. And you can go to digitalmasteryacademy.com/Amy and find out more about our Writing Mastery Academy.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for that. We appreciate your time. We're going to go ahead and wave goodbye and then move you back to being an attendee and bring up our next speaker, Sydney. Sydney, if you want to go ahead and raise your hand. There you are. So excited to have you on. Welcome, Sydney. I just made you a panelist, so we'll give you a second here. And while we're getting Sydney's video up and running, would you all go ahead and go in and just share some love with Vanessa? Tell her what you enjoyed about her presentation. Sydney, welcome. So excited to have you.
Hey there, Amy. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you sound great. And I just got to tell you, this day has been like exhilarating to me. I feel like every interview has been great and every person has contributed so much. And I know you are going to be amazing. You're actually our final speaker too. So you can consider yourself like the showstopper, right?
Well, it's so great to be here. I'm all the way from Australia, all the way from Sydney, Australia right now. So we're in lockdown too.
Awesome. Well, not awesome that we're all in lockdown, but awesome that like we can be worlds apart and still getting together, creating amazing things. So Sydney, I'm going to go ahead and introduce your topic and then I'll introduce you and then we'll jump right into it. We are talking about how to make $100,000 fast working from home with Sydney O'Sullivan. Sydney is an international speaker, a best-selling author, the owner of many successful online businesses. She's been in operation since 1987, and she's achieved multi-millionaire status by the time she was in her 30s through many businesses, real estate, and stock ventures. And for over a decade, she's used her own success to help others launch their own speaking, authorship, and online careers through her Millionaires Academy program. So we are just excited to have you on today and to have a conversation about how do we get to the six-figure mark and how do we get there as quickly as possible. So thank you for being on with us.
Well, thank you for inviting me. It's really fun to be here. And I love it. I actually was planning a summit myself just because I'm social and it's killing me not to be going out. I used to run a lot of live events. So, and you're a speaker too, Amy, so you know what it's like. You're missing people, right?
You know what's funny is I have actually, this surprises people, and I actually didn't realize this about myself until I was like 35. I'm actually an introvert. But I'm right on that line between introvert and extrovert. And so for the first 3 weeks, I was like, this is amazing. I don't have to see anybody except my family. I love it. And then like week 4, I was like, oh no, I need people. My people quota is running on empty. So yeah, but I love this kind of forum where we can really get together and have real conversations. So Sydney, why don't you tell us a little bit about your background and how you got started in business?
So funnily enough, what I do is very similar to what Vanessa does. So it's very cool because I can kind of add another layer to what Vanessa's already shared. So how did I get started? I just always wanted to be in business. So it was just I'm sort of obsessed. When I was in high school, I started my first business. My dad got me a summer job working in an advertising agency, and I noticed that they had a lot of trouble getting the models were being quite unprofessional. So I thought, well, it's summer vacation. I have all these friends. Why don't I bring them in and we set up a modeling agency with all my school friends? So I figured out really early on that that made me really popular and it was fun. And they actually didn't want me to go back to school, but I did have, my parents made me go back to school. They were like, stay, this has been such an asset, to the agency. Right. So that was kind of my first little realizing that if you see that there's a problem and you have a solution for the problem, you can start a business. And I've been seeing those solutions all my life. And really, it wasn't until I moved to Australia, which was about 30 years ago, from LA. I'm from LA originally. And I moved over to Australia and I got married, and my husband was the first one to sort of really believe in me and say, look, I believe that you could start a business, and as long as you don't lose too much money, we can fund it with what he was already paying in taxes. So a lot of people don't realize if you're a couple and you want to just start a business, like this is the perfect time for so many people to actually get started, because for a lot of us, trying to find a job is not really an option. There's an awful lot of people who've been displaced in this economy. Yes. So what you want to do is you want to start looking around for a problem that you think you could create the solution for. And so what I would say to people right now when we can't get out is do what you've done, what Vanessa and what I've done, which is create a training program around something that you see is going to be a real problem. So you teach sales. I'm also creating a training program on sales, because in order to make that $100,000 income or any, beyond, 100,000 is just a nice number for most of us to survive on, right?
Most people, it's kind of their first benchmark, right?
That's where a lot of people. Yeah, it's a benchmark, but obviously for a lot of people, I find right now just making an extra $5,000 a month would be just a huge help, for meeting your bills. And so what I do is be looking for something that you can be the solution to. If you have a solution, then you map out that training program, as we were talking about, as Vanessa talked about earlier, and then you can create the training very much. So what you're doing is a great way to do it. My very first, you asked me how I got started. I was making money in real estate and stock market. I built little businesses. I started with restaurants. So I started buying rundown restaurants, delis, little cafes, that kind of thing. And then would just, clean them up, paint them, make them cute, change the lighting, get in a good menu, get the people back, get them coming back. And what I found worked really well was, quite often I found if I had a restaurant that wasn't doing well, it was because it wasn't in a good location. But then I would add catering and we would go to them. So again, problem solution, right? And and then I would sell those businesses and start another one. So what you want to do with your training programs is the same sort of thing. What's the problem? And what I see right now is a lot of people, I hadn't realized so few people actually knew how to do these Zoom calls, for instance. I work with a lot of speakers, and now they're having to learn how to manage all these technologies. So, so we're looking at setting up a business to run summits for people, for instance, because it's complex. So congratulations to you for pulling this off. Well done.
Well, this is not our first time. I've actually had this similar thought, because we've been hosting online summits for 7 years, and now everybody's scrambling to get an online summit done. And like, they're missing pieces of the puzzle that I'm like, oh, can I just tell you, if you did this and this, you could get twice as many people on. And so anyway, I know exactly what you're talking about, where if you'll listen to the people around you, they will tell you what your next big business plan should be, because you're just filling needs of them. So I want to dive a little bit more into these types of courses. When you're helping someone get started with creating their first course, do you have a process that you take them through?
Yeah, I do. In fact, my free gift that I'm going to be giving all the listeners is a book that I wrote, which is actually my system. It's probably backwards for you, but it's called Authorize. And it will actually take you step by step through my whole system of planning out your book, what Vanessa called the business, I call it the business beyond the book. So I am totally in agreement with Vanessa. Now, I don't agree with her on the bestseller thing. I don't think it's as easy to get bestsellers these days as it used to be. I usually make a commitment to most of my clients when I work with them on a book that we will get them an international bestseller, and we have to put a fair bit of work into it. So, but to go back to the books, this has my whole step-by-step system, lots of tips on how to do podcasting, guest podcasting to get the word out about your book. I agree with her. In fact, listening to her, I'm thinking I should put this free giveaway on most of my websites too. I'm probably not doing that as well as I could. I have it in a book funnel, so they can go and check out my book funnel as well, get the free book and a free masterclass, where I take you through lots and lots of examples of how my clients have used their books. So another way of doing it, though, is one that I wrote. I haven't got it with me here, but I wrote a book. When I first started this, I was really having a lot of trouble writing books. As much as I had all this knowledge, I was making money in the stock market and real estate. People were saying to me, can you teach us what you do? I wanted to teach people about investing. I couldn't quite figure out how to structure a book. I was really finding that quite complicated. So that's why I've now structured it all and mapped it out, and I give it away to help people get their books written. But what I did was actually ran a summit like you're doing to get my book written. I remember it was another time that we had the economic crisis. It was after the big real estate crash. And I decided that I wanted to learn how to make $1 million fast online. So I invited actually invited about 50 people that I really admired who were making money online. And I asked them if they would share a strategy with me of what they would do if they were starting over. And I interviewed them like this. I gave them, it was a bit, I think some of them gave me like 6 hours of interviews, but I had to strip that down. So interviewing again is another skill, but it can, I got all these amazing interviews, and I think the book ended up being about 28 different strategies from proven millionaires of how they would do it if they were starting over. So that book is called Social Marketing Superstars. It's available on Amazon, and you can and that one.
I love that idea, Sydney. I just have to tell you, I'd never even thought of turning one of my summits into a book. Like, that had never occurred to me. This is why we have to collaborate with other experts in business, because there's just things that, like, to you, that's so second nature, and to me, that's like mind blown. Do you even know how many summits I've run since I've been in business? And I've never had that thought. I love that.
So I ended up with a great book. And of course, what do you think happened to my thinking after I spent 100 hours interviewing millionaires on how to make millions, right? So it changed my thinking. So what I do now is I always work with my clients. If I'm coaching someone, usually they come to me because they want to write a book. We talk about, what are we building? What's the business on this? All right, do you want to do coaching? Do you want to do speaking? Do you want to be a consultant? And if so, what do you want to be the guru of? Like, what's going to be your sweet spot, your expertise? And then we write the book with that in mind, with a coaching program in the back end. But the first one, I did it the other way around. So my idea was I wanted to write the book, but I created a training program. So I created this entire summit of interviews with these millionaires, and then that one was a little bit, I didn't run it live. I pre-recorded because I had to coordinate their schedules. And when you're dealing with people that are really high level, you have to be flexible. You have to be able to be available middle of the night or first thing in the morning, whenever they can do it, right? Especially people all over the world. And then I created the training program, Millionaires Academy, from the interviews. And then I went out and I started speaking about what I had learned in the process of writing the book. And funnily enough, what fell out of it was more people were interested in having my help to write their books than they were to make $1 million. It just happened that a lot of people, they were interested in learning how to monetize, but what I found was everywhere I went, people were saying, how did you get the interviews? How did you do the book?
Yeah.
And so I started selling a $10,000 coaching program where I would help people create a book, a training program, and a website, and their authority brand. And so I started doing that, and then that kind of turned into working with speakers and helping them with their marketing. And I then took a lot of speakers and put them into group books. So I do a lot of anthology books, which is where you put a whole group of maybe 30 or 40 authors into a book together.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes people invest to be in those books. You probably know that model. So
yeah.
If you wanted to make like $100,000 really fast, then what you could do is you come up with a great concept like that one, and you would ask 100 people to invest $1,000 to be in a book together that might be to support charity, or to, you know, say you wanted to write the ultimate sales book, for instance, you might ask 100, you know, really great salespeople to help you to collaborate on a book like that. So then it becomes just the challenge. What I find is you want to come up with a great idea, something that you're happy to talk about, because you're going to be talking about that book for a long time, many years, right?
Yep.
And a great training program that you'll feel really, really confident to promote. But you've also got to be able to sell it. To get that 100 people to pay you that $1,000, you need to have some sales skills.
Yes.
So another
sure.
tip that I would give people today is just spend this time. If you're stuck at home and you're feeling, you know, like you don't know what to do with yourself, do some training courses on sales. Learn how to sell. One of the top skills I think that we all need in life. What do you think, Amy?
Absolutely. 100% yes. In fact, I always tell people it's the very first skill you need to get in your business, because if you can't sell, it does not matter what else you can do. You won't have cash in your business. It's the number one thing, in my opinion, but I think my opinion's right. So there we go. And it's my summit.
Well,
and it's
yeah,
almost
I
done,
mean,
so
you
I
know,
can say that.
people say to me all the time, oh, I'll just hire somebody to do my sales. But the person who's doing the sales is the front end of your business. They're the ones that's talking to your customers first.
Yeah.
And if you're not there with them, you don't know what they're saying, you know. So you've really got to be able to do your own sales, I believe, to the best of your ability. And then once you get really great at it, then maybe you can bring in some other people, train them up, and get them to help you scale. So, so some ways to make 100,000. That's one way. You get like 100 people paying $1,000 each to be in a book. That could take you a few months to pull together. We can help you pull those books together. We're experts in doing those anthology books, it's a bit of a project, as you would know, just trying to coordinate everybody's schedules, getting everybody's information right, getting them to submit their chapters. There's a whole skill around that too. But another way is create just a little book. Like I have this is my business card. It's a little book. It's called Your $1 Million Message. And it's on Amazon. They can grab this book on Amazon. But this one I hand out as business card. People never throw it away. They always remember me. It's got a picture of me on the cover. And it's kind of a step-by-step, it's a tip for speakers. I wrote this originally for speakers. So what I did was I created this as a webinar. Originally, this was a sales webinar. So I wrote like a 90-minute training for speakers, and basically teaching them a whole bunch of ways that they were leaving money on the table. Because a lot of speakers don't realize that there's ways you can be selling yourself while you're on stage without being salesy, right? So
yeah. Well, and one of the things that I think is the most important thing I'm taking away from you here, Sydney, because I know we're almost out of time, is that every piece of knowledge inside of your brain can be turned into a book, a course, and a business plan, and that you can get paid over and over and over and over again. You're just genius at figuring out how to take your content and use it in multiple different ways, and I absolutely love that. So we are about out of time, and I so appreciate you coming on and sharing. And I know we've got some people in here that are like, I love that idea of the 100 people to pay you $1,000 and get that compilation together. So where would you like people to go next as they connect with you and learn more about you and get plugged in?
So I have a Facebook group. It's Celebrity Book Club, if people want to come and join there. I have a website, Celebrity Book Club, as well, www.celebritybookclub.com, and that actually has a whole bunch of my training programs on it. And there's Millionaires Academy, and if they want to go and get my free book, they should be able to type in author-eyes.com. And Stephen has put the link in the chat, so they can go to the direct book funnel link. And they can also get access to my masterclass there. And then I'm on Facebook, LinkedIn, just Google me, Sydney O'Sullivan. I'm all over the place. And just hopefully we don't have a lot of time in these interviews, but I just wanted to get you guys thinking. And honestly, people do that. They get 100 people to pay $1,000 each to go into a book or a training program together. But again, it's a sales. You've got to figure out how you're going to sell that. But once you can sell, then the sky is the limit. So
Awesome.
I just wish
I
everyone,
love it.
great luck and happy creativity. And thanks so much for inviting me to be a part of your summit, Amy.
Thank you so much for being on. You just brought great value, and I look forward to staying connected and getting to know more about you and your services too. So I'm going to go ahead and move you back here. So we'll wave goodbye. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. All right, my friends. It has been an amazing day. I so appreciate you being on. You guys are like the diehards. You've been here with me all day. I've loved watching your names and watching your comments and watching your aha moments. And what I want to leave you with today is just a couple of nuggets. I hope that you realize the power of collaborating with brilliant, powerful, amazing women. And I hope that you will take the lessons that you've learned and share them with other people. I also know that every single one of you is going to be having people come to mind that my sister needed this, like she needed to hear from Kern, or she needed to hear from Sydney, or she needed to hear from Ashley, or any of the speakers, that there's a sister or there's a friend or there's somebody else. And I really believe in the principle of lift as you climb. So if you climbed today, there's somebody else that you can lift up through this experience. So I'm leaving registration open through the weekend. So that way, anybody that comes to mind tonight, tomorrow, Sunday, you are welcome to share the link to register with them, and they'll get the playback. On Monday, I will send out the playback to everybody. I also want to leave you with one final invitation. It is my only real invitation for you today. But I am hosting an event on May 4th and 5th called Acquire. And it's going to be an online conference instead of a live one because hello, Corona. So what we're going to do in those 2 days is I'm going to help you map out your client acquisition plan. That's really what my core genius is helping you be able to figure out what should be your irresistible offer on the front end. How is your reach out strategy going to work? Who is your ideal client? How should your sales scripting be? And we are going to build out your client acquisition plan so that you can consistently close $10,000 to $20,000 a month in sales. That's what a great client acquisition plan will do for you. And I would absolutely love to have you join me. We were planning originally to do this as a live event for $499. It is instead an online event for $199. And I'm going to give all of you who are a part of this summit a chance to register for just $99 for 2 days, and we'll build out your client acquisition plan. So I would love to have you there. It is my nerdy spot where I get to geek out building like strategies and systems, and we're going to have a lot of fun. It's going to be really great and interactive. So we are going to post in the link for that. And Steven's going to have to go find it because I don't think we were so focused on everybody else, like making sure it went well for everyone. I don't even think I told him that we were going to do that. So I would love to have you all there. Go ahead and just hang tight for a second and he'll post that for you. And then if you have any questions that you want me to wrap up and answer, like I know you've gotten like a feast from all of our guests, but if there's anything that you're like, but I wanted a little dessert, Amy, and I want to just know this one question, please ask them right now and I will be happy to answer them. And then Andrea, there is going to be a deadline for the $99. I'm going to let it run through all of next week. So until next Friday, we'll let that run for $99 and then we'll move it back up. Just because normally, when I do a discount offer, it's like for 2 days, but I just know right now, sometimes you need to like move some money around. Maybe your stimulus check hasn't come yet, but it'll come. It's close, I think. We hope. So anyway, I just think this is a great time to make sure you have that in place. Okay. So let's see. Are there any questions that you guys want? Okay. What's the difference? This is a good question. What's the difference between coaching, consulting, and training? Those terms are used and overlap quite often. I'll tell you my definition. Training is when I go into an organization and I create a training and I leave it behind and then I'm out. It's like, here's my info, peace out, I'm gone. That for me is a training. So I'm creating curriculum, I'm going and I'm delivering it, and it's kind of a one-time thing. Coaching is when I am giving people the information and the strategies and they're going and implementing. And consulting is when I'm actually building for you and with you. Like you're hiring me as a consultant and I'm actually advising you and I'm working with you and your team on the implementation of it. And I do all of those. So they're all fun. And then transcription service for 2 voices, like an interview. I think Otter AI works for 2 voices. So go check that one out. Let's see. Okay, so getting the wrong types of followers that aren't your ideal clients. We have a question in there about that. That's really important, that you've got to make you don't just want a volume of followers, you really want to have like a group of followers who are exactly who you're looking for. And if you're getting the wrong type of followers, you've got to adjust your message. So when I first started on YouTube, I was like, I'm getting the wrong followers, because it's the only platform out of all my social media platforms, it's the only platform where I have more men than women. And they're younger too. Like they're like 18 to, they're the 25 to 35 bracket. And I'm like 60% men. And I was like, I'm getting the wrong people. And what I've realized after running my channel for a while is actually they're very interested in my message, but I'm reaching a different audience there than I am in other places, because normally my audience is women who are more like 35 to 50 is kind of my core audience who tends to follow me and like what I have to do. But you have to like do your due diligence and make sure that you're super clear in your messaging and not talk about things that wouldn't be interesting to your people. For example, you guys, I just discovered I have curly hair in the last year. Like, is that crazy that this head, I thought I had straight hair. Actually, what I thought I had was cave woman hair. I didn't know I had curly hair. And so like I've been on this curly hair journey, and I tell people that curly hair is a lifestyle, not a hairstyle. I would love to make some content about like how to understand your curls, but that would totally be off brand for me, and it would make no sense, and it would be confusing on my platforms. So I don't do that. There's a lot of things that I would be interested in talking about that would draw in a different wrong audience. And so you have to be really crystal clear with your messaging and know what's outside of that you don't do, and know what's inside of it that you do. And thank you for liking my curly hair. I quite enjoy my curly hair. My family's like, you've never cared so much about your hair before. I'm like, because it was terrible all the time. Now I'm happy with it. Okay, any other questions? I'm just going through and seeing if I missed anything in here. I think I've got most of the ones in the Q&A section. Is there anything else that you guys are hoping that I can tell you before we all say goodbye? Did we get the list? Yes. Yep. Okay, Steven's putting the link in for Acquire right now. And I am just looking to see if there's anything else that I missed. Okay, this is a great question, Cynthia. How do you get out of your own way to be successful? The truth is, you fumble over yourself for a little while. I mean, that's the honest truth. There's no way to like get out of your way so that you can just run free towards success without any hindrances. Like you run forward with your self-consciousness, and you run forward with your imperfections, and you run forward and you stumble because you thought you knew more than you did. And in the course of doing that, you grow stronger. You really do. And I give you permission to be bad until you get good. There's no way to jump in and not scrape up your knees just a little bit. But the beautiful part of the journey is, as you do this, you really learn so much more about yourself. If I could take my 20-year-old self and be like, hey girl, let me tell you what this journey is going to look like. Let me tell you how amazing you are. Let me tell you how many lives you're going to touch. Let me tell you all of the things that you're going to accomplish. And let me tell you, it's going to be really hard, and it's going to have moments where it almost breaks you down. And it's going to have moments where it makes you doubt if you can do this, if you're smart enough, if you're strong enough, but keep going anyway, because through your flaws, you're going to inspire a lot of people. That's the conversation I would have with my 20-year-old self. I would also tell her not to sweat the small stuff. But I truly don't think that there's a way, Cynthia, that you can just get out of your way. I think you go with yourself and you take all the stumbling blocks and you take all the weakness and that buffs away. This is a quote that I have in written in one of my books. It's a quote from a book called The Dark Side of the Light Chasers, that our weaknesses are our strengths turned up too high. Like, for example, I'm disorganized, but what I really am is I'm really a creative thinker. And so when that gets turned up too high, everything gets a little disorganized. I can be self-absorbed. But what I really am is I'm focused. I have a gift of focus. And when that gets turned up too high, I'm just not aware of other people. It's not that I don't care about other people. I care deeply. But if I get too focused on a task, I'm like, oh, wait, what? The house is burning down? I didn't even notice that. And so as you go through this journey, the beautiful thing that you'll learn and that you'll learn to love about yourself is some of these things that right now seem like weaknesses to you, they are your strengths, but you just haven't learned to understand them yet. And stepping into entrepreneurship and pursuing success, you're going to learn so much about yourself and about your strengths so that you will be able to look at them differently and go, you know what? This is a strength. This is a beautiful strength that I have, and I am going to stop paying attention to whatever I thought that weakness was. I'm just going to stand in my strength. So I'm excited for you to step onto that journey, and I hope that you've gotten some insights for what you need today. Okay, you guys, I think I'm going to end on that because that just feels like a great place to stop. So you guys are wonderful. I so appreciate you being here and sharing your light. Now go teach this and share this with somebody else. Whatever you gained, go pass it on to somebody else and you will be so blessed. Thank you guys so much. I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your day and your weekend. I look forward to working with some of you at Acquire, and we will be in touch. I'll send this video out on Monday. Thanks, everybody.